We have a point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and I would like to ask unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House this evening, that after private members' business, the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering a motion respecting Senate bills to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, and when no member rises to speak or at 12 a.m., whichever is earlier, the debate be deemed adjourned and the House deemed adjourned until the next sitting day, and during the debate tonight, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair. Mr. Speaker, I was interested.
I'll just interrupt for a second, then I'll let you either start over or continue from, if that's okay with you. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You ruled yesterday that a member raising points of order for the purposes of unanimous consent repeatedly on the same matter, when there hasn't been any material change in the matter in between, is out of order. This member is trying to repeat a point of order request for unanimous consent on a matter that he has very recently raised. I would ask, following your ruling yesterday, that you rule that these repeated requests for unanimous consent on a matter the House has already pronounced itself on not be raised. Thank you.
Just let me consult with the table for a second. I want to make sure that we get this right. Okay, let me just deal with the honourable member for sure. I think the ruling I'm going to give, I don't think you're going to worry about too much, if you don't mind. Is that okay if I just go ahead?
As long as I can.
Oh, yeah, no question. I just want to clarify for the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on the point of order. If he recalls to yesterday, when it was exactly the same request, yes, there was a change, but once there was some consultation or some changes, if he checks the blues or the Hansard, he'll see that there was a change in the request, and I believe there was some changes since the honourable member has made this request based on what I've heard so far. I'll let the honourable member of Kingston and the Islands continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the material change here, excuse me, do I have the floor, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. The material change here, Mr. Speaker, is that we are now 24 hours closer to a Superior Court induced deadline. There is a material change, and I think that given that change, there should be a good consideration from all members to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House this evening, after a private member's business, the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering a motion respecting Senate Amendments Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance.
I'll interrupt again for a second. Apparently there's a technical issue. I just hope it's a technical issue. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Chair, it is a technical issue. When I'm trying to raise points of order, someone in the technical department is muting my microphone, and that's a serious violation of my privileges as a member. I will always respect the direction of the chair, but it is not up to technical staff to mute my microphone when I have a serious matter of order to raise. And I ask that you take seriously the impact that has on the privileges of members when someone else takes it upon themselves to mute the microphones of members.
We have a point of order from the honourable member for Tim's. Okay, I want to thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I'll look into that as well. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What concerns me is that we see members like the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, using technology to interrupt people speaking in the House, to continually interfere. We have a right as members to hear what the motion is before we can decide whether we're going to support it or not, but we can't have someone who's using the technology to continually obstruct an effort to actually put a motion on the floor. So he has been obstructing this. He uses this tactic all the time, and I think you should mute his mic.
Okay. I think we've dealt with this issue. L'honorable député de Salaberry.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I agree with my colleagues. I think that decorum in this House means that when someone is speaking, we need to listen to them. And afterwards, a point of order can be made. The fact that there are these constant interruptions, it shows a lack of respect. And I would remind my colleague of the rules of decorum in this House. Very good point.
I asked the honourable member for Sherwood Park to wait until the honourable member for Kingston the Islands has finished his point of order, and then we can continue from there.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe if you ask, you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, this evening, after private members' business, the House shall continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying, and when a member rises to speak, or at 12 a.m., whichever is earlier, the debate be deemed adjourned and the House deemed adjourned until the next sitting day. And during the debate tonight, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
We have a point of order. The honourable member for Langley City, Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, you mentioned that the big difference now is that 24 hours have passed. What if 1 minute has passed? Will that be deemed sufficient change for a motion to be brought forward like this again?
There was discussions that he mentioned that take place. That's where the change is, not the time. All those opposed to the honourable member moving this motion will please say nay. No, unfortunately, we don't have unanimous consent. He just took care of that, or is he? Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the President of the Treasury Board, I have the honour to submit a message from His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government of Canada, signed by his own hand.
Okay. His Excellency, the Administrator of the Government of Canada, transmits to the House of Commons the main estimates of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2022, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Signed by His Excellency, the Right Honourable Richard Wagner, Administrator of the Government of Canada. Son Excellence, l'administrateur du gouvernement du Canada, transmet à la Chambre des communes le budget principal des dépenses faisant état des fonds nécessaires au financement de l'administration publique fédérale pour l'exercice se terminant le 31 mars 2022 et conformément à l'article 54 de la loi constitutionnelle de 1867, recommande ce budget à la Chambre des communes. Son Excellence très honorable Richard Wagner, administrateur du gouvernement du Canada. The Honourable...
I'm not hearing the French translation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there's a technical issue. I'll just look over to our technical person here. Est-ce que tout le monde...
Can everyone hear me on the English channel? Is it working? Okay, good.
Okay. And the honourable tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the President of the Treasury Board, I have the honour to table in both official languages the main estimates 2021-2022.
I'm sorry? Yes. The tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the President of the Treasury Board, I have the honour to table in both official languages the departmental plans 2021-2022 of 88 departments and agencies.
Very good. Introduction of government bills. I'm sorry? There's one more? Yep. I'm sorry, the Honourable Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honor to table on behalf of the Minister of Finance a document in both official languages entitled Report on Federal Tax Expenditures.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Seconded by Mrs. Schulte, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Additional Regular Benefits, the Canada Recovery Benefits Act, Restrictions on Eligibility, and other act in response to COVID-19. This motion is deemed adopted. Ms. Qualtrough, seconded by Ms. Schulte, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill. Première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to present this Standing Order 1073. The honor is to present in both official languages the third report of the Liaison Committee entitled Committee Activities and Expenditures, April 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2020. This report highlights the work and accomplishments of each one of our committee, as well as detailing the budgets that fund the activities approved by all committee members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have the honor to present in both official languages the following two reports of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. The third report, Security in relation to Bill C-228, an act to establish a federal framework to reduce recidivism. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. I want to congratulate the honourable member from Tobique-Mactaquac. It was a very civil and informative and useful committee meeting, and I wish the member well in the legislative journey for this bill. The second item is the fourth report of the committee adopted on Monday, February 22nd, regarding the condemnation of the statements made by the National Firearms Association. It reads in part that the National Firearms statements made by Sheldon Clare, President, on February 16, 2021, in a video posted online with regard to the introduction of Bill C-21, which states, and I won't go on to state, Mr. Speaker, what the contents are, but it was clearly perceived by the members of the committee to be a threat. If it's a threat to one, it's a threat to all of us, Mr. Speaker, and under no circumstances are these kinds of threats to be perpetrated. We've already seen January 6th in the United States. We don't need that repeated here. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your time and attention.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the second report of the Special Committee on Canada-China entitled The Breach of Hong Kong's High Degree of Autonomy, a Situation of International Concern. Monsieur le Président, je l'en...
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor of tabling in both official languages the second report of the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations, titled The Breach of Hong Kong's High Degree of Autonomy, a Situation of International Concern.
On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the clerk, the analysts, the interpreters, technical staff, and all those who support the committee.
Is there a dissenting opinion that goes with this? I'm not sure. I just want to confirm. Okay, I'm sorry. Who was it? Is that the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan? Please proceed.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address this supplementary report. It's not a dissenting report. Conservatives are very much in support of the report and of all of its recommendations. The report highlights the deteriorating situation in Hong Kong and the need for action by the government. We are pleased to see the report call for universal suffrage for Hong Kongers, the application of sanctions by Canada, strong immigration measures, as well as two key measures to counter China's foreign influence operations here that are threatening Canadians. The supplementary report highlights two additional suggestions. One is with respect to stronger action around foreign state interference in Canada following the adoption of a motion by the House of Commons on that issue on November 18th. And the other additional recommendation in our supplementary report calls for the government to begin discussions about when to review whether it continues to be appropriate for a Canadian judge to sit as a non-permanent judge on the Hong Kong Court of Final Appeal. I too want to thank the analysts, all of the committee staff, as well as the members from other parties. This is a strong report. We endorse its recommendations, and we hope to see the government respond to take up the calls from the committee and implement them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Respect in the Workplace. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates entitled Request for Government Response to the 9th Report from the 42nd Parliament First Session. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I'd also like to thank the clerk, the analysts, and all committee staff who worked hard to facilitate the production of this report and who were instrumental in its execution, so much so that we are presenting it again here today, as well as to all the MPs who participated in the initial study that led to the report back in June 2017, including those who were permanent members of the committee and those who may have only contributed to one or two meetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des...
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Ms. Schultz for Mr. Garneau, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, moves that S2, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Okay. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Macaulay for Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Ms. Schultz, moves that S3, an act to amend the Offshore Health and Safety Act, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motion. Présentation de pétitions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe. Okay, we'll come back to that one after. Is he?
I don't know why, Mr. Speaker, but the technology, I don't need the technician to unmute or request the unmuting of my device for me. It actually creates technical difficulties for me. However, Mr. Speaker, Albertans have contributed a net $600 billion to federal coffers in the last 40 years. Much of that largely funded equalization. Generosity of these Albertans is due to the resource revenues and the hard work of their sweat and brows, and due to the massive shift in policy from current Liberal governments against this resource sector. This necessitates a shift in equalization formulas to reflect that change. Therefore, my petitioners are calling on the government to renegotiate the formula for equalization immediately.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Speaker, I rise today to present two petitions. The first petition was sent to me from Catherine Steinhoff, who, like thousands of Canadians, Catherine's life was forever changed when she lost her son to an accidental overdose. Tragically, the overdose epidemic has touched too many people in my riding of Hamilton Centre, in Catherine's hometown of Ottawa, and communities from coast to coast to coast. Mr. Speaker, this petition calls for Canada to declare the overdose crisis a national health emergency, develop and properly fund an overdose action plan, decriminalize possession for personal use, and reform flawed drug laws and policing. The second petition I'm presenting today is signed by concerned Canadians who are calling on the government to take meaningful action to combat catastrophic climate change by supporting a motion introduced by my colleague from New Westminster Burnaby, motion M1. This motion is for a Made in Canada Green New Deal, calls on the government to implement a bold plan to tackle the climate crisis and invest in a just transition for workers as Canada shifts to a clean and renewable energy economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before proceeding, I want to remind the honourable members for petitions we have a fixed amount of time of 15 minutes, and I just want to make sure that everyone is concise as possible so that we can get to the long list and complete it in a fashion that is acceptable to everyone. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition from citizens of residents of Canada who are deeply concerned about the actions of a Canadian corporation, Oceania Gold, that is operating in the Philippines, that is operating with the support of the Philippine government. There are grave concerns about the human rights and environmental degradation, particularly against Indigenous people. And the petitioners are asking that the Government of Canada strengthen rules for Canadian businesses operating overseas, uphold human rights, make the Canadian Ombudsperson for Responsible Enterprise independent and empowered to compel evidence, witness, and testimony, among other things, also end support to the government of the Philippines, including socioeconomic and financial programming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling two petitions on behalf of my constituents. Both are on the same topic, which is the Pickering federal lands. The first petition calls on the House of Commons to rescind all plans for an airport and non-agricultural uses on the remaining Pickering federal lands. They're asking for the House to take action to preserve the watersheds and the Class 1 farmland that is on these lands. The second petition also calls on the government to abandon any plans for a proposed Pickering Airport and request the House of Commons to designate Parks Canada as the custodian of the Pickering federal lands, preserving them for public use. They're also asking for the House to mandate the use of long-term leases to initiate to support the revitalization of these lands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present three petitions. The first petition is from constituents from across Canada, and they're concerned about the accessibility of the impacts of violent and degrading sexually explicit material online, and they're calling on the government to do more to protect children. As noted, the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child requires Canada to develop means to protect children from forms of media that are injurious to their well-being. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, comes from Albertans who would want to draw the attention to the House to the recent StatsCan report, which highlights how a disproportionate amount of young men died between May and October. These petitioners recognize that men are 3 times more likely to commit suicide. Likewise, Albertans have suffered an energy downturn, an oil price war, and a federal government unwilling to support major pipeline and investment projects. Alberta is one of the highest unemployment rates in Canada. The petitioners are asking the House to approve shovel-ready projects across the country to get Albertans back to work. The last petition I'm presenting today, Mr. Speaker, is a petition of prime importance regarding C7, especially amending the mental illness and protecting the disabled of Canada. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to support measures to protect human life, as all human life should be regarded with great deal of respect from conception to natural death. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm tabling a petition on behalf of GTA residents concerned about horrific shootings all too common in the GTA. The petitioners call on the House to support my private member's bill C-238, a bill that would have made GTA residents safer by keeping dangerous offenders behind bars. Shamefully, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have already voted down my bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege today to rise and table a petition on behalf of residents from the Alberni Valley. They cite that Health Canada has an open file to license a Walmart-sized medical marijuana facility directly across the street from Kakamin, a First Nations family trauma and in addictions healing center. They're doing important work around our shared history of colonialism and residential schools, but they were never consulted in the initial planning of this facility and have requested that this facility be located elsewhere. They're calling on the Minister of Health to acknowledge the implicit racism in the policy choices of Health Canada's cannabis licensing process and handling of this file, and to adhere to the purpose of the Cannabis Act and principle of reconciliation. They're calling for an expedition of the review of this file and cancel all cannabis licenses and applications at 7827 Beaver Creek Road under the Cannabis Act in the public interest. And they want an apology to Kakamin and reaffirm their commitment to UNDRIP and the TRC's calls to action.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize to the member for Timmins, James Bay, for needing to hear me yet again speak in the House. I have 4 petitions that I would like to raise. The first is with respect to the carbon tax. Petitioners express their profound frustration that in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic and all of the fiscal and other challenges people are facing, the government would announce a decision to dramatically hike the carbon tax. Petitioners note that the carbon tax is not an effective way of responding to the environmental challenges that we face. They call on the government to repeal the decision to increase the federal carbon tax to $170 per ton. And they also called for having the carbon tax shown as a separate expense when buying products so that citizens are aware of exactly how much money they are paying at a given time in the carbon tax. The second petition is with respect to the ongoing genocide of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims. Petitioners call on the government to take a step which the House of Commons has now already taken and recognize that Uyghurs are being subject to ongoing genocide. And petitioners want to see not just recognition, but action and response. They call on the government to impose targeted sanctions against those perpetrators of this horrific violence. And this aligns with a call by the Special Committee on Canada-China Relations for sanctions in the case of the situation in Hong Kong as well. The third petition is with respect to forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Petitioners are calling on the government and the House to support Bill S-204, which would combat organ harvesting and trafficking by making it a criminal offense for a person to go abroad and receive an organ without consent. The final petition is expressing grave concern about Bill C-7, the government's decision to try to remove safeguards, to open the door to euthanasia for those who are facing mental health challenges, and to do so in all of these policy areas in ways that are completely unrelated to the Truchon decision. Petitioners call on the government to amend or stop this bill, and in particular to remove those aspects to the bill which are completely unrelated to the Truchon decision, which frankly is most of them. I commend these 4 petitions to the consideration of the House. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is an honor to once again present a petition that takes particular relevance this week after there was revelations from the U.S. State Department that former Prime Minister Trudeau was systematically using his authority to affect jobs in Quebec. Many of my constituents who have been around longer than I have will say like father, like son. Therefore, constituents would petition the government to 2 things. 1, have the current Prime Minister of Canada apologize for the actions of former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and his government's destructive national energy program, and 2, affirm the rights of provinces to develop, manage, and market their natural resources. Mr. Speaker, it is incredibly frustrating, the legacy that...
I'm just going to interrupt for a moment. J'ai un rappel au règlement.
I have a point of order. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm hearing from the interpreters that the sound is too poor to be able to interpret, so we're not hearing the interpretation. Thank you.
The problem in that we can't, the interpreters can't make out what is being said. We'll set the clock back, and if you don't mind starting over, maybe just change the microphone a bit and make sure that the pickup is coming from your headset and not from the microphone on the computer. There's a little part on the bottom where you see the microphone. If you click on the little arrow and pick the right microphone, we just want to make sure everybody hears what the honourable member has to say. I'm sure they're very interested. I'll let him continue.
If I may, on a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that if you were to review what the member had said, and was that there is more of, and I'm concerned that during the presentation of petitions that people or members should be reflecting on the content of the petition and providing less political commentary, especially when we have a lengthy list of members that would like to be able to present their petitions. The other day, you actually had to cut some members off because we ran out of time. So political commentary should actually be discouraged.
I want to thank the honourable member for that point, and that is something that I want to remind all members that it is giving a concise description of what the petition is, not adding any kind of commentary that the honourable members might have. Now we'll return to presenting petitions. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot, I'll let him continue.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. Just before moving, I want to make sure maybe a thumbs up that the sound is acceptable. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is once again an honor to rise and present a petition on behalf of constituents that have brought to my attention the destructive actions of former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau, specifically in regards to his national energy program that had a disproportionate effect on the province of Alberta, made especially relevant with revelations from the U.S. State Department this week with his actions regarding Quebec. Petitioners call upon the government to have the current Prime Minister of Canada apologize for the actions of former Prime Minister Pierre Elliott Trudeau and his government's destructive national energy program, and 2, affirm the rights of provinces to develop, manage, and market their natural resources. Mr. Speaker, I present this petition to the House of Commons for the consideration of it. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of my constituent Mahong Wang and many other Canadians who are outraged over the atrocities carried out by the Chinese Communist Party against the practitioners of Falun Gong. Falun Gong is a spiritual discipline promoting the principles of truth, compassion, and tolerance, but followers are shown anything but those principles and are instead killed, tortured, and are victims of organ harvesting. The petition calls for the Government of Canada to apply Magnitsky sanctions to the Chinese officials responsible for those gross human rights violations.
Questions on presenting petitions. We didn't miss anyone? Perfect. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Very good. We have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise in a point of order. And first and foremost, Speaker, I'd like to say from the bottom of our heart, on behalf of all my colleagues, we can't imagine the stress that you're under in regards to a live sitting as well as technology. So just want to say thank you very much to you and all of your deputy speakers for accepting the challenge to wrestle with that. And please also excuse me, Speaker, I've been kicking around here this is my 16th year, but sometimes it takes a little bit to reflect on what's just happened to be able to bring to you my concerns. In regards to the point of order from my colleague from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, Langley City, and my friend from Timmins, James Bay, also participated in one of the block members whose writing I don't recall. In regards to the point of order that the member from Kingston and the Islands made, I just watched how there was 2 points of order, one on the floor technical, one on technology that was germane to the petition that was being presented. And you have quite a challenge. So may I suggest, Mr. Speaker, that whatever rules that you'd have as far as a member inside the chamber interrupting someone who's moving a point of order, that would just be consistent with technology. Because I've noticed that people can actually interrupt a member who's moving a point of order in the chamber. And so just as long as there's some consistency, and again, Speaker, I can't imagine the challenge that you face all the time. So we're just glad for your service to the chamber. And finally, the point I'd like to make, and I have no idea whether the member from Kingston and the Islands actually did any consultations. He certainly did not talk to me. So just moving forward to all of my colleagues, everything in this chamber is based on the honor system, that you always trust the members bring about those things which are relevant and true. And if someone gets up on a point of order and says there's consultations and that has not occurred, that erodes your capability of trusting the honor of members. And so I just wanted to share with my colleagues that point that, if that's the case, then fine. If it's not, then please do not posit your point of order or any other claim in that fashion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I want to thank the honourable member for his point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order as well.
Only because the question came up about whether or not discussions had taken place. I assured this House that I would not come before you, Mr. Speaker, and present a motion suggesting that discussions had happened, had they not actually happened. As we know, when unanimous consent motions are discussed, quite often it's between the House leadership, the whips teams that have the discussions. Certainly, I would agree that I did not go and talk to every single other 337 members of the House, but certainly discussions did take place. When we have motions like this that come forward, it's based on the fact that the discussions had taken place amongst House leadership teams, not with each individual member, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that that did occur.
I want to thank both members for their input, and I'll start off by responding to something that I was going to say anyways, and it works out well. Thank you for the segue on the fact that the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe was concerned about being muted. The technologists or the technology people does mute people who have their microphones on if it's not their turn. And I just want to point that out just to avoid embarrassment more than anything else, because we've had situations where people will speak not knowing that their microphone is on, and if it's not their turn, it's very awkward for everyone. So just for the good functioning of the House, we have instructed the technicians that if someone is not speaking, please mute them. Now, the other thing is rising on a point of order. Yes, by all means, we want to be as close as possible to what's going on in the chamber. And usually the person stands and claims a point of order. I would ask anyone who is bringing up a point of order to please raise their hand as well as bringing up a point of order verbally. And in the time they do push on the unmute and say it, and then get muted again or mute it themselves, it gives a nice clear signal to the chair, making it easy for everyone. So thank you to all of you. Regarding what was done yesterday, it was certainly an interesting time in the chamber, but what happens is the chair is in the hands of the House and how they would like the chair to conduct business, and we have to go by the rules that are in place. There is flexibility to response to the changes in motions following the discussions between parties, and that's where I guess the chair has to use their judgment and say, okay, was there a certain amount of discussion that have taken place? Is there something that's changed within the chamber or within the members' understanding of what's there? And a lot of it has to do with the chair trusting the honor of the members in the chamber. And without the honor, I'm not sure we'll go very far in this chamber. So I really do rely on the honourable members being as honourable as humanly possible. Finally, there was intervening proceedings between the request made yesterday and today. So just to indicate that there was something that went on between the what happened yesterday in the chamber and today. That was my understanding. So just to clarify what has happened. Oh, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, raised his hand. Yes, please. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to follow up and maybe seek further clarification to what you just said, because I think the proposition that members who are inadvertently unmuted and having side conversations, clearly it is helpful if the technicians take the step to mute them. But that is a different situation from where a member is trying to raise a point of order, trying to intervene, or exercising their right to offer a side comment, which is part of the traditions of this place and certainly part of something that does happen in the House of Commons. It would be a very different case for technicians to be muting them or repeatedly muting them in that case. And Mr. Speaker, this is important because members every week are making a decision about whether to participate virtually or whether to come to Ottawa. And I think from a health and safety perspective, it is easier if many members are able to choose to participate virtually. But if their participation is in any way different when they are virtual than it is in the House of Commons, then it creates a serious problem, I think, for managing the numbers that can be in the House. We're going to see many more members feel that they need to be physically present in the House if the opportunity for an intervention is limited by the possible use of mute. So if I heard you to say that technicians are empowered to mute people who seem to be unmuted by error, then I think that's very reasonable. But if there's a situation where a member is repeatedly trying to unmute themselves and they're repeatedly being muted, that just raises issues about whether there is an equality between members participating virtually and members who are participating in person.
More points of orders right now. I just want to clarify that. I've asked the honourable members if they have a point of order is to make sure that their hand is raised, just like the honourable member did now, so I could see it in front of me, as well as let me know what's going on or that they'd like to raise a point of order. As far as the comments go, heckling is frowned upon in the chamber as well as online. It's just that much more evident online. The honourable member, actually we have the honourable minister for seniors, and then we'll go to the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, it's a point of order on the discussion that's been going on. I think that you've been with the staff there very much trying to replicate as much as possible the procedures in the House. And I think that what we have to recognize is that when you're in the House, you, Mr. Speaker, choose when someone has a mic. When we're at home and working remotely, I'm hearing the argument that we should have control of our mic. And I would like to say that as you're reflecting on this, that we should follow as closely as possible. And you absolutely have an ability to raise your hand, which is just as if you would be standing in the House and be recognized, rather than continuously interrupting and disrespecting those that are speaking and have the right to speak because the Speaker has given them that right to speak and has recognized them. So that's what I'd like to have considered as you're deliberating on this issue. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think this is really important because I rarely ever agree with the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, but I would agree that there is not a similar set of rules being applied to those online and those in the House, because those in the House, when I rise on a point of order, if someone else is speaking, my microphone doesn't turn on until you recognize me. So I could shout and I could do anything to get your attention, but the person with the mic who has the floor gets heard. What we see online is that certain members, including particularly the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, uses this to obstruct, to interfere, and then to attack the House tech staff, which I find is very concerning because they're trying to do their job for you. If the idea that you did not hear the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan after his first, second, or third attempt to intervene would be just hard to believe. You were allowing the member to finish, and then you would have gone to him. So I think we have to have a rule about people like the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, who use the online power to actually attempt to obstruct and shut down the rights of other members to be heard. You are the speaker. You can have that person on mute. You will hear him afterwards, but we have to be able to have members finish their statements without interruption.
We have one more point of order. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Just to add to what the member just indicated, Mr. Speaker, I take grave concern when I hear other members criticizing the work of the people who are making this process happen for us. I know that another member did it when he was introducing a petition. He said, I would just prefer that I wasn't unmuted like this. We have to respect the fact that these people are working under trying circumstances as well, and they deserve our utmost respect in the work that they do. And by all means, we should never insinuate that they are intentionally trying to do something to restrict our ability to participate in this chamber. We must give them the benefit of the doubt of working to the utmost ability on our behalf.
I believe that's it. I want to thank all the members for their input. I will take it under advisement, and I also want to thank the honourable members for recognizing the work that is being done by the table officers and the technicians. They're doing their best to make this work and to make sure that we do have a democracy that works for the benefit of all Canadians. So thank you to all of you for all your cooperation and your participation in the system. Orders of the day.
Ordre du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, motion de l'opposition.
Government orders, business of supply. A motion standing in the name of Ms. LaRouche.
LaRouche appuie.
Ms. LaRouche, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moves that the House A recognize that elderly were most directly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. B, recall that too many of the elderly live in financially precarious positions. C, acknowledge the collective debt that we owe to those who built Quebec and Canada. And D, ask the government in its next budget to increase old age security benefits by $110 a month for those aged 65 and more. The honourable member for Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by saying I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. It's with a great deal of emotion that I rise today to speak to the Bloc Québécois motion. We are urging the House to note that seniors have been most directly affected by COVID-19. B, remind the House that too many seniors are living in financial hardship. C, acknowledge the collective debt that we owe to those who built Quebec and Canada. And D, ask the government in its next budget to increase the old age security benefit by $110 a month for those aged 65 and more. I'd like to remind you the reason why I'm addressing this important issue this morning with such conviction, because before I was elected, I worked as a project manager to raise awareness against elder abuse in my region. So on a daily basis, I tried to improve the quality of life for seniors and even go farther. That is to say, to aim for good treatment. I quickly understood that there was a direct link between a precarious financial situation and the vulnerability that unfortunately too often results from it. As the first speaker on this important motion, I'll address it from three angles, starting with the precarious financial situation that was present long before the pandemic. Then how the crisis has exacerbated problems, and I'll conclude by recalling the Bloc Québécois' long-term work to improve seniors' buying power. I'd like to remind you that we are not the only ones in the Bloc Québécois to have recognized the need to correct these disparities. In 2019, the Liberals themselves promised during an election campaign, looking seniors straight in the face, to increase by 10% old age security benefits starting at age 75. They reiterated their commitment to increase benefits in the throne speech in September 2020, but it's been radio silence since. Nothing's been done. In any case, we consider this proposal insufficient and that it unfairly creates two classes of seniors, because poverty doesn't take 75 years to come into play. So let's now take some time to debunk these myths. The OAS program is the federal government's main vehicle for supporting seniors. The two major components of the old age security pension, the OAS, and the GIS, the Guaranteed Income Supplement. The OAS pension is a taxable monthly benefit available to people 65 years of age and older. The GIS is a taxable monthly benefit available to OAS recipients who, despite the benefit, have an annual income of less than $18,648. The purpose of the OAS Act is to provide a minimum level of income to people 65 age and older. This program is not funded, so that means that seniors do not need to have contributed in the past to qualify for the benefit. Mr. Speaker, citizens can add additional income source from other sources, such as the QPP or employer pension plans. Now, I'll give you some figures to illustrate this. Despite OAS benefits, the income of an individual or a couple that doesn't reach $18,648 for single, widowed, or divorced individuals, $24,624 when the spouse receives full OAS pension, or $44,688 when the spouse does not receive an OAS pension. These individuals have access to an additional benefit within the OAS program, the GIS. So there's a problem that's twofold here. The amounts of pensions for seniors are so low that they condemn all those who have only this type of income to live below the poverty line. As of October 2020, an individual receiving strictly his or her OAS pension and the maximum amount of GIS will have an annual income of $18,358, barely meeting the thresholds, which for the basket of goods, which is the subsistence level set to between $17,370 and $18,821. The $1.52 monthly increase, or $18 a year, is an anemic increase. And seniors who contacted us said it was absurd and thought that they were being laughed at outright. The indexation of benefit amounts doesn't allow seniors to adequately compensate for the rising cost of living because their expenses are different from everyday items. Everyday items should be taken into account to calculate inflation. The current crisis is a source of economic hardship for so many people. It's also a major source of economic hardship for many seniors. Some people think that the downturn doesn't affect them because they're not working. But that's not true. First of all, a good percentage of them are working, especially older women. This illustrates, in my opinion, the urgency of these measures requested. If they receive a pension income and feel obliged to work, their income support is clearly not enough. As Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, I've had an opportunity since the summer to study the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on women, especially older women. Many seniors who wish to continue working, even if they've reached the retirement age. Seniors may have been affected by fluctuations in their investments or retirement savings. Many of them have a fixed income. Most have a pension. However, the cost of living is rising for all of them. The cost of rent, groceries, medication, services. Rents and food prices are increasing because of the pandemic. And in Quebec, it's estimated that the price increases for 2021 will be around 4%, which is expected to exceed general inflation. Costs have increased because of new delivery charges as a result of the pandemic. There's a scarcity of certain products. Pension indexation for the last quarter of 2020 speaks for itself, according to the CPI. Pensions have increased by 0.1%, and that was between October and December 2020. So as I just stated, the poorest who receive the maximum of both benefits, this amounts to just over $1,500 per month, an increase of $1.52. People consider that insulting, and rightly so. Now, we're happy that the CERB was put in place, It was a $2,000 per month amount to help people live decently through the pandemic. Yet old age security benefits do not even provide that amount. In 1975, an old age pension covered 20% of wages. Today, it's around 13%. Our proposal is to bring it up to at least 15%. The result is that old age pensions do not even offer a way out of poverty. Increasing the income of seniors will not only allow them to have a decent standard of living, one that they long deserved, but will also help them to face the current crisis and take part in the recovery of the economy. This is a request from the Bloc Québécois that has been making it a priority since long before the crisis. We've been calling for an increase in the guaranteed income supplement by $50 per month for singles and $70 for couples. Because yes, there was a one-time payment for seniors entitled to the OAS. It was $300. There was an additional $200 for those eligible, a one-time payment for taxpayers eligible for the GST-HST credit. But there are problems with indexation. Insufficient indexation existed before the pandemic, and it continues to exist now. Now, if we make a comparison, a lifetime pension for $150,000 plus expenses for the former Governor General. Seniors certainly aren't asking for that much, but believe me, $110 a month won't change the world. But we need to help these people who are increasingly isolated and vulnerable. I'd like to talk about the importance of increasing health transfers. Seniors don't want national standards. That's not going to help them. They want access to vaccines. People over the age of 80 are going to be vaccinated soon. Allow me to conclude by saying that we need to take action on behalf of our seniors. They need to have a decent revenue. They've built Quebec, and we owe it to them to help them, to provide them with a decent income to live in dignity. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And since day one, we have seen the Government of Canada support the seniors. You can go back to the immediately following the 2015 election, where we put the emphasis on increasing the GIS, to the most recent 12 months during a time of the pandemic, where our minister representing seniors came out strongly saying we're going to support the OAS and people on GIS. We've also talked a great deal about enhancing those seniors that are over 75 and ways in which we can even do more. Madam Speaker, my question to the member is, does the Bloc Party recognize any sort of differential economic hardships between seniors that, let's say, are 65, 66 versus seniors that are over 75?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In my remarks, I said for a number of reasons is that seniors don't understand why the government is so obstinate about wanting to potentially in the future make some changes. Now, they say they're going to increase amounts, but that dates back to 2019 that they reiterated in the throne speech in 2020, but we still haven't seen or heard anything about it. We still don't know what's going to happen, so that's one thing. So we're eager to see if they're going to be doing something, but the age is 75. Now, OAS comes in at age 65. There's a loss of income, and this comes in to help. But the increase in prices, isolation, is not something that you have to wait to 75 to be hit by. So old age security is at 65. Let's increase the other one as well.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Shefford for her speech today and her advocacy on this issue. I can tell you that definitely in my riding, the number one thing I get emails are seniors that are falling behind. In fact, I had one last night from a constituent where it was $1.84 he got from last year to this year, the two of them, him and his wife, and they joked that they could get a cup of coffee. So my comment is we need to do more for seniors, number one. But the thing we also need to do is cut costs as well. So I would like to ask the honourable member what her thought is. I'm getting a lot of backlash about the carbon tax. They're having a hard time paying for their heat. What do you think of that? Thank you.
The honourable député de...
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, you know what seniors tell me about include, internet, as I mentioned. They talk about the rising cost of medication. They talk about the cost of groceries. They don't talk to me so much about the carbon tax. I don't think that's what seniors are focused on. But, this indexing system means that seniors don't even have enough money to buy an extra cup of coffee. So I want to come back to that because, a lot of seniors realize at the end of the month, especially after Christmas, that they have a lot of problems making ends meet. They have a hard time getting adequate housing and groceries. A lot of seniors want to stay home, so they need good housing. And they want to be able to stay there and stay in contact with their families. But, the cost of an internet connection and sometimes of buying a computer or a tablet can be really onerous. So these are the types of costs that seniors talk to me about.
Brief question, the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I want to say thank you, and I appreciate the member from Shefford bringing this motion forward. It's a very, very important issue. I hear lots of it from my seniors in Hamilton Mountain, and I've heard a lot of people reaching out across the country. They need help. And what this motion does is basically recognizes for and appreciates all the work they do, but we have to start taking care and make sure that they can live in dignity with all the high costs they're reaching. So my question is this: if the goes through for $110, does this claw back on the GIS, or is that the intention, or is the intention is to give them a raise on the OAS?
The honourable member for Shefford. Well, I already said, Madam Speaker, that OAS we want to increase by $110 a month, and that is taxable. But for the poorest seniors, we're talking about increasing the GIS by $50 for an individual, $70 for a couple. So yes, I think we're aware that we want to focus on the most vulnerable seniors. So yes, there's the OAS, but then there's also the GIS component. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Sorry, I believe the microphone is muted. Would you be able to turn it on? Okay, very good. Can you hear me, Madam Speaker? Perfect. Well, first of all, I think this is a very important motion that we're dealing with today. And first of all, I just want to recognize my colleague from Shefford for bringing it forward. She worked very closely with some of these seniors groups, and I think we're all proud of her work. And I think that seniors can count on her commitment. She's been truly determined, and seniors really deserve the recognition that she has helped giving them. And I also want to recognize the thousands of seniors and all of the organizations that work to represent them both in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. What seniors are asking us as parliamentarians for is to really acknowledge their reality. One of those realities is poverty. And this is what our motion aims to deal with today. We certainly hope that that will be unanimously adopted. So I'd like to talk about the reality of impoverishment among seniors, the impact that this can have on them both physically and psychologically. And I also want to talk about how ineffective the current measures are. And finally, I'll talk about some possible solutions to deal with this issue. Because we need to ensure once and for all that seniors can have a decent retirement. That's our goal today. Madam Speaker, if there's one fact that I would like everyone to acknowledge today, in fact, something that I think we should have acknowledged earlier, it's that seniors are getting poorer. If we look at the poverty indicator that's based on 50% of the median income, we can see that 1 out of every 5 Quebec seniors was living in poverty in 2017 in the province of Quebec. Across Canada, the number was 15.4% of seniors living in poverty that same year. Most of these seniors have only the guaranteed income supplement and old age security as income once they're retired. I want to insist on the fact that this amount is far from sufficient to meet the daily needs of seniors. Often, this sad reality means that seniors are forced to continue working well beyond the normal age of retirement. Between 2002 and 2014, the employment rate among those aged 65 and over increased from 12% to 19%. For those aged 65 to 70, more than 30% of seniors decide to continue working. Is it normal that a senior who has worked their entire life would be forced to continue working because their pension is insufficient? Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased that some seniors do remain active in the labor market, but the decision to continue working should be a choice. It should not be an obligation due to a lack of income. Moreover, this financial precarity has an impact. It has an impact on the psychological health of seniors. It's stressful. It's worrisome. It's scary. You have the stress of trying to make ends meet. You have the stress of not being able to provide for your future needs or your current needs. You have the anxiety of not being able to afford anything other than the most basic needs. Healthy aging and having a decent retirement means having enough income to meet not only your basic needs, but also some additional activities. And to be able to pursue personal projects as well. It means having the means to visit your loved ones. It means having the means to participate actively in your community. Now, aging already brings its share of challenges. It can lead to illness and stress. It requires adaptation. As parliamentarians, we need to ensure that lack of income among seniors is not another factor that adds to this stress. At the risk of repeating myself, I would want to say that the current measures do not meet seniors' needs and do not help alleviate their level of stress. As of June 2020, an individual who's receiving only old age security and the guaranteed income supplement would have an annual income of barely $18,000 a year. For a single, divorced, or widowed senior, that's about $1,500 a month. In Quebec, around 60% of seniors have only public pensions as a retirement income. So they have no other complementary pension plan. And the majority of those people are women. It's no surprise that this amount barely covers one's basic needs. In fact, it's far from enough. Is it normal that over the last 10 years, the amount of the old age security pension has been increased by only $91 per month? Successive Conservative and Liberal governments have failed seniors in this regard. Now, the current government promised that it would take this situation seriously. However, recent announcements have led me to believe otherwise. Is it normal that the last pension indexation announced was only for $1.52 per month. Is it normal that pensions have only increased by 0.1% in the final quarter of 2020? This indexing has been called insulting, and that's entirely correct. The increase barely covers the cost of a coffee, as my colleague was saying. So, is the well-being of seniors worth more than one coffee a month? I think the answer is clear. Now, the Bloc Québécois called on the government on several occasions to come forward with concrete measures to help low-income seniors. We proposed increasing the old age pension by $110 a month, starting immediately for all citizens aged 65 and over. And we're talking about increasing this by $110 a month for people who really only have that pension as their income. We're also proposing increasing the guaranteed income supplement by $50 a month for people living alone and $70 a month for couples. We're proposing extending the guaranteed income supplement benefit for a deceased person to their survivor for a period of 3 months after their death. Now, these solutions are simple, effective, and they would help stop the impoverishment of seniors right now. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, there are 3 things I would like my colleagues to take away from my speech today. First of all, seniors have worked their entire lives, and they deserve to have a reasonable income that would give them a decent retirement. Second, the poverty among seniors is a reality, and this poverty has been exacerbated by the pandemic. Today, thousands of seniors are in need, and they're worried about their futures, even beyond the end of the pandemic. Finally, I believe that as parliamentarians, we have a duty to take this situation seriously. We have a duty to intervene and to do everything in our power to combat poverty among seniors. That's why I urge you to support this motion, and that's why I urge the government to act quickly by putting in place measures that would be structured to ensure that seniors have a decent retirement, starting right now. No one benefits when seniors live in poverty. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Seniors. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank both of my colleagues for their speeches. Both of them spoke about having a conversation with FADOC, and some of them said that, one of them actually said that she had regular conversations with them. So my question is, in these conversations, did you ever talk about the taxable benefit of $500 or the $1,500 benefit that was given during the pandemic to couples? Did you talk about the additional money that we gave specifically for seniors? Did you talk about the $350 million that was given to organizations and charities that help seniors? The $100 million for food banks and all of the other benefits? Because they're all working in your ridings to help break the isolation of seniors. I have a number of people who want to ask questions, and I would remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary that he needs to address his comments through the chair. The Honourable Member for Shefford. For Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, you know, we've already had these conversations with the member opposite. We do regularly talk to the FADOC and to a number of other associations that work with seniors in the Laurentians, for example. Now, the money that was given by the federal government, it's a little bit like the health transfers. You know, this is non-recurrent funding. This is one-time funding or occasional funding. It's not always direct funding. Sometimes it goes indirectly through various programs that indirectly benefit seniors. And this is not going to solve the problem of poverty among seniors. Seniors do not have enough retirement income to have a decent income. Now, I have other people who want to ask questions, and we don't have a lot of time.
For Battleford, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her speech. We see a lot of each other virtually on committee, so it's nice to interact in the House as well with her. So I just had a question again, like my previous Conservative colleague did earlier today, just regarding tax increases. We know that the Prime Minister increased the carbon tax during the pandemic, and I live in and I represent a rural riding. And I've had lots of seniors comment to me about how they're on a fixed income and now home heating, groceries, fuel for their vehicle, which they have to use to get to doctor's appointments, etc., has gone up. So I'm just wondering if the member supports tax increases that this Liberal government has done, and if she sees the need for lower taxes.
The
Honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Yes, I'd be pleased to answer that question for my colleague that I sit with in committee. Well, I'm not sure the question is immediately relevant to what I spoke about, but I think, taxes do allow the government to have revenue that fund social programs and to redistribute some of the money. And I think that's really what we're talking about today. How do we make sure that seniors get their fair share? Because these seniors did pay taxes throughout their lifetimes. And so they should benefit from these programs. We have time for a brief question, very brief. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech. Now, her colleague from Shefford talked a lot about the rising cost of medications for seniors. We know that a universal public healthcare, pharmacare program would bring down the cost of living for seniors. All sorts of organizations have said this. And so why would my colleague vote against a universal pharmacare program? Why did she do that yesterday? The Honourable Member. Well, I think that question doesn't really bear on today's motion, but that's something that the federal government should be acting on, the cost of medication. In terms of the pharmacare plan that we might have in our relevant provinces, I'm not sure. As a Quebecer, I'm proud that we fought to have a good system like that in Quebec.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Seniors. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
No, sorry. No, the Minister.
Oh, no, the Minister, yes, I've got it, yes.
Sorry, it just took me a second to come off of mute. My apologies about that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to respectfully acknowledge that I'm situated on traditional territories and treaty lands, in particular those of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nation, as well as the Anishinaabe of the Williams Treaty First Nations, the Huron-Wendat, and the Métis Nation. Secondly, I would like to note that I will be splitting my time with my parliamentary secretary, the member from Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. I want to thank the Bloc Québécois and my honourable colleagues for their shared interest in discussing how we can best support seniors in Quebec and across Canada. And I appreciate their speeches so far today, although I disagree with some of their assertions regarding the support the government has provided seniors, confusing the indexing of pensions with the extra COVID-19 support that was provided. I always appreciate the opportunities to discuss what we're doing for seniors and to have us as parliamentarians recognize the challenges they are facing, especially during the pandemic. The Bloc Québécois have pointed out some challenges that seniors face in their motion today. Since day one, we've been working to address those challenges with action. We as a government have long seen that seniors need an active federal government working closely with provincial and territorial and local governments to deliver important benefits and programs for them. Our Liberal government is committed to strengthening Canadian seniors' financial security, health care, and improving their quality of life. Some of our first actions as a government were restoring the age of eligibility for old age security from 67 to 65, increasing the guaranteed income supplement for nearly 900,000 low-income single seniors, and enhancing the Canada Pension Plan by 50% for future retirees. That increase was matched in the Quebec pension plan. Since the pandemic hit early this year, We've been busy supporting Canadians, including seniors. More than 4 million seniors received an extra GST credit. We provided a one-time payment to seniors eligible for OAS, plus extra support for those eligible for GIS. For a low-income couple, it added up to over $1,500 in tax-free support. Altogether, we delivered over twice as much direct financial assistance to seniors as we committed to in our platform. That provided $3.8 billion of direct financial support to seniors. That work continues. In the last election, we committed to Canadians that we would increase old age security by 10% for seniors aged 75 and up. Our proposal recognizes that as seniors age, their financial security decreases and their needs increase. They're more likely to outlive their savings, have disabilities, be unable to work, and be widowed. All the while, their healthcare costs are rising. For seniors over 75, few work, and those that do have a median employment income of only $720. Half have a disability, half which are severe. 57% are women, 4 in 10 are widows, 59% have incomes below $30,000, and 39% receive the Guaranteed Income Supplement. These are real pressures on older seniors' quality of life. Our government recognizes their needs and will help address them by increasing the old age security by 10% for seniors aged 75 and up. This will be the first permanent increase to the OAS pension since 1973, other than adjustments due to inflation. We develop these initiatives by listening to seniors. On the other hand, the Bloc fails to recognize the actions that we have been taking since the beginning of the pandemic to support seniors. The member for Beloeil-Chamblay, the Bloc leader, has made comments that mislead seniors, and we've heard it today again in the speeches, about what the government has been doing to support seniors with regard to their personal finances. He told seniors that they got, and I quote, practically nothing in support during the pandemic. In fact, a low-income senior got over $1,500 in tax-free support. This is far from nothing and provided a significant boost to the most vulnerable seniors struggling with added costs during the pandemic. The Bloc has also told seniors that their pensions are, and I quote, constantly losing their buying power. In fact, all their public pensions are indexed to protect their buying power against inflation. The Bloc shouldn't be trying to mislead seniors when they are at the most vulnerable during the pandemic. I welcome good debates about how to best support seniors, but those need to be based on facts. The Bloc has failed also to recognize seniors' broader needs during the pandemic and how the federal government has been stepping up to address those needs. And let's start with the public health. We've provided provinces and territories billions to help protect Canadians during the pandemic, protect their health during the pandemic. We've procured billions of pieces of personal protective equipment. Seniors have suffered the most from the effects of COVID-19 and have paid the highest price with their lives, none more than those living in long-term care. While many facilities have been able to keep their residents safe, others have revealed the weaknesses in the system and have shocked a nation. There's clearly a call for action to address these issues, and our government has stepped up to help. Provinces and territories have the jurisdiction for long-term care, and we are working together with them to better protect seniors and staff in the long-term care system. We recently added $1 billion to the funding to assist with infection prevention in long-term care facilities. We've expanded eligibility for federal infrastructure funds so they can be used to modernize and renovate long-term care facilities. We're also working to set new national standards with the provinces and territories, and we'll establish new offenses and penalties in the criminal code related to elder abuse and neglect. To help address acute labor shortages in long-term care and home care, we're funding training and work placements for 4,000 new personal support worker interns. We provided $3 billion to the provinces and territories to increase the wages of long-term care workers and other low-income essential workers. We've provided the provinces over 22 million rapid tests, with more on the way. We know rapid tests are an important way to protect seniors in long-term care homes, and this is according to a federal expert panel. By strengthening screening, rapid tests can save lives and give worried families greater confidence that their loved ones are safe. Another tool to help keep seniors safe in Canada is our vaccine plan. Canada has distributed over 1.8 million doses of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines to provinces and territories. By the end of March, we're on track to receive 6 million doses. Following that, we'll be receiving millions of doses in April. We'll be seeing seniors and essential workers getting vaccinated as we move into spring. The hard work that's being done in the provinces, cities, and by Canadians over the last few months has worked. Cases are down, hospitalizations are down, and the number of deaths is down. But the threat of variants is real, so we have to keep going with strong public health measures. Otherwise, we could see a third wave that is worse than the second before vaccines have been rolled out and our seniors can be protected. Our government will always be there as a partner with provinces to keep people safe, working together with a Team Canada approach. And that's what will get us through this crisis. I'd like to say a few words about seniors' mental health. We cannot let physical distancing become social distancing. We need to find new ways to help seniors stay connected while they're staying safe. Through the New Horizons for Seniors program, we added an additional $20 million of support. The federal government funded over 2,000 community projects across Canada. Many of these projects have helped seniors connect online for the first time by providing tablets, help on how to use them, and group activities like exercise classes. Others help seniors continue to access critical services like medical appointments, food, and crisis support. Looking ahead, our government has an ambitious agenda for seniors. It includes increasing old age security by 10% once a senior turns 75, taking additional action to help people stay in their homes longer, a new Canadian disability benefit modeled after the GIS, ensuring everyone has access to a family doctor, primary care team, continuing to support Canadians with mental illness and substance use challenges, and further increase access to mental health resources. And we're accelerating work to achieve national universal pharmacare. We know there's more to do, and as a government, we are doing that work. I look forward to the debate today and now answering some of your questions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Several points raised by my honourable colleague in her speech are indeed very good ones, but when it comes to actually putting food on the table, when it comes to putting clothes on your back, getting winter clothes, well, everything that my colleague has mentioned won't actually enable a senior to take their debit card and pay for what they need. Yes, helping people over 75 is good, but needs start at 65. So I'd like to know why this government is so reticent to giving an adequate amount to seniors, starting at 65, directly to seniors, not just to everything around them. Thank you.
And comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Minister spoke about direct payments to seniors in the amount of roughly just over $1,000. Oh.
Got to go back to the Honourable Minister for the response.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was getting quite geared up to respond to that question. So thank you very much for addressing the fact that seniors, especially during the pandemic, were facing, all seniors, 65 up, were facing an increased issues, expenses and issues. And that's why the government stepped up to provide the $300 for all seniors 65 and above on OAS, and then those that were on guaranteed income supplement got an additional $200. And as we mentioned before, for a seniors low-income couple, those most struggling, they received over $1,500 of direct tax-free support. That's significant support to our most vulnerable seniors who definitely were struggling during this pandemic. So I just wanted to make sure that we recognize that the government was focused and has been focused on the pandemic response and making sure that we're supporting seniors not just with direct financial support, but also with a full range of community support programs through New Horizons for Seniors, through our emergency community support program. And I see the speaker getting up there, but we've been very actively engaged in supporting seniors now. And
Minister will be able to add, because there is a list of people who want to ask questions. The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the minister spoke about direct support payments of $3,500 and roughly $1,500. Many seniors in my riding found that woefully inadequate to support them during this crisis, especially when they found out that students between the ages of 15 and 17 were getting roughly $8,000, and that amounted to about $700 million in support. So I want to ask the minister, and many of them were rightly upset by that because they had contributed their whole lives to this country, yet 15 to 17-year-olds have their whole lives to contribute ahead of them. What would the minister say to seniors in my riding who are upset by the disproportionate amount of money that they receive compared to 15 to 17-year-olds?
The honourable minister.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to answer that question. Obviously, we didn't see, one group to be supported at the expense of another. We were supporting all the different groups across needs of Canadians across the country, which is why we're supporting, with families, with a Canada Child Benefit increase. We supported with a GST top-up for low-income and middle-income Canadians. We were helping our students who were having an incredibly difficult time getting a job. We also provided seniors who were working the opportunity, even though they continue to get their pensions, that they were able to access our emergency support programs if they had lost their income. So I just want to make sure that the member knows that we are supporting all Canadians, not one against the other. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain, a brief question, please.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the work that she does. My quick question will be, with all the issues and all the boasting that the Liberal government has said they've done, why do we have so many seniors across Canada, age 65 and up, pleading, crying for help?
Very brief answer from the Minister.
Thank you very much to my colleague and for his advocacy on behalf of seniors. I really enjoy the opportunity I get to work with him. I just wanted to say we are very, very aware of the concerns that seniors are raising about their financial security, about their access to medical services, about their access to services while they're isolating at home. This is a preoccupation for the government, and as you've seen, we've been bringing forward many programs to address those concerns. Thank you.
Questions? Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to participate in this important discussion today, as I am the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Seniors and member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. I'm very pleased to participate in the debate. I would like to state that we are on the unceded traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin people. We have begun to work for seniors in 2016 when one of our first acts as a government was to reduce taxes on the middle class for personal income tax. This enabled Canadians to save on average $330 a year for single Canadians and $540 for couples. Seniors depend on solid public pension plans, and our government committed to improving them. We cancelled the increase in the eligibility age for old age security. And the guaranteed income supplement that had been brought in under the previous Conservative government, we brought it back from 67 to 65, and that put thousands of dollars back in the pockets of younger seniors. To help low-income seniors, we increased the guaranteed income supplement to $947, and in order to enable senior workers senior low-income workers to keep a greater part of their benefits. We increased the guaranteed income supplement exemption so that they can earn up to $5,000 without a reduction in their benefits and receive a partial exemption for the next $10,000 in income. Now, we know that with COVID-19, many Canadian seniors have faced major challenges. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have been supporting seniors with non-taxable benefits and more community support. These measures come in addition to preceding assistance in response to COVID-19, such as the GST supplement and investment in community organizations which provide essential services, like providing medication and food. As we face this unprecedented challenge, our government will continue to be there for Canadians at each stage of the process, including seniors. Our government has granted seniors twice as much financial support as what we initially committed to in our election platform through non-taxable GST credits in April and Old Age Security and GIS in July. We invested $3.8 billion, which is much more than the $1.56 billion which we campaigned on. This assistance has enabled seniors to benefit from more assistance earlier and has supported the most vulnerable seniors. We also increased the base personal rate twice. When these increases are fully implemented in 2023, 4.3 million seniors will benefit, including 465,000 whose personal income tax at the federal level will be reduced to nothing. Every year, single Canadians will save nearly $300 and couples nearly $600. We know that COVID-19 has made life more expensive and difficult for seniors. Many seniors are facing higher prices for food and services due to the restrictions. They are paying more on prescription fees for the same medication. They are paying more for deliveries. And this is seeing their savings dwindling. Our announcement of the one-time non-taxable payment in July has enabled us to offer direct support to the most vulnerable seniors of every age, including for those receiving OAS and GAS. This can represent up to $500 for seniors who receive both. When you add this to the GST payment, couples who receive the guaranteed income supplement will receive, on average, $1,500 in direct, non-taxable assistance. Our government has offered seniors financial support during this crisis, as we will continue to do. Madam Speaker, I would now like to underscore the facts and respond to some points made by my colleagues. Over the last few months, the leader of the Bloc Québécois and his colleagues have made misleading statements regarding seniors' financial situation. In particular, the leader of the Bloc Québécois has reiterated that seniors received almost nothing in financial support during the pandemic and that their buying power has gone down. But that is not the case, Madam Speaker. The leader of the Bloc Québécois is playing petty politics and giving false information to alarm seniors, knowing that seniors were more vulnerable during this pandemic. So, Madam Speaker, let me state the facts once and for all. The myth. What we can't let happen is to not do what we need to do to support seniors' buying power. Seniors have received practically no assistance since the beginning of the pandemic. Who said that quote? The leader of the Bloc on Radio-Canada. Now, the reality is that a low-income couple would have received more than $1,500 in support from the Government of Canada for additional expenses during the pandemic due to an additional GST credit in April and additional benefits from OAS and GIS in July. With all this in mind, their public pension, the CPP, or the Quebec Pension Plan have been adjusted to protect their buying power from inflation. And As the leader of the Bloc knows very well, old age security benefits have been adjusted in January, or are adjusted in January, April, July, and October, and CPP and QPP benefits are adjusted every year. That's a simple accounting exercise. Another myth from the Bloc Québécois. Who said the following? During the pandemic, seniors' buying power has not increased, other than an increase of 61 cents. Who said this? The leader of the Bloc in the House of Commons on December 1st of last year. Instead, to support the pandemic during the last year, our government offered non-taxable benefits through the GST credit in March and OAS and GIS in July. For a low-income couple, that represents more than $1,500. Old age security is adjusted for inflation 4 times a year in order to preserve seniors' buying power. The leader of the Bloc Québécois has been deliberately misleading seniors by presenting this adjustment as a pandemic support, which makes the sum seem insulting.
Politique sur le dos des aînés, Madame la Présidente.
This is playing politics at the expense of our seniors. That's why we're going to vote against this motion, Madam Speaker. Our government remains committed to increasing OAS for seniors aged 75 by over 10%. Work is underway. As seniors age, their needs increase, which is what our proposal for seniors 75 and over addresses. While the Bloc has its own proposals, our government's plan will lift tens of thousands of low-income seniors out of poverty. Remember, the Bloc voted against our throne speech, which included an proposed increase of 10% for seniors 75 and over. And they say that no work has been done. Seniors have earned our respect and admiration, and they deserve the best quality of life possible. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I look forward to answering any questions. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. I would like to go back to a number of things. I don't think seniors will be happy to listen to his speech and hear that everything's fine and well and that they're doing okay. I'd like to remind the Honourable Member, the Parliamentary Secretary, that he put forth one-time measures. Well, the CERB is some $2,000, and the amount for seniors isn't even that amount. The Prime Minister said that many people, seniors, are having difficulty paying their bills in their old age, and that's unacceptable. I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to explain why he's so reluctant to put in place measures that are ongoing measures as opposed to one-time benefits. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'm not sure that seniors are going to be happy listening to things that you've said either, because you are saying that I said things are doing well, etc., and I didn't say that. What I said is that there are people who are vulnerable, they have been hard hit, and that we need to work together and not mislead them. We need to provide them with the accurate figures. That's what I said first and foremost. In addition, we made a commitment. We made a commitment to a 10% increase to the supplement. That was reiterated in the throne speech. Let's resolve the COVID crisis and let's work together on behalf of our seniors. I'd like to remind the Parliamentary Secretary that he needs to put his questions and comments through the chair.
Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his remarks. He referenced in his remarks the struggles that seniors have gone through that we've all heard from our constituents during isolation from the pandemic. And we know 96% of fatalities from COVID-19 have been those 60 years and older. While at the same time, his counterpart, the Minister of Seniors, has said in her remarks that the Liberal government's vaccination plan, quote, has worked. Now, and we know the Prime Minister said much the same. So my question is about this. Manitoba and other provinces are saying they may start vaccinating seniors 95 plus soon, hopefully. Ontario is predicting they won't vaccinate 60 plus until July. Yet our neighbors to the south have been vaccinating 60-year-olds and older for weeks now. So can the member confirm whether he believes his government's vaccination plan has, quote, worked for Canadian seniors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Indeed, for our government, seniors are a priority, including when it comes to vaccination. Each province has taken into account the fact that seniors need to be vaccinated first. It's our obligation to provide the vaccines, and that's what we're doing. We're sending to the provinces the vaccines so that they can vaccinate seniors on a priority basis. We work in close cooperation with the provinces to ensure that our seniors are treated as best as possible and as quickly as possible.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the most difficult things I've had to experience is being at a door with a senior citizen who couldn't go out because she had no teeth. I can't call this Liberal government and ask them to help a senior citizen who's given her best to this country her whole life. I'm having to call charities asking for support. Dental care plan for this government? Nothing. Pharmacare? Another broken promise. The Conservatives tried to raise the old age pension to 67. The Liberals did them one better. They said, we love all seniors, but you're going to have to be over 75 to get any increase. We have seniors who continue to live in poverty, and that member voted against the National Pharmacare Plan, something that has been on the books for the Liberals since 1993, when seniors in my riding were in their early 30s. And I have seniors who have to break their pills in half or go without pills because of their indifference.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a brief answer. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. As seniors age, they are more likely to go through their savings, and once they're 75, many of them are often widowers without accounting for increased health costs. They need more accessibility oftentimes. Few of them work after age 75, and many of them have a disability that's serious. 50% of these people are women. So as of age 65, our seniors as of 65 are extremely important. They're more financially independent than the ones who are aged 75.
The honourable member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to note, Madam Speaker, I will be splitting my time this morning with the member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Madam Speaker, I have a great respect for our seniors who have helped build this country. It is my strong belief that we as Canadians and legislators, we owe a lot to our seniors. We don't have to look far to see their contributions in our families, in our communities, and all around us. They deserve not only our respect, but also support in their later years in life. And I am pleased today to see the motion recognizes the responsibility and the duty that we have to care for them. It also acknowledges some of the immense challenges that our seniors have faced over this past year because of the pandemic. From social challenges to health and financial challenges, it has been without a doubt a very difficult year. It is our seniors who have been disproportionately affected by this crisis, and it is our seniors who are most vulnerable to the impacts of this government's failures to respond adequately to this crisis. Too many seniors and their families know firsthand that delays in vaccine procurement have a real human life cost. Just as delays in procuring PPE and rapid testing hindered our ability to better protect our seniors, specifically those living in long-term care homes. The crisis in long-term care demands action and collaboration from every level of government to improve the quality of care for our seniors. The pandemic restrictions on seniors have had a significant impact on mental health. Separated and isolated from family and friends, our seniors have missed important milestones and social connections. You know, Madam Speaker, even something as simple as sitting and holding someone's hand. We cannot ignore the significant impact of this pandemic on their quality of life. We also know that seniors have not been immune to the financial implications of this pandemic. Seniors are facing many unanticipated costs due to the pandemic, and many are feeling the squeeze on their fixed income. And certainly, costs have not decreased for our seniors during the pandemic. In fact, the Prime Minister's own carbon tax is costing seniors more. Not only did he hike the carbon tax during this crisis, he then also made the announcement that he would be tripling it. It's a tax hike that is costing seniors more for essentials like gas, groceries, and even home heating. This is a punitive tax that is even costlier for rural seniors like those that live in my riding. The impact of COVID on Canada's seniors is clearly immense. And for those seniors who were already struggling pre-pandemic, these new challenges brought on by the pandemic have been an added layer of stress. While we know that Canada's seniors are a very broad demographic with diverse needs and differing priorities, the reality is that too many are struggling to make ends meet, and they are slipping through the cracks. And we need to do better for those seniors, Madam Speaker. Conservatives support increasing financial support for those low-income seniors. They should not have to make a difficult decision between home heating, groceries, or other necessities. The proposed motion from our colleagues in the Bloc Party would achieve that goal of putting more money in the pockets of low-income seniors to spend on their own individual needs. However, it is important to acknowledge that this motion casts a wider net. This motion calls on the government to increase the old age security benefit for seniors. This benefit is not delivered to just low-income seniors, but also higher-income seniors. Madam Speaker, the OAS benefit does not start to get clawed back until a senior's income threshold is around $79,000. And the benefit is only fully clawed back once a senior's income is about $128,000. The proposed increase to old age security is not the most efficient use of taxpayers' dollars if the intended goal is to support low-income seniors. And, Madam Speaker, that should be our driving force, getting money into the hands of those who need it the most. This is particularly important in the light of the reality of this government spending billions and billions of dollars. And they have done that while failing to deliver a budget in not 1, but 2 years. And today, Canadians are still waiting on a real plan to restart the economy and to exit this crisis. So with all of that in mind, we have a responsibility to also be wise with taxpayer dollars. Madam Speaker, there needs to be meaningful supports delivered to seniors whose budgets are already stretched farther than they can manage. And this needs to be done while also ensuring the long-term viability of our social programs. That is one reason, Madam Speaker, why we are disappointed that this motion uses old age security benefit instead of utilizing the guaranteed income supplement. With the maximum income of a single recipient at $18,648, GIS would be a much more targeted approach to improving income security for low-income seniors. This would be the most fiscally responsible approach to getting money into the hands of those seniors who need it the most. Ultimately, Conservatives do support ensuring that our seniors have income security. We have a proud record of putting money back into the pockets of low-income seniors, and we remain committed to improving their well-being and financial security. We recognize that a dollar is better placed in the pocket of a low-income senior to spend on their individual needs and their individual priorities. Greater direct financial support will help low-income seniors keep their head above water. And having the income security to spend on their individual needs will also give seniors greater autonomy. For some seniors, that autonomy could even be the difference between aging in place, or moving into a care home. I think of a senior who only needs help with lawn care or shoveling the snow to be able to stay in their own home, or a senior who needs some light housekeeping help. Giving seniors greater income security and autonomy also gives them a greater quality of life and a greater dignity in living. Mr. Speaker, that is why Conservatives support an increase of direct financial assistance for low-income seniors. We know that too many seniors are struggling, and we are calling on this government to deliver meaningful support to help seniors who are struggling to make ends meet. It is the time that seniors were a greater priority for this Liberal government. Shamefully, Mr. Speaker, it has been clear that seniors have never been a priority for this Prime Minister. It's evident in the fact that it took him 3 years to appoint a seniors minister, and that was only done following sustained pressure from Conservatives, stakeholders, and Canadians. This government's failure to deliver on its election promise and its recycled throne speech promise to increase OAS also speaks to their priorities. It is yet another example of this Liberal government over-promising and under-delivering when it comes to our seniors. This government needs to move away from announcements and move towards meaningful action. Our seniors deserve to live in dignity. An announcement with no plan to deliver on it and no follow-through does nothing to put food on the table, it does nothing to put gas in the tank, and it does nothing to keep the heat on. Those seniors on a fixed income who are struggling to get by need more than empty words and empty promises. They need meaningful action from this Liberal government. They deserve income security. They need to be a priority. Mr. Speaker, this past year, COVID has revealed many shortcomings when it comes to supports for our seniors. The pandemic has demanded that we make seniors a priority, but more important than that, our duty and responsibility to care for our seniors demands it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Battleford, for her remarks. I found the comments very interesting, especially when she talks about direct assistance. She focused a great deal on that. Earlier, I listened to the remarks by the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Seniors, who seemed to be drawing up a long list or an advertising list of what the government had done over the past year. Now, for the benefit of all, especially the Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like the Honourable Member to explain what the difference between one-time payments or benefits are and other amounts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I think what's really interesting, especially from my own thoughts, I guess, in this is how much longer are we going to be in this pandemic? The Prime Minister has increased the carbon tax, which will affect seniors on a fixed income. Their gas will be more expensive, their home heating will be more expensive, ultimately even groceries, so the essentials. I think the government speaks for itself on the fact they had a 2019 promise to increase OAS by 10%, failed to deliver that, rehashed that word salad in the throne speech, and we're yet waiting to see what the Liberals are going to do for these seniors. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the member needs to step out of the Conservative spin room and step into reality. The member is so wrong on so many points, Mr. Speaker. There's just not enough time in the question to allow me to correct her. The reality is that this government from day one has been supporting seniors, and I would love the opportunity, and I probably will get the opportunity a little bit later today, to do a comparison of Stephen Harper and the way in which he did nothing for our seniors to the way in which we have lifted tens of thousands of seniors from all regions of this country out of poverty. My question to the member is, does she not recall the increase to the GIS or the one-time payments or the many other positive things in the last few years that this government's done for seniors across Canada?
Well, member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank that colleague for that question. You know, that particular colleague's really good at mansplaining women in this place. He does that every time he has an opportunity to speak to me, which is very unfortunate. Let's talk about priority. Who was it that created a spot at the cabinet table for a minister for seniors? Pretty sure that was Stephen Harper. Who took 3 years into their majority to appoint a minister for seniors? This Liberal government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to thank my colleague for her comments, but also express some deep frustration as I listen once again in this House to the Liberals and the Conservatives debate who has been worse for Canadians. I have to say, at the moment, the member spoke about the price of food, the price of gas, the price of heat for seniors. You know what other price seniors have to bear, particularly in Alberta, where our Conservative government has cut funds for dependents? The cost of medication. So can the member please tell me why, if she is so concerned about the cost for seniors, why yesterday she voted with the Liberals to stop pharmacare in Canada?
Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank that member for the question. I think we have to realize, too, that Canada is made up of many provinces and territories, and many provinces actually have programs already that are targeted for low-income seniors when it comes to pharmacare. But I think one thing, especially where I'm from the province over in Saskatchewan, Saskatchewanians, particularly seniors who live in these rural and remote parts of the province, reject the carbon tax. And the carbon tax is making everything more expensive, especially when seniors need to drive for doctor's appointments or even to get those prescriptions filled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a short question. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quickly to my honourable colleague, recently we had a meeting with the Canadian Association of Retired People in Barrie, and Gwen Kavanagh came before us. The honourable member was on that call, talking about options in housing and affordable housing for seniors, in particular co-housing. So I want to ask the member what her opinion is on that. Thank you.
Well, member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. I think we should not keep anything off the table, especially when it comes to co-housing. I think there's great opportunities for mental health for seniors, great social aspects for seniors, and it gives that autonomy, which is what I also spoke about within my speech. It is so important that we give seniors choice and that they have that personal autonomy until the end. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate today and to take this opportunity to pay tribute to our seniors who worked so hard to leave us the country that we have today. The pandemic that we're currently living through has hit seniors hard because the virus hits seniors whose health may be precarious particularly badly. If we are able to face the crisis today, it's because our government who came before left us, or rather, the seniors who came before us left us a very enviable situation here in Canada. Mr. Speaker, we need to do more for our seniors who are in a difficult financial situation. Not everyone has had the same opportunities in their lifetime. And today, unfortunately, too many seniors are living below the poverty line. This is unacceptable in Canada. Mr. Speaker, the cost of living is rising faster than our seniors' incomes are. And this sometimes forces seniors to make difficult decisions, such as selling their homes or disposing of valuable assets in order to make ends meet. All too often, at the time of a spouse's death, the survivor's financial reality changes dramatically. As parliamentarians, we've all been touched by various moving testimony that we've heard from seniors in our own ridings. Mr. Speaker, today in this chamber, I'd like to speak about some of the things that we can do, because I think that we can do more as a country to recognize the work done by our seniors. In my opinion, we should be paying particular attention to the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS, which allows seniors who are in a precarious financial situation to earn more than just the basic guaranteed income. The Guaranteed Income Supplement is based on other sources of income, and we can increase the amount of the supplement, or we could adjust eligibility criteria to increase their incomes. Now, that said, Mr. Speaker, here the Bloc Québécois is presenting us with a measure that will not succeed on its own in this Parliament or any future Parliament. Unlike the Liberals, who did nothing since they were elected in 2015, we, the Conservatives, have always taken action. In 2006, our government established the Office of the Minister of State for Seniors, which was formerly Human Resources and Skills Development Canada. And that was an innovation from the Right Honourable Stephen Harper. We already know that in 2012, almost 1 out of 7 Canadians were seniors, and that by 2030, that proportion will rise to almost 1 in 4 Canadians. Now, it's very noble that the Bloc is presenting this motion today, but I think it's important to remember that the Bloc can't do anything on its own in this House other than put forward ideas that may not then be followed up on. Mr. Speaker, this gives me the opportunity to prove to you beyond any doubt how we have always been the ones who were committed to improving the quality of life of these people that we care about so much, our seniors. The Conservatives created and enhanced a number of different measures for seniors in various federal departments, including the new Horizons program. Now, this is a program that helps seniors enjoy good quality of life in their communities and contribute to their communities through social engagement and active living. The program funds local projects, pan-Canadian projects, and pilot projects that address issues such as social isolation and intergenerational learning. And, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of other measures that were introduced under the previous Conservative government. In January 2012, the Conservative government began providing direct support through the caregiver tax credit. So, direct help to people who take care of a dependent family member with a mobility impairment. We were also the first government to support Canadians who provide care while also working. We recognized the important contribution that caregivers make to their families and communities by providing unpaid care and support, while also often having to cope with their responsibilities to other family members and holding down a job at the same time. The 2014 Economic Action Plan helped caregivers continue to participate as fully as possible in the workforce, while also caring for a loved one. We also made changes to employment insurance by introducing the caregiver benefits and caregiver leave for people who need to leave work temporarily to take care of a loved one who is seriously ill and at risk of dying within the next 26 weeks. Mr. Speaker, we introduced the Home Accessibility Tax Credit. Thanks to the previous Conservative government, seniors and people with disabilities who are eligible for the disability tax credit are entitled to 15% tax relief on eligible expenses up to $10,000. To be eligible, expenses must be related to renovations that improve mobility and functionality or reduce the risk of accidents in the home. Mr. Speaker, we also doubled the pension income amount. Now, years ago, a non-refundable pension income tax credit was created for the first $1,000 of eligible pension income, but much has changed since then. That's why the previous Conservative government increased the maximum amount of eligible pension income to $2,000. This still provides real savings today, and that makes a real difference in pensioners' lives. We also introduced the increase in the age credit amount. This allows seniors to claim up to $7,637 on their 2020 tax return, depending on their net income. We also introduced pension income splitting. The previous Conservative government introduced pension income splitting to reduce the tax burden on Canadian pensioners and to make the system fairer. Now, generally, each individual pays tax on all of his or her income. But pension income splitting allows any Canadian resident who receives an eligible pension to allocate up to 1/2 of that income to his or her spouse or common law partner if the common law partner lives with them. And this provides significant tax relief to seniors. We also increased the age limit for converting RRSPs to RIFs. RRSPs are one of the best tools available to Canadians to save for their future. And since RRSP contributions are tax-free under the contribution limit, it's an ideal way to plan for retirement. However, some Canadians were limited by the structure of RRSPs. Even if they wanted to work past the age of 69, they were obliged to convert their RRSPs into RIFs in order to start making withdrawals. The previous Conservative government raised the age limit for converting RRSPs to RIFs from 69 to 71 years. Now, more Canadians have the flexibility to choose when they want to convert their RRSPs. Mr. Speaker, all of these measures and many others helped stimulate economic growth, and I'm very proud of all of these measures. And every year, I like to talk about them in the tax guide that I send to my constituents. Mr. Speaker, we understand the impact that living in a precarious financial situation can have, particularly among seniors. We all have a duty to be part of the solution. With the right political will, we can act quickly to provide financial assistance to our seniors in the upcoming budget. If, of course, the Liberals can make up their minds and actually present a budget. In addition to the effects of the pandemic, the government has created a great deal of uncertainty for our seniors and all segments of the population. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals really wanted to help seniors, they would have done so by now. Meanwhile, we know that the Bloc will never be able to win the Prime Ministership. And this means that the Conservatives are the only real alternative to secure our seniors and help them attain a strong financial situation. I'm confident that key stakeholders will understand that we stand behind our past actions and that our good intentions will become a reality in Canada's future Conservative government. Together, we can meet the challenge of cleaning up the Liberals' mess and rebuilding the Canadian economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, listen, I was listening to what my colleague said, but I think he may have omitted a bit of history in his speech. The Guaranteed Income Supplement was an issue that was a little bit hidden, and the Bloc Québécois made a real effort to bring it to light, and my father benefited from that program. Then, people were finally able to enroll automatically without having to apply. Well, who made that happen? It was the Bloc Québécois. It was my office in Repentigny that actually did that study. So saying that the Bloc Québécois, hasn't helped here, I think is sort of revisionist history. Now, I'd like to ask my colleague, clearly, will he support the motion? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, if we're talking about history, the Bloc Québécois never voted for any, never passed any bill here in this House that helped Canadian seniors. All they did was, create a national day and change the name of ridings. But we, at the Conservative Party, have good intentions, and Canadians understand that we have always taken action for seniors, and that we will continue to do so. And we will prove that in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood, Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to relate to the honourable member's reference to tax credits. This has been a cruel Conservative shell game for a long time, because in order to take advantage of a tax credit, you have to spend the money first, which means you have to have the money to put up front. The real beneficiaries of past Conservative tax credits, in fact, are those doing well enough to cover the upfront costs and have enough income to actually take advantage of the tax credit. Would the honourable member not agree that putting cash in the bank accounts of seniors, as this government has done, is far more effective and far more helpful to seniors?
The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's why in my speech I talked about the Guaranteed Income Supplement. That is where we should be focusing, because when a senior receives the GIS, it's because he or she doesn't have a lot of other sources of revenue and is quite limited in terms of the total amount of income. So if there's a substantive change to be made for our seniors who are living in financial precarity, I think we should be focusing on the GIS. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, in terms of forgetting history, I think my colleague should remember that it was the Conservative government, which he was a part of at the time, that wanted to increase the age of retirement from 65 to 67 years, thus depriving all Quebecers and Canadians over the age of 65 of tens of thousands of dollars. This was particularly cruel for people who didn't have any other income apart from OAS. So does the Conservative member still want to increase the age of eligibility for OAS from 65 to 67? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my dear colleague that that measure was never implemented. And so there was no Quebecer and no Canadian who lost a single cent through that measure. Today, we're talking about increasing income for our seniors who are vulnerable. And I think that together, if we have the right political will, all of the parties can support us in this House. We have time just for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I want to thank my colleague for his speech, but I would suggest that he could read some Noam Chomsky about what the role of the opposition in parliaments. He keeps talking about when they're in power. Fortunately, the opposition was there at the time to invalidate their attempt to change the age of retirement. But, here we're talking about increasing OAS by $110. So if he thinks that this is a good idea, then he should say clearly that he will support the motion. Thank you. The Honourable Member. I'll vote in favor, Mr. Speaker. I want to reiterate that the Conservatives have taken action for seniors, and that's the important thing.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to rise today to speak to this opposition day motion on a very important subject matter to me and to the rest of my colleagues. That acknowledging our seniors and increasing their retirement benefit income. And Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Rosemont, St. Petite-Patrie today, and I would like to thank my Bloc colleague for bringing this motion forward. As the NDP critic for seniors and pensions, I will be recommending full support for this motion. Given the pandemic that we are presently enduring, I think this motion is important and believe all members can agree it is past time to guarantee that our seniors live in dignity. For the benefit of those watching at home today, I would like to lay out what this motion actually proposes. This motion calls on the present government to increase the old age security benefit, or OAS, by $110 a month for those aged 65 and older in the next budget, and ask the House of Commons to recognize that the elderly were the most directly affected by the current COVID-19 pandemic, to recall that too many elderly live in a financially precarious situation, and acknowledge the contributions of seniors to Quebec and Canada. Of course, the House should recognize that our seniors have borne the brunt of the effects of COVID-19. Early in the pandemic, Statistics Canada reported that 60% of our seniors aged 65 and over stated that they were extremely concerned for their health and well-being. This is in contrast to the 20 to 34 age group, where only 28% they had the same level of concern. In a statement on this amplification of inequality as a result of the COVID-19 crisis, the Canadian Human Rights Commission singled out our elderly, warning that as they are likely either living in an institution or living at home alone, they are isolated during the pandemic more now than ever and have an elevated vulnerability to an illness. The Commission rightfully pointed out that, for the most part, family and friends were not allowed to visit them. Without access to or the knowledge to use various methods of communications, we should continue to find more creative ways to reach out and support our seniors. We certainly saw the seniors, particularly in long-term care facilities, were being ravaged by their virus to an extent well beyond that of our demographics. If we look at a snapshot about 2 months ago into the pandemic in Canada, deaths due to COVID in long-term care facilities made up a staggering 81% of COVID deaths in the country. By comparison, the average amongst other countries around the globe of COVID deaths in long-term care homes was 42% of all deaths, compared to that are 81%. This is unacceptable. In response, New Democrats announced a plan to offer a seniors care guarantee. We call on the government to take steps to eliminate profit from our long-term care and work with caregivers and provincial and territory governments to develop national care standards for long-term and continuing care, and to regulate these in step with the Canadian Health Act. The other call to the House is to acknowledge the financial precarity of our seniors. In normal times, many seniors face high prices for rent, hydro, cable, gas, insurance, as well as food and medical and pharmaceutical costs. Now, due to the pandemic, seniors have increased costs that they would normally not have. For example, statistics show that seniors use paid delivery services more than any other demographic during the pandemic for things like food and medicine. As a result of the NDP pressure, the government finally announced a one-time payment of $300 for the old age security pensioners and an additional $200 for guaranteed income supplement recipients. However, this one-off payment is not enough to compensate for the increase in the cost of living for the elderly now or in the future. The government recognized the higher costs for seniors and have said new legislation was coming forward, but have since been silent. COVID-19 has exposed the major gaps in our healthcare system and the cost of prescription drugs. A national pharmacare program is needed now. More than ever, the majority of Canadians are in support of a pharmacare program, but yet Liberals voted against our pharmacare bill yesterday. It is a matter of public record that Liberals have been promising to implement a universal pharmacare program for more than 24 years, and yet they have never acted on it. The final call of the House in today's motion in regards to the contributions of our seniors to the country. Seniors in Canada have made endless contributions to our families, our communities, and our country, and the nature of our society. And an obvious truth that each generation is being upon the work for our seniors. For that, we should be thankful and grateful to them. We should be honoring our seniors by looking after them. In fact, I think we have a moral obligation to do so. Unfortunately, there remains too many signs that we are not there yet. Too often, seniors don't have access to affordable housing, must rely on food banks on a weekly basis, and have to ration medication. Seniors have done their part and should be able to live without their retirement years in dignity. It is for that reason New Democrats have promoted a national senior strategy to ensure that measures and programs are in place to meet the needs of our retired and elderly. Lastly, the motion is a call for the government to increase the old age security. To properly speak to the merits of raising the OAS benefit, I would like to touch first on the Canada Pension Plan, or CPP. It should be noted that only those Canadians who have contributed to the Canada Pension Plan, or CPP, can qualify at the age of 60 for this monthly benefit and have received benefits for the rest of their life. Old age security, or OAS, is the retirement benefit and is in the center of today's motion. OAS is the universal pension that does not depend on a retiree's previous labor participation or whether they have registered pension or savings plans, and one can qualify at the age of 65. And Mr. Speaker, we have to remember that we need stability. And most of our private pension plans are now under attack because there is no support and there's no protection when companies go into bankruptcy. The Conservatives under Stephen Harper put in a plan to raise the age of eligibility for old age security pension from 65 to 67. The NDP fought to end that discrimination and ensure that our seniors live out their retirement with dignity. The age threshold in this motion to bump up the benefit is 65 years of age, so that all seniors who qualify would benefit from the raise. I believe it is extremely important that all seniors get the increase and not just some. The Liberal promised to increase the OAS, but only for those 75 years of age and over. I asked my Liberal colleagues, how is it that they think seniors from age 65 to 74 don't have the same high cost, expensive bills, and struggle to afford to pay them? It is beyond me why the government would establish a two-tier OAS, but either way, there has been no action. The Labour community has also advocated for improvements to our retirement benefit, and I will support the increase to the OAS as we do, and then they will support it. I share here a quote from Mark Hancock, National President of CUPE. CUPE has long supported an expansion to our public pensions, including the old age security. Workplace pensions plans continue to face cuts and closures, and rates of poverty among seniors have begun to increase again. The old age security pension has significant value compared to average wages over the past 40 years, and significant improvement in that benefit would restore some of that lost value. Such an improvement would lift many seniors out of the poverty. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the NDP believe that we must address the inadequacies of our public retirement supports and other supports for our seniors. And as a start, we absolutely support an increase to the OAS. I want to continue, Mr. Speaker, that thanks to you and to say thanks to all the members that are listening. I want to thank the Bloc again, and I'm hoping that there will be no problems here and that we all support this important motion. Thank you.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député, l'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think it is important for us to recognize that over the years we have been there providing substantial support, where we saw increases, for example, to the guaranteed income supplement, significant increases, where we realized that we had lifted literally tens of thousands of seniors, some of the poorest seniors in the country, out of poverty. So whether it was from the beginning back in 2016 to in the last 12 months in supporting our seniors through one-time payments, through tax issues, that we've been able to support seniors in a very tangible way. My question to the member is, does the member from an economic perspective see any difference between a senior that's 65, 66 that might be still able to and wants to contribute to work versus a senior that's 75 and older? Does he see any discrepancies in terms of economic impacts?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Sure, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. However, There is a huge difference when we're forcing people to work from 65, and that's what we've been doing. When we look at the GIS, that is the people that are still at the poverty level. However, the people that are near the poverty level, because they have other basic incomes, are now being attacked because there's no protection. This Liberal government has failed to protect them when their company goes bankrupt on taking cuts from their pensions. They said they were going to fix it. They didn't. So that is my answer to them. All people should be included, 65, and not just a two-tier system of 75 and over.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments. You know, I have watched him in the House, and his ongoing relentless advocacy for seniors is stupendous, is really unparalleled in this House. As he knows, the COVID-19 pandemic has been felt disproportionately by seniors, whether that's in long-term care, whether that's in increased costs. One of the things that I'd like to ask him about is that, you know, very early on in the pandemic, after pushing the government, the NDP was able to get the CERB put at $2,000 a month because we all acknowledged that Canadians needed a minimum of $2,000 a month to live. However, seniors, despite the fact that their costs went up, despite the fact that they had disproportionately had to pay the price of COVID-19, received a one-time payment. Can he talk about the fact that, you know, the seniors should not be receiving less? They don't deserve less than everyone else. Perhaps he could just comment on that, please.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague who works very, very hard and always supportive of the seniors on this. Yes, there is a problem that we're having of seniors getting less money to live on, and yet they do a lot of the community work that saves Canadians thousands and millions of dollars when you think about it in the volunteer system. So to me, everybody should be in it the same. Whether you're a senior, whether you're a low-incomer, if it's going to be $2,400 or $24,000 a year, that's what everybody should receive. Our seniors are hurting. They're pleading, they're crying. I know the government thinks they've done much, much great work, and some of it has been. However, that is what happened before. The problems that we're facing now and in the future does not correct the problem of one-time funding. What we need is stability for our pensioners to live in dignity. Thank you.
I think we have time for one short question for the Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll try to be very brief to the member who just gave the speech. Thank you for that. As we know, income is what determines the level of GIS a senior may receive or a couple may receive. By adding this increase on, would that threshold be moved so as they wouldn't lose their GIS? Because for here in Newfoundland and Labrador, GIS, if you receive GIS, you go on the provincial drug program. If you lose it, you have to pay for the drugs yourself or have your own insurance. So would that threshold be moved as well to accommodate seniors being able to stay on the provincial drug plan?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that important question, because I asked that question earlier to the Bloc, my Bloc colleague, and we would anticipate that the threshold would, yes, of the GIS, so that none of this would be clawed back or the benefits wouldn't be reduced. It basically, everything would have to be moved up a bit, because there's no sense of giving an increase to the OAS when you're just going to claw back the money. It just doesn't make sense. So I would anticipate that, yes.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am very pleased to participate in this debate. An important debate today. I'd like to thank my colleague for Hamilton from the NDP for all his hard work over the years on this file. It's part of our fundamental values, and it's greatly appreciated. Before starting my speech, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to comment on the absurdity of the response I received from my Conservative colleague for Lévis-Lobinière, given that the Conservatives raised the retirement age from 65 to 67, which was particularly hard for seniors who were low income or had no income at all. So with that in mind, it's very ironic to hear that luckily that measure was never actually implemented. So if he's so pleased about the fact that it wasn't implemented, then why did he vote for the measure in the first place? I hope everyone will recall how my Conservative colleague voted. I would like to thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for having tabled this motion today. This is a key issue. As parliamentarians, how do we take care of the men and women who built our society and from whom we have inherited a remarkable society so that our children can go to the future in a state of safety, justice, and solidarity? So I would say hats off to all those who today are seniors but who have worked so hard all their lives to leave us a remarkable society. If we compare with others in the world, a truly remarkable society, either in Quebec or Canada. Now, here in the NDP, as progressives, we care a lot about issues which from near or far affect the quality of our social network, whether people can age and live in dignity, whether together we are ready to fight poverty and inequality. For us in the NDP, poverty is a type of violence. It does violence to people when they can't have a roof over their head or not a decent place to live, when they can't live a life of dignity and good quality. It's a great pity that many of our seniors are suffering under such conditions in poverty. There is much that we could do to help them so that they could exit poverty and live with dignity. They deserve it. What we're seeing here, the increase in old age security of $110 a month, that is an option that we in the NDP favor, that we've been putting forward for some time, and we are proud of that because it's a matter of justice in a society as wealthy as Quebec or Canada. It's the least that we could do, but there's much more that we could do. Much more to improve conditions for our seniors. Now, this motion, as we know, is being brought in at a critical moment when the country has been going through the COVID-19 pandemic for a year. And to be frank, we all know that our seniors have paid a very high price for this crisis with a very high mortality rate. Many have lost their lives, and not only that, they've lost their lives under inhumane conditions, alone, without being able to see their loved ones or hold someone's hand as they passed away. We must all work together to avoid having such things happen once more. And in order to avoid that, we need to draw some lessons from the current crisis. Now, for us in the NDP, there are some main lessons. First of all, we've seen the importance of a strong, public, effective health system where health workers are treated properly, and as a result, our seniors are treated well. Because the working conditions of workers in the health sector has a direct effect on the quality of care received by ill or elderly patients. We've had a chance to see all the holes there are in our social safety net. We've really seen the gaps in old age security and other areas. That's been made clear to us. Now, we must take action on multiple fronts at once, but in our party, we feel it's particularly important to strengthen our health system. There are several things that the NDP is proposing. First of all, we need to increase health transfers. The federal government's component of the health transfer is constantly decreasing and is becoming extremely low. We should raise it to at least 35%. The proportion of federal funding in healthcare has an impact on the working conditions of healthcare professionals and the quality of care. Now, we need to bring in discussions between the different levels of government regarding quality of care for our seniors, particularly in long-term care, where, as we've seen in the last year, things got very bad and there were high levels of mortality. We cannot turn aside and ignore it when our seniors are being treated badly. We need to take a position on this. The federal government shouldn't be trying to wash its hands of the issue. It should instead be seeing what it can do to prevent this from happening again. So yes, higher health transfers, but also we need to get the private sector out of senior care, particularly in long-term care. As a society, we need to agree on the fact that this is a key value. We shouldn't get better care because we have more money. Everyone should be equal. And we shouldn't be making profits off senior care, because in those cases, when it's a matter of profits, often we cut corners and we care more about shareholders than about care for our elderly.
Now, I talked about the long-term care facilities, but I also need to talk about seniors who are active in our communities. They too need our support and solidarity as parliamentarians. Very active seniors work as volunteers, want to create a better society. They help with homework, for example, for kids. They do extraordinary work. In Quebec, there are associations that help as well. But during the pandemic, for autonomous and active seniors, it has been very difficult. They haven't been able to see their grandchildren. Many of them have been suffering from isolation, and sometimes even before the pandemic. Now, there are community groups in Rosemont, La Petite Patrie, across Montreal, across Quebec, that have gotten organized. Calls have gone out to reach out to seniors who are isolated or on their own. I participated, in fact, with a couple of groups, including one in my riding, to take groceries to seniors so they didn't have to go out to do their grocery shopping. So there are organizations that have gotten together to help out seniors, and I think that we need to commend them for that as well. Oftentimes, seniors' incomes stagnate. So that's why it's important to increase not only the GIS, but also the OAS. We agree with the increase, the $70 increase per month, because costs are going up. The cost of groceries is going up, but seniors' income is not. But meat, fruits and vegetables, all those commodities are going up. And the inflation rate is expected to be between 3% and 5%. So that's a significant amount per year for families. My colleague, the member for Hamilton, pointed this out. We urged the government to have a one-time assistance, but we want an ongoing amount to help lift seniors out of poverty, to help them to deal with the rising cost of their groceries. As the colleague for Shefford pointed out, the cost of medication has exploded. For many seniors, it is a significant burden. And that's why I'm really scratching my head and wondering, well, why is it that the Bloc aligned itself with the Liberals and the Conservatives to bring down our universal health care plan? It would have had the very tangible impact of reducing the cost of medication. And that's something that could have been done. It could have been put forward. Now, the Liberals have been talking about that for 24 years, so they haven't done anything. Every time they have an opportunity to vote on it, they vote it down. But I don't understand why my Bloc Quebec WA members didn't pick up on that measure, because there are a number of groups, including the union groups, the FTQ, the CSNTU, the CSQ, the Quebec Consumers Association, are calling for cooperation with the provinces so that there is a universal pharmacare plan, and that's something that we could do to help seniors directly. Mr. Speaker, do I have any time left? I'm done. Well, I had other points, but it'll be for another time. Thank you. I thank the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. We'll now go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie, for his remarks. I'd like him to elaborate and talk a little bit about women who are oftentimes harder hit by the fact that they don't have sufficient incomes. I'd like to hear him elaborate on that. The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague for Trois-Rivières for the question because it's very pertinent, and it's a reality that we're facing. There are many single seniors who have a single income, and the majority of them are women. The majority of those women over the course of their lives didn't have an opportunity to have a permanent job or a job with a complementary pension plan. So many of them don't have additional income from a large employer, whereas more often than not, men have had that or have that. And it was due to the division of tasks in the home and etc. So unfortunately, in many cases, the only income for women, senior women, is from the existing programs. In many cases, they haven't contributed into the Quebec pension plan, for example. So all they've got is the OAS and the GIS. So poverty is prevalent among seniors, but even more so among senior women. And it's a historic issue. That's why we need to seek out changes so that women won't face the same situation in the future.
Honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Rosemont-La Petite Prairie for his comments today. I was very happy that the member talked about the importance of recommitting and reinvesting in a universally accessible, publicly delivered healthcare system, and he spoke of how that would help seniors in real, tangible ways. I was also happy that he brought up long-term care, and I would like my colleague to comment on that. Right now, we know that the vast majority of deaths that have happened in long-term care as a result of COVID-19 happened in long-term care centers that were for profit. Can he explain why the federal government, or why he believes the federal government is refusing to do the right thing and remove profit from long-term care in order to protect seniors?
Questions and commentaires? Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? I'd like to answer, if I may, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I apologize. I should have gone to the honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Edmonton Strathcona, for raising that important point with respect to the need for a universal health care system. It's clearly, when it comes to accessibility and access to medication, we saw the three parties that joined forces yesterday to vote down our proposal when it would meet such urgent needs. With respect to the long-term care facilities and the for-profit ones, well, there have been a number of large companies for us, we can't make a distinction between the credit card and the healthcare card. People shouldn't be required to pay for their care. How do we prevent a situation from occurring in the future? Well, the Heron long-term care facility, which was a private one, was a disaster. People were mistreated, malnourished, dehydrated, left on the floor, left in their beds for days on end. That is unacceptable. We have to do everything at all levels of government to ensure that that never recurs.
Resuming debate. La prise de débat. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquin-Angers. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to start on a very serious note. Today, I hear people talking about what they've done and saying that we're not doing anything. But it's as if they're in an election campaign, and we aren't. We're here to talk about seniors. We needed to have taken better care of them than we have. It makes no sense. And I have to really stop and think so that I'm using parliamentary language to express how I'm feeling. We have a motion before us today, and I'll read it out for the benefit of the House. That the House recognize the elderly were most directly affected by COVID-19. Does that make sense? Some people think that they weren't affected, but some people have to work part-time because they don't have sufficient income. Some of them saw their investments decrease. Now, I forgot to mention before I started my remarks that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Now, to get back to where I was talking about savings. Now let's talk about income. Seniors, for the most part, have a fixed income. Their pensions aren't indexed, or very few. If we think about the ridiculous increase of $1.52, the maximum, for people receiving the maximum this year, $1.52. Think about that for a moment. A fixed income can't absorb inflation. All prices are going up. They continue to go up. But rent has gone up by 4%. Food, with the shortage and the little support for the agriculture sector, that we're going to see increases. It's already started. When we talk about delivery costs, because people didn't have to pay them before, now they have to pay them. The COVID costs that are included in prices because businesses are forced to do it. And these are people who are isolated. They're more vulnerable and more at risk. Remember where the deaths occurred. Most of the people who died were seniors. So not only are they more at risk, they're more afraid. And what did we do to help them? Not a lot. Now, the second point in our motion, Mr. Speaker, points out that too many elderly live in financially precarious positions. Now, I could bring out a number of statistics on the way you calculate the basket of consumer products, etc. The some $1,500 per month was such that, well, the government decided it needed to provide emergency funding for people, needed funding. We had to shut down so that people weren't going out and spreading the virus. Do you know how much the government gave them? $2,000. That's not what we're calling for today. We're asking for an additional $110. In 1975, the old age security covered some 35%. Now it's down to 13%. And it's gone down. It's been whittled away. Why is that, Mr. Speaker? Is it because we take those people for granted? Is it because they don't speak loud enough for their voices to be heard? Is it because they don't have friends in the government? Why? Why is it? They've had promises for help, but not from people with their hands on their hearts. But after a great deal of pressure was brought to bear, what we've seen is one-time payments, 2 times $300, $200 for others. So a one-time GST amount, and that's it. That's all. The problem with the precarious financial situation is not a one-time deal. It can't be resolved but with a one-time payment. It needs to be resolved with regular, ongoing funding. Now, to defend the agricultural industry, I often talk about predictability, and that's what our seniors need as well. Predictability to make their budgets so they're not worried when they get down to the last week of the month because they don't know if they're going to have enough money to eat. We're not saying they're going to go out and buy a new car next week. We're talking about $110 a month. Just think about that for a few seconds. Think about what we are doing for the British Crown in this country. Now, I won't go off on that debate, and I won't name the amounts or mention the amounts involved with the governors general, but think about the $110 a month. That's what we're asking for, and it's very reasonable. Now, this is a problem that's existed for a long time, and it existed before the pandemic as well. People are asking for stability and predictability. The third point in our motion acknowledges the collective debt that we owe to those who built Quebec and Canada. Mr. Speaker, my dad will be 86 very soon. Now, I don't want to get into the reasons, but when he was 12, he was working in the forest as a logger. How many of us would have been able to do that? He didn't have access to education either. That's his generation, and through his work, those are the people who created the future generation. They gave us a better Quebec. Don't we have the moral obligation to look after them decently? Fortunately, my dad had a good job, a good retirement fund. It's much easier to manage. But every time I think about those who don't have those means, every time I have to spend some money on my dad, for my dad, I think, wow, it must be so difficult for people who can't buy a walker, who can't afford to buy a wheelchair or to make their house accessible. Now, I'll stop there because I'll get too emotional. Now, the fourth point in our motion asks the government in the next budget, we've waited long enough, to increase old age security by $110 a month for people aged 65 and over. Now, I'd like to not hear someone from the Conservative Party say that we're not doing anything for seniors, when in their case they wanted to increase the OAS up to 67. They did, in fact. Now, we have some other proposals there. I can see the time is flying by, but we had some simple solutions to put in place, some ideas. An automatic tax return for people on a fixed income. Can't we help them instead of getting them to fill out 28 different forms? These are people who are afraid to go out. There's a pandemic, or they can't go out. Community services that usually help them to do their tax returns, etc., are lacking funding, and they're not in operation at present. So, can we leave benefits for 3 months after death? After my mom passed away, it was a very difficult situation. It seems that we could put something better in place for that. With respect to a tax credit for a residence, a tax credit that could be used afterwards. And I could tell you my personal experience in that as well. But moving into a home, we don't have time to wait for the amount to come in for a year. Sometimes people need it the next day. And an automatic amount. Now, my colleague from Manicouagan, who is going to speak after me, has on several occasions put forth the ideas and legislation to deal with these types of situations. Because when we talk about OAS, we need to talk about pensions and protect them. That is another important factor, Mr. Speaker. So when we ask for a small amount, a mere $110 a month, when $100 billion is being spent on a recovery, and the government doesn't have the decency to increase old age security by $110 a month, well, I'm very concerned about that. We can see the government's getting ready to spend $100 billion. What do you think people are going to do with $110 a month? Do you think they're going to put it in a savings account? No, they're not. They're going to spend it. They're going to get the economy rolling, and that is exactly what we need to relaunch and kickstart the economy. We need to give people some oxygen here. People are getting older. And I'd like to remind members of the House, set aside our political stripes. Stop saying the Bloc voted for this, didn't vote for that. Yesterday, there was something we didn't vote on because of a situation with Quebec. I don't have time to go into those details today, but my 10 minutes is up. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's adopt this motion together.
Question commentaire. The honourable member for Churchill, Kiwatanuk, Aski. Should be there. There she is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. J'aimerais remercier.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his very personal and energetic speech.
By the poverty of elders and seniors is heard in every single community. I've heard about the ways in which they've suffered and continue to suffer during this COVID crisis. We as a society have lost track of what matters. Seniors and elders in our lives are sacred. The motion put forward by the Bloc to increase the OAS and supports for seniors and elders is very important, but we need to do so much more. Would the member not agree that we need to change the way we think and as government act to ensure that seniors and elders in our lives have better lives than they have now?
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Well, first of all, I want to thank my colleague for her question, and I want to acknowledge her for speaking in French at the beginning. Very good. Listen, yes, I think no one would be against the idea of improving the quality of lives for seniors. But here we want to, if we're talking about the universal pharmacare program, I mean, to answer the question about why we didn't vote for that, it's because, we don't want to be submitted to a national Canadian system. We already have our own program in Quebec. So we'd be happy for you to do the same, but we're asking for the right to withdraw from that. That's how you could get us to vote for a motion in the future.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I the honourable member for his passionate speech about seniors. And he touched on Conservatives raising the age from 65 to 67. When I was going through the 2015 election, I received hundreds and calls, and many people came to me and they opposed that because they were telling me that Conservatives were trying to push seniors into poverty for 2 more years. I would like to ask the member if he had the same response in his riding in Quebec generally.
The
honourable member. Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. It's important to make sure that the benefits that our seniors have are preserved. Now, am I in favor of improving the well-being of seniors? That was the last question. Yes, I think it's the same idea here. I think that the Liberal proposal to change the age to 75 doesn't make sense because people need this at 65. So the people who didn't have, the chance and the privilege to make that much money really need it. I'm a very lucky person in my life. I've had amazing opportunities, but not everyone does. And we need to be aware of that. And we need to support those people.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the member for his speech. I just have, I guess, a question that comes back from my writing. I've many seniors just having a tough time. This now during COVID, it's sort of been exasperated, but in general, even before, the number one issue was seniors falling behind. And so I've mentioned before that one thing is that we definitely need to help to increase for our seniors so that they can get by. But another big part of it is finding ways that they cost less money for the things that they do. And we know that buying groceries, going to the doctor, any of their trips, just the cost of it. When you increase costs on something like a carbon tax, that goes through on all products, and I think that really needs to be said. So I'm just wondering what the thought process is if people, through you, Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite thinks that we should find a way so that we're not increasing this carbon taxes and making make it more difficult for our seniors to live day to day.
The honourable member. Thank you. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think it's a very broad question and an interesting one. But maybe there are two different problems here. I think we can take care of our seniors decently. And, there are always some price increases that we can't completely control. The market is what it is. And what we can control is the OAS benefit and the GIS benefit. In terms of a carbon tax, at the Bloc, we have a very well-considered position on it. We think it's essential that pollution have a price, because otherwise there will be no incentive to transition. And when there are alternatives, of course, that's how it works. So, currently there are not a lot of alternatives, and we need to be intelligent in order to do this properly. But the general principle is that we want to protect the environment, we want to take care of our seniors decently, but we also have a duty and a responsibility to leave a clean planet to our children. So, we need to take care of the people who came before us, and we also need to think about what we're going to leave to future generations. That's fundamental.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, who gave a speech where there was really a lot of emotion, but you could also sense his indignation. And, the reason I'm in politics is because I think I sometimes feel indignation too, and I hope that that's a constructive emotion. And I really understand my colleague's feelings in his speech here when he talks about seniors. I'd also like to thank my colleague, the member for Shefford, who also gave a very relevant speech, and who is, of course, the person who tabled this motion. Mr. Speaker, over the last few days, in the news and from various sources, I've heard people asking, when does a person become sort of too old and no longer relevant? And that to me is a question that I find really surprising and that I sort of react indignantly to. Because I think there's a narrative in society that older people are irrelevant, and I think that's a very dangerous idea. People were even talking about withdrawing the right to vote from older people at a certain age. Now, these may be sort of fringe ideas, and yet they exist in society, and I find them very concerning. A motion like the one that we're dealing with today, and I'm just going to read it now, or rather, I'm just going to talk about the debt that we owe to seniors. This is an idea that we need to talk about. Sometimes in society, we exclude or marginalize seniors, even though they are fully a part of our society. So when people were talking about, what age should apply, 75, 65, and so on, I understand that we do need a cutoff at a certain point. But at the same time, we can never forget that seniors are very much a part of our society. And perhaps we could look to the First Nations for inspiration here. I'm the member for Manicouagan, and I think around 15% of my constituents are Innu, Naskape, and other First Nations. And of course, those communities will continue to grow. And in Indigenous societies, the way they treat elders is very, very different from the way we do. Elders are the people that we would go to that we go to talk to for advice. And, you know, if they're eating caribou, they would get the choicest pieces. They're really people who are admired in their community. They're not considered passive like in our society. For Indigenous people, seniors are full of wisdom, collective memory, knowledge. And I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I think that elders really are the most important people in Indigenous societies. So as a citizen and as a human, I think that I can learn a lot from that way of viewing seniors in society. And I think that we should do the same. So I think it was important to start by saying that. And there are a number of points that my colleagues put forward in this discussion that I also want to touch on. And I think there are a number of measures that need to be implemented to help our seniors. There are two big points here that the Bloc Québécois has been acting on for a long time, and particularly over the last year and a half. First of all, the question of health transfers. It is the federal government's job to increase health transfers and to help seniors. During the pandemic, you know, if we look at the question of vaccines, of accessibility, and of the traveling that seniors need to do, of course, we need more services for seniors. So this is something that affects seniors most of all. So that's one of the things we're asking for, is an increase in health transfers. Something else that we've been talking about since this morning, something that we sincerely hope will become a reality, is that old age security would be increased by $110 a month on an ongoing basis. Now, a number of people said this is direct assistance, but we also need it to be ongoing. There was a lack of money even before the pandemic, and of course now it's work. And we also want to increase the GIS from $50 or $70 a month, depending on whether we're talking about individuals or couples. So this is assistance that would really support seniors. We know that seniors have had to deal with additional expenses during the pandemic and, you know, even before then. And this means that their purchasing power is very restricted. They were already having a hard time with purchasing power, and so you can imagine how much worse it is now. This needs to be done quickly. The Bloc Québécois motion is really an incentive to take action here. So I hope that the government will support us. For a year and a half in the speech from the throne and on the election campaign, they said that they wanted to help seniors. Earlier, I heard the parliamentary secretary to the Minister for Seniors talking about new benefits and various measures, which, yes, they're good, but they in themselves will not immediately or directly help seniors. And they don't give seniors the freedom to choose for themselves between the New Horizons program or having direct financial assistance. There's a big difference between those two things. So I hope that the Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister have heard us on this and that they will support the block motion and show that they are willing to concretely support our seniors and that seniors shouldn't be excluded. Because COVID, of course, is making things worse and even more urgent for seniors. I'd like to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by inviting this House to vote on another bill as well, one that I tabled back in November. It's C-253. We're probably going to be debating it later in the spring, and it also aims to help seniors and retired people who may have their pension funds, who may lose their pension, rather, due to various restructuring. And this is a real tragedy. So I would invite my colleagues to support my bill. Seniors themselves have said that what they need is stability and predictability. So they're entitled to the money that they paid into over the course of their careers. And I think that this would be another really great step that we could take in this House to protect the rights of seniors and to protect their dignity, which is a very important concept. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I really admire her public speaking abilities. They're just fantastic. My question is concerning, of course, her motion. I do have a concern that the research hasn't been done of what the impact will be on low-income seniors who receive GIS. My concern is that this top-up to OAS may kick off a number of seniors from being eligible to receive that GIS or having perhaps a clawback of that GIS. So is the member aware at all of how many seniors may be impacted by this OAS top-up, kicking them off GIS? Is she aware of any of that data?
Deputy Manikwagan.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her question and also for her compliment. I'm sure she'll understand that the block's motion is intended to benefit seniors. So yes, there are a number of modulations that are possible. This is just a motion now and not a bill yet, but we don't want anyone to be penalized. So the idea here is that all seniors would be able to benefit from this change and that no one would be limited by the motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague could give some sort of indication. What was the logic that was used with regards to the $110, I believe is what it is? And can the member provide us, the House, in terms of, from her perspective, how many seniors does she actually believe that would affect?
Data Manikwagan.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't have the calculation here with me, but I think that the principle behind the motion was created based on discussion with different groups. And, I think even the $110 could be increased. This is a measure, that's a measure that would be very good. So certainly I could provide my honourable colleague with the numbers there later. And the same goes for the number of people affected. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of numbers being thrown around lately. There's certainly, there are a lot of numbers involved, like the number of people below the poverty line. But, if you adjust the measure of poverty, the numbers may be a little bit different. So even if I helped one senior or one community with a lot of seniors, like my riding, for example, we have ridings where 30% of the citizens are seniors, well, then I would have done my job.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, can you hear me? Thank you. So I want to thank my colleague for her speech and for all the work that she's done on the restructuring bill. It's the same as mine, and I think there would be a lot of support for that too. However, my question is, because of this actual motion deals with an increase that'll do the next budget, we don't know when that will be, and we don't know when it will be actually enacted. It could be a year from now. Does she believe, because of the hard times that the people are facing, there should be another one-time payment to help people, to help our seniors and people with disabilities alleviate some of the hardships that they're facing at this time?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Bloc Québécois, well, we're talking about two things at once, but the question of periodic payments with COVID, well, that's already been done last summer, and we do think that it's always a good idea to help our seniors, of course. And we've seen many delays. For example, there hasn't been a budget since the election. But that doesn't take anything away from the importance of the other measures, permanent measures, that we should adopt in order to be able to support our seniors in a permanent fashion. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his support to my bill. And I'm sure that my colleague for Hamilton Mountains, I hope I got the riding name right, I'm pleased to hear that there will be legislation there too, and that we'll be able to work together to improve seniors' living conditions. Thank you.
Just for one last short question, the Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à mon collègue pour son...
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. She mentioned First Nations, and she mentioned the importance of respecting our seniors. And I would say, well, I would ask, what does it say about our society that we've enabled seniors to suffer and be forgotten? What does that say about us? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comment. That's an excellent question. Well, we live as part of a society with a social contract. This is just my way of looking at things as a social democratic woman. But we need to help everyone in society. There needs to be fairness, a fair way of sharing our wealth and opportunities. I think as a society, we are showing a lack of empathy, respect, and dignity when we decide not to help a very large portion of our society, when we could be helping them, and when we think how indebted we are to that sector of society. Thank you.
Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to talk on what I love to talk about, and that is our seniors. You know, I guess I would go back to 2010. I could probably even predate that, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell you that I can recall being involved in a public meeting, and I was just in a great atmosphere with a number of seniors that were present, and I talked about the contributions, and I cited the people that were in the room with me, as these are the people that built, in part, the north end of Winnipeg, of what we have today. And when we talk about seniors in general, we often hear about how great our seniors are, and then we'll continue on to other aspects. But I do believe it's important to recognize that that wonderful, beautiful country that we all love today, known as Canada, and the provinces and territories from within, are all there because of people that were there before us and the many different efforts that seniors today continue to play. Just because someone might be in a long-term care facility doesn't mean that they are not contributing to our economy or to our society. I think of the grandparent that's passing on some form of knowledge or wisdom or whatever you might want to call it to a grandchild or to a great-grandchild. And I have found that generally speaking, that from birth to death, there is a contribution that can be made to our society, and that all people need to be treated equally. And this is something in which I know I share in my beliefs with my colleagues within the Liberal caucus. We understand the importance of seniors. In fact, we have a seniors caucus group that ultimately spend a tremendous amount of time on the issue of seniors and how it is that as a government we can provide the type of support that seniors need and deserve, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister, even before he was Prime Minister, talked a great deal about how we need to be there to support Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, but also recognizing the important role that our seniors play in society and continue to play in society. In fact, I would suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at it in terms of the actions that this government has taken over the last number of years and what has been the result. Do you know that when you talk about combating poverty and looking at seniors that are in poverty, that we've actually, by the policies that we have put into place, reduced the number by 25%. That's 25% fewer seniors that are living in poverty today than there were back in 2015. And these are by initiatives that have been taken in good part by the national government, led by the Prime Minister, saying that, look, and I use as an example, Mr. Speaker, one of the first actions that we had done was to increase substantially the guaranteed income supplement to our seniors. That is something in which Liberal members from coast to coast advocated for, and we put into place literally months after winning the 2015 election. And the impact that had on society is immeasurable. Quite frankly, even in my riding of Winnipeg North, where hundreds of seniors were taken out of poverty because of that one initiative in itself, Mr. Speaker, or assisted in bringing people out of poverty. Someone made reference in terms of what do you think they do with the money? They spend the money. Are the poorest seniors that we have in Canada, if you're giving them $1, they're spending the $1. And they're not spending it on trips. They're usually spending it on the essentials, whether it's food or medications. And I'll get onto the pharmacare a little bit later, Mr. Speaker. But the bottom line is that right from the get-go, we've had a Prime Minister and a government that has recognized the importance of our seniors and those that are actually going to be seniors too. Think about it. We looked at CPP reforms. Stephen Harper, the former Prime Minister, did absolutely nothing on that front for 10 years. Prior to being Prime Minister, he was a part of an advocacy group that would have liked to have seen the demise of the CPP. At the end of the day, we were able to bring provinces and territories, the stakeholders together, and actually see increases to the CPP. That's going to assist workers in the future in their retirement days. So whether it's 55 plus today or 55 pluses that are going to be coming up in the years ahead, Mr. Speaker, that we have demonstrated that we are prepared to do whatever we can to improve their living conditions in a very real and tangible way. I find it interesting, the Bloc
on the one hand, tried to distort it last fall. You recall when they were trying to give the impression that the seniors haven't been given anything during the pandemic. They say some minor increase, and that's it, that we don't care for seniors, trying to mislead Canadians, not to mention in particular in the province of Quebec in terms of what the reality actually was. That's the behavior we saw from the leader of the bloc, Mr. Speaker. And nothing could be further from the truth, because we provided one-time payments to seniors. And in fact, even enhanced that payment for those that were collecting the guaranteed income supplement. But did that stop the bloc from spreading misinformation? No, it did not. And now we have a block motion saying, well, let's give $110 to every senior, everyone that's over 65. I suspect, they see it more as an election tool, as something that they could use for propaganda. This isn't something in which we have been concerned with today. We've been concerned with this since 2015, and we've been effectively addressing that issue. It's interesting. Think of the motion that they want us to vote in favor of Mr. Speaker. Yet they voted against the throne speech. And yet in the throne speech, it talked about giving a 10% increase to seniors over 75. And to try to give an impression that a senior that's 75 is no different than a senior that's 65 is just wrong. There's more opportunities for seniors that are 65 to 75 than there are for seniors that are 75. Yes, if we had an unlimited pot of money, why $110? Maybe it could be $510. Actually, I'm somewhat surprised that my NDP colleagues haven't already upped the $110 to some other number, Mr. Speaker. Because it's easy to say what it is that they're saying. It's another thing to actually do it. I've listened to Conservatives be critical of the government on this particular file. Some might suggest to you there's a lot of hypocrisy there, Mr. Speaker. When I was in opposition and Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, and some of my colleagues were in opposition longer than I was when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, asked the question, what did he do for seniors? Well, one member said, well, they created the seniors directory or minister for seniors. True, yes. But did that result in anything that's tangible? Not at all. Not at all, Mr. Speaker. Especially if you do a comparison to what it is that we have been able to do in less than half the time. And during that trying time of the COVID and the pandemic, that we even stepped up more, Mr. Speaker. Because there's different ways in which you can help seniors, or those that are, I always say 55 plus, Mr. Speaker, and I've been saying that even before my 59th birthday, I've been saying that. And I can tell you that whether it's direct or it's indirect, that this is a government that has worked with the many different stakeholders, the different levels of government included, talking in terms of how it is that we can bring in the types of supports that are necessary for our seniors. And I believe that we have been very successful at doing that. Now, does that mean that there's absolutely no issues out there and that every senior is a happy senior and there's no problems? No, I'm not trying to say that at all. But I am saying that anyone that is trying to give the false impression that this is a government that has not been proactive on this file is misleading Canadians. Because we can clearly demonstrate by facts that this government has been there for seniors virtually from day one, let alone during the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, when we talk about indirect, we talk a great deal about long-term care. And one of the reasons why we've been talking about long-term care is because during the pandemic, we heard a lot about long-term care and many of the deficiencies that were there. Remember, it wasn't that long ago that we asked the Canadian forces to get engaged in provinces like Quebec and Ontario. My own province of Manitoba, we required the Canada Red Cross to get involved, all supported by the national government. Is there any surprise that Canadians are genuinely concerned? We can talk about the deaths as a direct result of the coronavirus and the percentages and where they've been taking place. I represent the Maples Personal Care Home facility in Winnipeg North. There was far too many seniors that passed away as a direct result. And I was glad that the Red Cross was able to go and be a part of the solution. An agency that is supported by the national government. So for those members of the Bloc and the Conservative Party, they are wrong, in my opinion, when they try to say that the federal government has no role to play. The Prime Minister has made it very clear that through this pandemic, we can learn a lot and we can build back better. And unlike the Conservatives and the Bloc, Liberal members of Parliament are prepared to look at ways in which we can do just that, build back better. And I believe that the long-term care facilities is a good example of that. I respect jurisdictional responsibilities. I understand the lead role that provinces and territories play in regards to healthcare delivery. Many years ago, I was the healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba and would be asking directly the Minister of Provincial Health many different questions and sat in literally hours of health estimates in committees. So I understand the jurisdiction, but I also understand what my constituents want and the expectation that a national government has and should live up to. And I am not going to bow to the Bloc or the Conservatives that say, just give the provinces money, give them the cash. I think that is a cowardly way of protecting the interests of our seniors from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. I believe that what we need to do is to look at ways in which we can work with those that are willing to have national standards. That is something that we learned from this process. When we talk about impacts on seniors, it's not only today. I've knocked on many doors in Winnipeg North where a senior will tell me, well, I have a choice, medications or proper food. You know how many people actually leave a hospital? Imagine you're in a hospital, and as long as you're in the hospital, you're given the prescribed medicines. You leave the hospital, and for some of them, Mr. Speaker, they're no longer getting that prescription because they can't afford it. Think of the consequences of that. So on the one hand, the Conservatives and the Bloc say, no, we don't want Ottawa involved in this. They have nothing to do with it. Well, I can tell you a majority of the constituents that I represent, and I believe a majority of Canadians, based on what I hear from my colleagues within the Liberal caucus, I can tell you that Liberal members of Parliament are behind a national pharmacare program because we see the benefits of the program and we understand what it is that our constituents are telling us. And that's why, this bill that the NDP moved yesterday, as if passed the bill and then we have it. Hogwash. It's just not reality. If you want to have a national pharmacare program that'll be there to support our seniors, read what it is that the throne speech said. You need to work with provinces and territories. In order to have the optimum, the very best of a national farmer care program, you've got to work with the provinces and territories. And to try to bring in legislation mandating it before any sort of real discussions that take place is wrong. And Mr. Speaker, I know that the Prime Minister feels very passionately about the need to address medications for all Canadians. And this issue is very important to me and to my colleagues, because we recognize what it is that Canadians are saying. Mr. Speaker, when we look in terms of these benefits, and I make reference to the indirects, because there are a lot of indirect groups or associations that also played a role. You know, during the pandemic, for example, there were essential services and supplies that we actually invested close to $500 million into. You know, New Horizons for a senior program, community-based project, for example, got $20 million. We actually allocated $350 million to nonprofit charities. What about United Way Canada? Almost $10 million was allocated out. We understand that there are many seniors that look at food banks and local food organizations. During the pandemic, tens of millions, I think it was close to $100 million that was allocated out to that. These are all monies that have been put in place because we know that these organizations have the capability to be able to do so much more to support seniors. So whether it is a direct contribution or direct contribution, or it's an indirect tax break or third-party organization, in many ways, by working with interested stakeholders and other levels of government, I believe that we have been very successful at being able to be there during this pandemic for seniors from coast to coast to coast. I recognize, Mr. Speaker, with only 1 minute to go, that not every senior is going to be happy or has received what it is that we would have liked to have provided. There's always room to improve. And this is something in which we have, as a government, have been very much open to and encouraging, as we are constantly reminded within our caucus to listen to our constituents and bring back the thoughts and ideas that are coming from our constituents back to Ottawa, Mr. Speaker, all of which is something that we take very seriously. So with those few thoughts, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it at that, just to say that we will continue to be there for our seniors in the days and weeks and months and hopefully years ahead. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable.
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, thank you. I don't know where to start, actually. When you listen to him, Liberals appear to be the only ones to know how to do. The Conservatives didn't do anything. The NDP wants too much. And the Bloc, well, all of a sudden, we're misinformed. We're out in left field. We're trying to get acknowledgement for the fact that seniors are living in a difficult situation. We're talking about increasing the OAS and what's more, he's accusing the leader of the Bloc for misinforming the general public by saying the government's doing nothing. Since the start of the pandemic, I don't know that the mere $300 that the Liberals finally accepted to give them has made a difference. Come on, $300. Now, there are so many things I'd like to ask, but the increase that for the OAS is $1.52 a month. Can he look seniors in the eye and say that his government did things really well for them? Even in the throne speech, they promised 10%. But even that they haven't delivered. So I'd like to know when the parliamentary secretary, or when he thinks that they're going to deliver the goods. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the leader of the bloc and other members of the bloc continue to espouse misinformation by trying to give the impression that the government has not been there for seniors in Canada. And I just went through a number of initiatives that clearly explain how it is that the government has been there for seniors in all regions of our beautiful country, and we will continue to be there to support our seniors, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question for the Parliamentary Secretary that he should be able to clarify, because I can't seem to get the answer to the Minister of Seniors or her office, is when? This is the question I'm getting from all my seniors across the riding, I'm sure across Canada. When is the government going to deliver their 10% boost to the old age security and the 25% increase to the Canada Pension Plan for widows? Simple question, when?
Parliament Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the government made many different announcements related to seniors over the last 12 months, there has been substantial, you're talking hundreds of millions going into billions of dollars that has been there to support our seniors. And like the member that posed the question, I too am very anxious to see the next federal budget, and I will hope and anticipate that there's going to be a lot of good things in there for Canadians, and we'll just have to wait and see when that day comes forward.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, I feel it's really important to reassure the Canadian people who've just been subjected to another daily word salad from the member for Winnipeg North that no, just mindless verbiage is not what normally happens. One has to listen to him very carefully to understand how the Minister of Obfuscation is doing the job of the Prime Minister. Because remember the part in that long speech where he talked about how much they cared about seniors and how seniors couldn't pay for their medicine? They used that line in 1993 under Jean Chrétien. They used that in 1997, in 2000, in 2004, in 2008, and in 2015 when this Prime Minister was elected and they had Liberal majorities across the country, they were going to make national pharmacare. Last night, they stood up and shut it down. That's why they send in the member for Winnipeg North today to try and obfuscate the fact that year in, year out, they make promises and they deny what they promise that they're going to actually move forward on. So for the folks back home, this is just another day in the Liberal toolbox of misinformation.
Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what we just witnessed was another grandstanding coming from a New Democratic member of Parliament trying to take ownership of an issue that he's hoping will ultimately fly. And the reality of it is that under this Prime Minister, you'd have to look to the beginning of Medicare to see when you had such a proactive national government trying to implement a national pharmacare program. And because the NDP are incapable of drafting and doing the negotiations that are necessary in order to allow for us to move forward, you have to be in a government position to be able to do those negotiations with different provinces and territories. My objective is to actually see it implemented as opposed to grandstand on the issue. And I do believe that we are on the right course.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm really delighted to hear this member speak and listen to the factual information that he's putting on the floor today for people to consider. You know, we hear continually, in particular from the NDP, about promises that were made when I was in grade 9. I don't remember any of them. I apologize. I wasn't really paying attention back then. Maybe I should have been, knowing that I would be held accountable for them today. But nonetheless, you know, the reality of the situation is, Point of order, okay.
Right. See the honourable member for Timmins James Bay on a point of order.
I think it's very clear. I did not say just because he doesn't remember what happened 30 years ago that it's not on the record. Maybe he didn't remember it, but they made the promise. I'm asking him to remember what happened now.
Yeah, I think we're into a debate on the matter that's before the House. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
You know, Madam Speaker, for the member from Timmins James Bay who did such an excellent point this morning of bringing a rational point of order to the floor of this House, to use and he accused a Conservative member earlier this morning of using the point of order to intervene in proceedings. That's exactly what he just did here. So, I mean, the hypocrisy about other issues clearly falls into his interventions in this House. Would the member like to, the member from Winnipeg, like to comment and set the record straight as to what our commitment has been, at least from the recently elected Liberals in terms of pharmacare, and what we've done to get to the point where we are today?
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I trust you'll give me some additional time because of the interruption of the point of order. To be very clear, all one needs to do is to take a look at the throne speech, Mr. Speaker, where once again, what we've done is we've put Canada into a great position, first time in in 40, 50 years, where we can actually realize a national pharmacare program. But it's got to be done in cooperation and working with the different provinces. If we can negotiate and do what we've demonstrated we've done in the past, we will continue to move forward, and then we will see a national program. Many would attribute that the NDP are often Liberals in a hurry, and that might be something that's you could apply in this particular case. The NDP just need to be a little bit more patient.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, from what I understand from my colleague, is that the government wants to create two categories of seniors, those who are 65, those who are 75 and over. Now, rent, whether you're 65 or 75, is the same. Medication, whether you're 65 or 75, it's the same. Like, I'm not sure if he's the one who goes shopping at home, if he's the one that pays the bills, but the cost of groceries has gone up by at least 20% in Quebec. Housing for seniors, $2,000 a month to have services. Can he tell me, Mr. Speaker, that with the increase being offered by his government, seniors today will be able to afford a private residence, a space in a private home with services with what the government's offering? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's first make it very clear that the OAS is going nowhere. In fact, it was this Prime Minister and government that actually reversed the decision of Stephen Harper and allowed for the retirement age to be 65 as opposed to 67. So we reinforced the importance of OAS at age 65. But the reality is also that we need to recognize there's a difference between a senior that's 75 years old and a senior that is 65 years old. And there's a great deal of concern that we try to get as much money as we can to those individuals that are really in need of that financial resource. I think it's a responsible approach at dealing with the issue, and to provide assurances that in no way does this take away from the OAS, but rather it reinforces the need to recognize that there are some seniors in society that need to get that additional finances. I would think that the Bloc would also recognize that need, that there is a difference as you get older.
Before we go to the Honourable Member for Drummond, I need to inform the Honourable Member that there are 7 to 8 minutes remaining for the remarks before the start of statements by members. So I will give the member a signal, and then we will go back to him later today. So we'll go now to the Honourable Member for Drummond. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. First of all, I want to apologize to some of my colleagues that I offended today when I spoke on the subject that we're talking about today. I referred to our seniors, but I referred them to our older colleagues. Some colleagues were perhaps offended by the use of older Canadians, but I wanted to apologize to seniors who I may have offended, and they said no. But when you used that, it was a term of endearment for us in French, and they aren't as sensitive as young people today. Now, having said that, they're proud people, and they're very upset because they've gotten involved, they've made a contribution, but what they're receiving is not enough. And this is what we're getting at with the motion today. We need to acknowledge the precarious nature of the situation facing our seniors. They're the ones who built our society. Now, the parliamentary secretary asked a question of the member for Manicouagan would benefit from this increase, this $110 per month. Well, everyone, Mr. Speaker, society will benefit from that. As he said himself earlier, if you give $1 to our seniors, they're not going to put it in a bank account. They're going to spend it. They're going to reinvest it in society. So collectively, we'll all benefit from this enhancement of funding for our seniors. But to go into numbers so that I can give a better idea of the number of people who may benefit from this increase, I'd like to say that 13% of Quebecers were 65 and over 20 years ago. Now it's about 20%, and it continues to increase. In 2026, it is estimated to be at 24 to 25% of the population. Now, another figure that strikes is that in 2015, 5% of seniors had an annual income that was so low that they were tax exempt. In 97, it was 20%. So from 97 to 2015, there was a significant increase in the number of seniors who earn too little to pay taxes. So that gives you an idea of the number of people who will benefit concretely from the measure we're proposing. People are living longer and longer now. These are numbers we've seen. It's a fact. But what we need to live doesn't go down. So we need to invest in the quality of lives for our seniors. And this is the most irresponsible calculation that's been done to date. We know that the cost of living is high. It's going to go up. So we can't stand back and not do anything. Now, if anyone would like to speak to my colleague, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, he will say we need more social housing. We need more services tailored to the needs of seniors when it comes to health care. Now, with respect to their spending power, because this is another important aspect, and it's at the heart of the debate we're having today, I'd like to talk about the Research Institute for Socioeconomic Issues, and they've got some recent figures. They came out from 2018, and these figures show that a single person age 65 or over in Montreal, whose only income comes from the public pension plan, will have a shortfall for living. According to them, between $21,000 and $28,000 is a minimum amount. And that's not living comfortably, that's living just above the poverty line. In 1975, the OAS represented 20% of the industrial average salary. Today, it's a lot lower. That means that workers' salaries have gone up, but it has a perverse effect because we've also impacted the spending power. And seniors are lagging behind with their insufficient pensions, and that's what we're looking at today. They can't even deal with their problems regarding cadet and live it decently. Now, with respect to the basket of consumer goods, it's some $18,000 to live in a city of Montreal in order to meet one's basic needs for clothing, shelter, food. Now, if you combine the tax credits, the GIS, et cetera, the average amount is just over $18,000. So that doesn't include going out to a restaurant and other leisure activities. So, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't even take into account being able to spoil one's grandchildren from time to time. They can't afford it. So, not investing in our seniors is depriving ourselves of a great wealth. They're retired, but they still have ideas, goodwill, energy, and they're an extraordinary source of knowledge. And we could use that for future generations. They could learn from it. They have an extraordinary potential, provided that they're healthy, provided that they're able to keep contributing to society, and provided that they have a basic income. Now, investing in our seniors, and I'll paint a picture of what I see and what I see in Drummond. Investing in seniors means there'd be more people like Régent Cormeau, who organized in the middle of a pandemic a blood drive. It was very successful. Francine Leroux in Saint Lucien, an extraordinary woman who's building a home, and it will be beneficial for the entire region. There's a collective kitchen, and it's designed to break isolation. And Francine Julien, working on seniors in for seniors in Saint-Guillaume. Marie-France Robert from Brin de Bonheur, who has a number of activities for seniors. And it's going so well that they have to turn people away. And on this long list, I can't not mention Jean-Guy Moreau, who made it his mission to get people 70 over by playing pickleball. And their playing is and I point this out, it's like Mr. James Price, who I mentioned. It was his 100th birthday a month ago that the member for Cape Breton-Kent also joined forces to acknowledge this exceptional person. Now, we're talking in the Bloc Québécois about an increase of $110 a month. It's an investment in our seniors. And even increasing it hasn't been done. So, Mr. Speaker, as a society, we have a debt towards our seniors. This isn't a whim. This is what they need to maintain the kind of life, a decent life. We need to see an increase to OAS. We need to see more transfer payments to the provinces. We owe this to our seniors, and I hope that other parties will support our motion. I need to interrupt the honourable member. He will have 2 minutes and 30 seconds to continue his remarks when we go back to the debate on this topic. It is my duty to lay on the table, pursuant to subsection 7.5 of the Auditor General Act, the February 2021 reports of the Auditor General of Canada.
Order 1083G. This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout the month of February, Canadians have been celebrating Black excellence and honoring the many contributions that Black Canadians have made in building this nation. It's so true. Black history is Canadian history, but it's the future of this country that we are focused on building, and a more resilient, fairer, and more just Canada is what the Black leaders and Black-led organizations that I've met with recently are asking for. I've met with the Foundation for Black Communities this week, an organization that exists to ensure that every Black person in Canada can thrive and that all Black communities have agency in defining their own future. And yesterday I joined a virtual visit at my local library in Milton with New York Times bestselling author Ijeoma Oluo discussing her book, So You Want to Talk About Race, on why anti-racism is essential to creating connected and empathetic communities. The event in Milton at the public library was part of the Canadian Caribbean Association's virtual Black History Month program entitled Our Legacy Guides Our Future. Once again, I want to thank these organizations for their tireless effort and advocacy and wish Black Canadians a happy, righteous, and constructive Black History Month.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government's response to COVID-19 has been and remains incoherent, constantly changing, and with no publicly shared plan. This failed response is because this government has chosen to ignore the basic principles of emergency management normally used during pandemics. Canada's emergency management experts, unexplainably muted during this pandemic, have clear pre-written response plans based on hard-learned lessons from previous pandemics. These plans would have allowed leaders to rapidly minimize the impact on our society, advise the public of the scope of the hazard, and publicly issue a complete written plan to address it. This failure to follow emergency management guidelines is resulting in massive collateral damage to our social fabrics, mental health, other health conditions, our children, our economy, and our civil liberties. Lockdowns and restrictions are short-term, not continuous solutions to buy governments time to get permanent solutions like vaccines and rapid testing in place. Canadians are demanding to see the Liberals' plan to end this perpetual pandemic.
L'honorable député d'Orléans. The honourable member for Orleans.
We had the opportunity to virtually connect with the constituents of Orleans and a longtime leader of Ottawa's Polish community, Marek Kierna. Mr. Kierna had recently renewed in his role as a regional director for Eastern Canada in the Canadian Polish Congress, an organization that coordinates cultural events and community activities and promote international cooperation between Canada and Poland. I appreciated the chance to catch up on the going-ons in this vibrant community and hear how they have adjusted for the pandemic. Like so many of Canada's cultural organizations, they have had to make changes to many of their annual traditions and eagerly await the day that they can celebrate with each other once again. I want to thank Marek Kierna for his many years of leadership and volunteerism and congratulate him on his renewed role. And further, I want to say thank you to the Canadian Polish Congress for their dedicated work to raise awareness for Polish history and heritage in Canada. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
L'honorable député. The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to pay tribute to the memory of the Acadian activist Jackie Vautour, who passed away on February 7th at the age of 92. Jackie Vautour fought all of his life on behalf of the 228 families who were expropriated by Ottawa in 1969 in order to create Couchiboujuac National Park. The actions of the federal government toward these Acadian families deserve at least an apology. It was inhumane to take away the fishing rights, land, and homes of poor fishermen and farmers. Pierre-Elliott Trudeau and his minister responsible for national parks, Jean Chrétien, drove thousands of people from their homes in the 1960s and 1970s. Fortunately, today, the federal government no longer has the right to expropriate families in order to create parks. This is thanks to people like Jackie Vautour, who stood up for their rights. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to offer my condolences to his loved ones, and especially his wife, Yvonne. L'honorable député. The honourable member for Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake. Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud and happy concerning the Official Languages Minority Communities Act and the update of the Official Languages Act. This is the first time since the 1980s that the federal government has devoted a clear vision for the legislative future of the languages in Canada. I am proud to be able to continue in advancing the vitality of these communities. I am sure that my father would also be proud.
Peuvent se voir refléter.
This plan will ensure the vitality of our institutions, as well as the promotion of Francophone immigration and French language across Canada. I'd like to thank our Minister, Minister Joly, and the Official Languages Committee, as well as all of the stakeholders who worked toward this end. Now, let's get to work in order to implement our vision.
For Regina Louvain. Okay, I'm just going to ask all members to please mute their microphones if they're not on. I'm not sure what it is today, but they just seem to be popping on their own. A point of order. Is there a technical?
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Technical. The last speaker, spoke the French translation, but the French was overpowering the English. Could not hear any of his speech in English at all.
Okay, very good. We'll have our technical people look into it, and OK. Alors, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Can you hear me clearly on the English channel?
No.
No? Has the problem been solved?
OK. On va continuer.
We'll continue.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a tough year for all Canadians, and for people in my riding, it's no different. Today, I want to recognize a few people and initiatives that are helping those in need. Hill Avenue Florists ran a program where they'd match flower purchases and donate them to long-term care facilities, brightening the day of seniors, citizens who have been suffering through social isolation. Regina Community Fridge organizers are now building their second location in the Cathedral neighborhood to provide fresh food donated to people in need. Another local business, Wheat Queens and Prairie Things, generously donated 75 gift baskets to senior citizens who were victims of a fraud scam over the Christmas holidays. I also want to highlight Sandeep and the volunteers of the Guru Nanak Free Kitchen, where members of the Sikh community in Regina have generously been donating food every week for 2 years to those in need. Whether they're donating their time or making financial contributions, the people of Regina continue to give back. Please join me in thanking the charities, businesses, and individuals that have done so much and will continue to help those in need.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My riding of Etobicoke Centre is in Toronto. My family is not francophone, but we're francophiles. My parents were determined that I would learn French. They always taught me to appreciate both official languages as being part of who we are as a country. But French immersion is not offered, was not offered in our time in the public school. So I was sent to a private school where I received my education in French. For the Francophone community, it's clear that we need more than symbolic gestures in order to preserve French and to ensure bilingualism. In order to protect the French language and culture, we need to take action to have access to justice and services in both languages. The White Book presented by our minister does just that. Our government is taking clear action to support Francophone communities and to support who we are as Canadians today and in the future.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Toronto Centre lost a beloved member of the St. Jamestown community, Dr. Francisco Portugal. Dr. Portugal emigrated from Manila to Toronto in the 1970s, where he completed his medical studies and opened his own clinic. He was known for his infectious smile and his willingness to help, a willingness that went way beyond his profession. He was a community worker, an entrepreneur, and philanthropist. Among his many notable achievements, Dr. Portugal advocated for the Filipino caregivers in the 1980s. He was a former vice president of the Filipino Center Toronto and most recently founded CARP, which organizes medical professionals to bring health as well as dental care to those in need in the Philippines. Toronto Center, Mr. Speaker, has lost a legend who will be greatly missed by family, friends, patients, and staff, but his legacy lives on. Thank you for serving us so well, Dr. Portugal. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here is the COVID vaccine rollout summed up. Grand announcements, then failure, backroom deals with dictatorships, platitudes and promises with little substance, then constantly evolving deadlines. But Mr. Speaker, let me now explain what the Liberals are good at. They take failure and they masterfully spin it to proclaim victory. We will eventually get vaccines, but we won't forget the lives lost, hundreds of billions of dollars of lost economic productivity, and the months of uncertainty. The sad reality is that this trend reflects every Liberal promise. Announcements and taglines followed by incompetence and mismanagement. And then finally, they either condemn the promise to eternal bureaucratic misery or a result that is only a shadow of what the initial promise was. Canada deserves better, Canada deserves competence, and Conservatives are ready to form a government that will secure our future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to recognize R. Paul Dillon for being among BC's Entertainment Hall of Fame's latest inductees. As a South Asian award-winning screenwriter, producer, director, and journalist, Our Paul has made his community very proud. He's been able to shed light on the experience of BC's South Asian population, as well as highlight the significant contributions that Canada's South Asian population has made to the social, cultural, and economic fabric of our community and our nation. I would also like to congratulate Love Randhawa for recently being awarded the 2020 Best International Artist by UK Bhangra Awards and creating into the top 5 on iTunes, only hours after the release of his album, Believe in Me. The album reached number 2 on the iTunes R&B charts in Canada, number 5 in the UK, and number 9 in the US. Congratulations to you both for your success in the arts.
The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, Manitobans, like all Canadians, are hurting as a result of COVID-19 and the restrictions imposed by governments in a response. Families have been forced to say goodbye to loved ones over video calls. Many have lost jobs or seen their hours reduced. Businesses have had to close their doors, some permanently. This is not the way things should be. COVID-19 has been with us for a year now, and yet the Liberal government's response has failed to mature with the passage of time. This endless cycle of restrictions, some imposed by provinces and others by the Liberal government, must end. Conservatives have asked the Liberals for a timeline to lift restrictions. We've asked for a plan on vaccine procurement, and we've asked for a plan to restore the economy. In every case, the Liberals refuse. It's time to stop the excuses and show some leadership. Protect the vulnerable, provide vaccines to those who want, and allow everyone else to resume their lives.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Mr. Speaker, a government's #1 priority should always be to keep their citizens safe. This is why it's so confusing that the Liberals are attempting to demonize the law-abiding firearm owners in Bill C-21, while simultaneously introducing new measures that reduce sentences for criminals charged with illegal gun offenses. If they were focused on protecting Canadians, the Liberals wouldn't have voted against Bill C-238, which would have imposed tougher sentences for criminals found to have smuggled firearms or to be in possession of illegal firearms. It is abundantly clear to my colleagues and many of my constituents, the Liberals are more focusing on furtherizing their own ideological agenda rather than protecting all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, we're in the midst of a global pandemic that has shone a bright light on the deplorable conditions in some of our for-profit long-term care homes in Canada and here in Hamilton. The site of the deadliest outbreak of COVID-19 in our city, Grace Villa Long-Term Care, exemplifies what is wrong with the for-profit model. 234 cases and 44 of the 156 residents, or 30%, have died due to the virus. We have heard stories of poor sanitation, lack of personal protective equipment, bad working conditions, and understaffing, resulting in woefully inadequate care. We recently learned that not one single long-term care home has had resident quality inspection by the Ontario Ministry of Health since 2018. It's time for the federal government to work with our provincial and territorial partners on long-term care. It's time to improve the working conditions to allow for better care. And it's time to develop national care standards and regulations in step with the Canada Health Act. It's time to take profit out of long-term care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. 2021 marks 100 years since the discovery of insulin. This was a major breakthrough for people with diabetes. But much remains to be done, Mr. Speaker. In 2018, young people came to the Hill to raise awareness about type 1 diabetes, which is still not well understood by the population. I met Juliette Benoit, an eloquent, concise, courageous woman who wants to advance research. She showed me the determination and discipline required to cope with the pressure that such a disease puts on people's lives. You need thousands of injections every year. Let's shine a spotlight on all types of diabetes, including the ones that affect thousands of people in Quebec. Research is essential if we are to improve the daily lives of people with diabetes, and we need to work together. Intelligence, knowledge, and funding must be brought together to move forward towards this goal. As an African proverb says, alone we go faster, but together we go further.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding, students are not able to find postgraduate jobs. People are struggling with mental health. Civil liberties are being eroded. Small businesses are going bankrupt, and families are not able to feed themselves. All because of the COVID pandemic and the Liberal government's botched response. I have heard from friends and family of people taking their own lives because of financial pain and isolation. It is very heartbreaking to hear. The reality is only about 4% of Canadians have received a single dose. While other countries are easing restrictions and opening up, our per capita vaccination rate is behind more than 40 countries. Mr. Speaker, we need to get the vaccine rollout right in order to secure jobs and secure our future. But this Liberal government is failing Canadians. While they negotiated with CanSino, a deal that eventually flopped, other countries secured deals with Pfizer and Moderna that put them near the front of the line. Canadians are paying dearly for this government's mistakes. This government needs to start doing their job so that Canadians can get back to doing theirs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hull, Aylmer.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Aylmer has lost two great women already in 2021. A few weeks ago, I rose in the House to pay tribute to our former mayor, Constance Provost. Today, I would like to pay tribute to Charlotte Lécuyer, who represented Pontiac at the National Assembly from 2003 to 2014. She was very committed to her community and passionate about ensuring her fellow citizens' access to health care. Charlotte dedicated her career to improving health and social services for people in her riding. She remained a strong defender of these ideas even after she retired from politics. A woman of intelligence, strength, wisdom, and integrity. On behalf of my constituents, thank you, Charlotte. We will miss you.
Now, I believe the Honourable Member for Sackville Preston Chiswick Cook has his hand up on a point of order. I just want to double check.
Oui, Monsieur.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I believe there was a problem with the interpretation during the statement, so I'd like to have the opportunity to redo it, if everyone agrees.
Il y a eu des problèmes techniques.
I believe there was a technical problem, so yes. The Honourable Member for Sackville Preston Chiswick Cook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to announce that the Official Languages Act is going to be modernized, as was announced on Friday. This is the first time since the 1980s that the federal government has devoted a clear vision concerning linguistic duality in Canada. As the only Liberal Acadian member from Nova Scotia, I'm proud to contribute to the advancement of these communities. I am also sure that my father would be proud to see this new vision of how all Canadians can see themselves reflected. This will improve the vitality of our communities, encourage Francophone immigration, the promotion of French all across Canada, and much more. I would like to thank Minister Joly, the members of the Official Languages Committee, members of the committee, and all stakeholders who contributed to this vision. Now let's get to work to implement our vision. Thank you.
Avant de continuer,
Before continuing, I would like to remind members that when referring to another member in the House, we refer to them by their riding name or the position that they hold, and not by their personal name. Just a little reminder for everyone so that we can all keep that in mind for next time. And I also wanted to mention that before moving on to the next step, I'd like to remind members that members' statements should last 60 seconds. I know this is very important to members, and I don't want to have to cut them off, but sometimes I don't have the choice. Let's continue.
Oral questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is deeply troubling that the Canadian Chief of Defence Staff has had to step down only a month after assuming command. This happened shortly after we learned that the Minister of National Defence sat on allegations with respect to the previous Chief of Defence Staff. So my question to the Minister of National Defence is simple. Is he aware of any other misconduct allegations against any other command officer in the Canadian Armed Forces?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes all allegations of misconduct very seriously and will always take strong action in response to any allegation of misconduct that is brought forward, no matter the rank, no matter the position. And let me just say, every woman in Canada should be able to do her job free of harassment. The Canadian Forces National Investigation Service has confirmed an investigation into Admiral MacDonald.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the government's quarantine program is in complete ruins. The hotline doesn't work. Travelers are ignoring the quarantine and waltzing right out of the airport, sometimes receiving fines, sometimes not. Most disturbing, there are reports of violence and people in quarantine hotels not being kept safe. If no part of this program is working, why has the government not suspended it?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has some of the strictest travel and border measures in the world, and that is absolutely as it should be. There are new variants of concern in the world, and our government will always do whatever it takes to protect Canadians. As a mother, as a woman, as a feminist, I am deeply concerned by the reports of violence and sexual assault. No one should ever have to fear for her safety.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I agree. But people are fearing for their safety. This government knows there are risks in the quarantine hotels they've set up. Health Committee documents show the government has been planning this series of quarantine hotels since June. But with more than 7 months of planning, they've still failed to keep Canadians safe. Australia and other countries had similar problems that this government could have learned from. So I'll ask the Deputy Prime Minister again, when she knows there are problems with safety for Canadians, why is this program still in operation?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this program is still in operation precisely because all Canadians are unsafe as long as the coronavirus is circulating in the world. And by introducing strict border measures, including obligatory quarantine, we are acting to protect Canadians, something we will always do. And let me remind everyone in this House and everyone listening that no one should be traveling outside the country for non-essential reasons right now.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, la quarantaine obligatoire.
Mr. Speaker, mandatory quarantines in hotels has been a source of worry and insecurity. Acts of violence and assault are unacceptable. This government needs to protect people quarantining. If this Prime Minister can't guarantee that Canadians will be safe, he should suspend the program. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if Conservatives don't want to protect Canadians from COVID-19, that is up to them. But here in the government, we will continue protecting Canadians with quarantine measures and with measures at the border. As a woman and as a mother, I am deeply concerned by these reports of violence and sexual assault. No one should have to fear for her safety. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the government had 8 months to plan the program. The hotline has been a failure. Canadians are not safe. Just like with rapid testing and vaccines, everything the Liberal government touches turns into a failure. When will this government fix the program? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada has taken strict measures at the border and for travellers, some of the strictest in the world, and I'm very proud of this. This is essential protection for Canadians. Canadians who are sacrificing greatly in our fight against COVID-19. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have clearly indicated that no one should be traveling. And I will repeat, that can endanger you and your loved ones. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, this government is completely shirking its duties when it comes to hotel quarantines, but it's not that complicated. It just has to create a working hotline and make sure that when they get to the hotel, people are safely respecting health guidelines and don't get COVID. It had 2 months to prepare. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that Canada should be able to do this. And the solution isn't to cancel quarantines. It's simply to do what a G7 government should. For goodness sake, does this Prime Minister even care about governing anymore? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. And I know that he agrees with our government in that we need to be taking very strict measures to protect Canadians. Fair and strict measures including border checks, including quarantines. And once again, I would like to state, for all Canadians, this is not the time to be undertaking unessential travel abroad. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, since I ended up asking the question to the Deputy Prime Minister, I should have perhaps asked her if she would like to replace the Prime Minister. But in any case, this government needs to do its job. We're in the middle of a pandemic. The government needs to do something. The government failed when it comes to rapid vaccine procurement. It failed on border management. It failed on hotel quarantines. I could continue all night. It's a horror show, Mr. Speaker. People need a federal government that does its job. It's possible to work quickly and well. When will this government do its work? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on quarantines, on truly strict and necessarily strict measures at the border, I would remind my honourable colleague that the provinces, including the province of Quebec, agree with us. They agree that we need firm, strict border measures to protect Canadians. That is something that our government will always do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are many Canadians who can't buy the medication they need. Universal public pharmacare could have saved these people and given them access to the medications they need. But the Liberals voted against that. Why does this government always defend big pharma rather than helping the average Canadian? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no one should have to choose between paying for medications and paying for food. We have already done more than any other government for a generation to lower drug prices. We will also continue to collaborate with the provinces, territories, and other stakeholders in order to establish the foundations of a national and universal pharmacare system.
For Burnaby South.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister made the same claim that the Liberal government has lowered the cost of medication, but that's not what I'm hearing. I got a note yesterday from Kathleen from Oakville, and she tells me her son filled out a prescription for his epilepsy medication, and the cost has doubled. He doesn't have coverage, and he lost his job because of COVID-19. So many Canadians cannot afford the medication they need during this pandemic, and this government has clearly shown they're more interested in protecting the interests of big pharma than people. Why is it this Prime Minister continues to choose Big Pharma over people like Kathleen Sun?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, no Canadian should have to choose between paying for medicine and paying for groceries. That's why our government continues to work hard in collaboration with the provinces, the territories, and other stakeholders to move forward in establishing the foundational elements of national universal pharmacare. That includes a new Canadian drug agency that would negotiate drug prices on behalf of all Canadians, thereby lowering prices. It includes a national formulary. It includes a national strategy for high-cost drugs for rare diseases, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The honourable member, please go ahead. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Prime Minister didn't seem all that concerned about the situation that he caused in quarantine hotels. People are spending hours on the phone, and hotel staff is overwhelmed. But now, in addition, there have been cases of assault. This is very serious and concerning. The government has once again improvised and brought forward a policy that it can't seem to apply properly. We are asking for the quarantines to be suspended until the situation can be quickly fixed. What is the Liberal government planning to do about this? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada? One moment, please. Canada has some of the most strict border and travel measures in the world. But with new variants of concern, we know that we will need to take more measures and protect Canadians from COVID-19. From the beginning of the pandemic, we have clearly stated that no one should be traveling, as that can endanger Canadians and their loved ones. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, it's not complicated. People's safety is in danger, and that's more important than anything else. Nothing seems to work in the Liberal plan. The government has failed at every level. I'm thinking about the women who have fallen victim to sexual assault, and I can't believe that this is being allowed to happen. Is the government waiting for more cases of assault before doing something? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague doesn't want to help us, he should at least let us do our work. We have implemented some of the strictest measures in the world, not for fun, but because it's necessary. We are, of course, concerned by what happened at the hotel, Mr. Speaker. But is my colleague saying that we should shelve Canadians' health and safety and suspend the quarantines and simply let people enter the country at however they want? Is that really what he's saying?
Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' border and travel restrictions have been chaos from day one. Their rules have consequences for Canadians' lives. Shockingly, there was an alleged sexual assault on a vulnerable woman at a federally run quarantine hotel, and a federally contracted official is charged with harassment, extortion, and a sexual assault on a woman while enforcing federal rules. The public safety minister is directly responsible. Will the Liberals shut it down before one more Canadian is harmed?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, border measures are an important component of protecting Canadians from the virus, indeed from the variants of concern. And it now is an important time to remind all Canadians that travel is to be avoided. I will say these allegations are deeply concerning, and they are under investigation, Mr. Speaker. My officials are reviewing all the processes and protocols, including with service providers, to ensure the safety of all Canadians. But I will repeat, the border measures that we have in place are there to protect Canadians.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
I didn't ask about the charges or the investigations. I asked what the Liberals are going to do. And so-called concern and words are not enough. People are unsafe because this abuse happened in a federal facility run by the federal government with federal workers under federal rules. And what's galling is another woman complying with federal rules in the sanctity of her own home was extorted and assaulted by a screening officer sent by the federal government. So will the Liberals stop it right now?
Honourable Minister.
I'm deeply concerned to hear the member opposite suggest that we stop our border protection measures. In fact, they are some of the strictest in the world for good purpose, Mr. Speaker, to protect Canadians against the variants of concern, to protect Canadians against COVID-19 from entering our border, to protect families from travelers that have returned and inadvertently infected their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, these allegations are under investigation. We take them very seriously, but we will continue to apply appropriate measures at the border.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Upon entry into Canada, her passport was seized and she was forced into a taxi without knowing where she would be taken. She was forced into a federal-run facility under a federal duty of care by the Liberal government, and she was sexually assaulted. This is misogyny and a gross violation of her rights. The Deputy Prime Minister and the Health Minister have implied the victim shouldn't have traveled. Were they suggesting that she deserved what happened to her under their duty of care?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every woman deserves to live a life free of violence and a life of dignity. But I will repeat, these border measures are in place to protect Canadians, and they will remain in place until such time that science and evidence indicates that it is safe to release them. The member opposite knows that this matter is under investigation. We take all of these allegations very seriously.
Honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
His attention was unwanted, but he still made his way into her room. He touches her. He took a condom out of his pocket and asked her to sleep with him. She said no. He insists. She was terrified, but no help came. He masturbated in front of her. If this is making those who are listening uncomfortable, good. Imagine how she felt. After she was told she could go to the hospital, but that she would have to come back to her place of assault. They had removed the security locks from her door. Would the Minister of Health put herself in this situation? And if not, why is she subjecting others to it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the assault of a woman is never okay. These are serious allegations and they are under investigation. Having said that, I will say that the border measures that we have in place are there to protect Canadians. We will continue to ensure that Canadians are protected, that they are safe, and we will refine processes with our service providers to ensure that happens.
L'honorable député de Beauport.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. $51 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's what it has cost the federal government to exclude Quebec from shipbuilding contracts. The parliamentary budget officer has revealed that the cost of the contract for 15 warships granted to Irving instead of the Davie shipyard will go from $26 billion to $77 billion. $51 billion more. That's a huge amount, 37 times the value of the Montreal Canadiens. In fact, you could buy the entire NHL and even throw in the Nordique for $51 billion. When will this government give the Davie shipyard its fair share? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are, of course, committed to moving forward in the framework of our national shipbuilding strategy to ensure that our Navy and Coast Guard will have ships of the quality that they deserve. And we are involved in ongoing discussions to include the Davie shipyard in Quebec in order to complete the work that we need to provide proper ships for our Navy and Coast Guard. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. What's concerning, Mr. Speaker, is that in addition to these cost overruns, the Auditor General today has criticized major delays in shipbuilding. Irving will not deliver the warships before the 30s, and there are also delays at Seaspan. And these delays will get worse because there will be workforce shortages at both shipyards. So turning its back on Quebec, just as Pierre-Elliott Trudeau wanted, will cost the federal government tens of billions of dollars and take tens of years more than it should have. When will the government completely reorganize its shipbuilding strategy and include Davie? The Honourable Minister. The answer, Mr. Speaker, is that we didn't have to wait for the Bloc Québécois. We have already included the Davie shipyard without waiting for the Bloc. We are already including the Davie shipyard in the construction of warships, in constructing ferries and other major contracts. And We are in negotiations to include the Davie Shipyard in other projects so that it is part of our national shipbuilding strategy. And all of that thanks to this government, not the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would be ashamed of saying what the last Liberal member said about Davie. I would be even more ashamed given what this government has done regarding drinking water on reserve, because it promised to fix the problem by March 31st, 2021, and today the Auditor General confirmed that the government will fail. She said, Indigenous Services Canada did not provide the necessary support to guarantee that First Nation communities have continuous access to drinking water. Mr. Speaker, half of the remaining issues are more than 10 years old, and the government has the gall to blame the pandemic for its failure. When will this government shoulder its responsibility? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have received the AG's recommendations, and we share her commitment, and we will continue to work hard until all the boil water advisories are lifted. We have been working closely with First Nation communities since 2015 in order to alleviate the problems with drinking water. And despite the issues we've had in the last year with the pandemic, we believe we're on the right path and we will be able to end boil water advisories.
Abbotsford.
Well, this week, Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced a plan to reopen the British economy. Last week, Chancellor Merkel did the same for Germany. Even many of the U.S. states are reopening as people get vaccinated. Yet here in Canada, different story. The National Post noted, when you spend more money than anyone else and end up experiencing death and economic collapse for 30 weeks longer than any other country, it's fair to call that a failure. Where's the Prime Minister's plan to reopen our economy?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, job one for all Canadians and all members of this House is to conquer COVID. And that does include, Mr. Speaker, in our government's view, strict border measures. And it does include, Mr. Speaker, vaccinating Canadians. And that's why I am so pleased that 643,000 doses of vaccines are arriving this week alone. Once that job is done, Mr. Speaker, I am confident that Canada will come roaring back, and we are hard at work with provinces, territories, municipalities, business, and labor to do just that.
Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, promises. It's been over 700 days since the Prime Minister last tabled a budget. The most important planning document for a federal government is a budget. Yet this government has spent hundreds of billions of dollars without a plan to reopen the economy. Millions of Canadians are falling through the cracks. Tourism, restaurant, energy, airline, healthcare workers are all being left behind by this Prime Minister. With Canadians struggling to survive, Mr. Speaker, when will the Prime Minister finally table a plan to open up our economy?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is, in fact, our government's support which is helping Canadians, Canadian people, Canadian businesses do the right thing and get through COVID. And let me say, Mr. Speaker, Canadians would be suffering much more under conservative economic austerity. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the difficulties imposed by COVID, Canadians are working hard and finding ways to get the job done. In fact, in Q4 of last year, our GDP increased by 1.9%. That's an annualized rate of 7.8% and almost double the U.S. rate.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, news reports say small businesses have taken on $135 billion in COVID debt, which puts 2.5 million jobs at risk. Many small businesses can't even access federal aid, but the ones that can will not be sustained on debt alone. They need a safe, open, and employment-based economy. Will the federal government acknowledge that its failures are prolonging Canada's lockdowns and table a plan to deal with them before we lose 2.5 million small business jobs?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am delighted to hear the Conservatives say they are concerned about small businesses. I sure am. And that's why I would like to urge the Conservatives to stop their delaying tactics and pass Bill C-14. And you don't need to believe me that this is essential for small businesses. Let me quote Dan Kelly. He says, Bill C-14 has some important measures for small businesses. The CFIB urges all parties to ensure this support is passed quickly. So, Mr. Speaker, let me echo that and urge Conservatives to pass these essential supports.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, hundreds of people have reached out to me over the past month and shared their struggles affording medication. People like Pam in Burns Lake, whose son's expensive medication won't be covered once he graduates, or Valerie, a senior in Terrace who has to delay paying her basic bills in order to afford her diabetes drugs. We proposed a plan based on the government's own report, and they rejected it. When is this minister going to have a universal pharmacare program for Pam, Valerie, and the countless other Canadians who need it? When?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, we are following that same report, and we've been on a steady progress to implement national universal pharmacare. Instead of imposing a top-down approach on the provinces and territories, like the NDP have proposed, we're committing to work together to create a pharmacare system that works for all. And in the meantime, we've established a transition office. We've created a new Canada Drug Agency. We're working on a national formulary, and we're investing $1 billion over 2 years to help Canadians with rare disease get access to the medications they need. That's progress, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, they want to go back on their promises. Yesterday, by defeating our universal pharmacare bill, the Liberals showed us what's most important to them, big pharma and rich insurance companies. The Liberals have been dragging their heels for, 24 years? Yet there is a consensus in the province. The CNTU, the FDQ, the CSQ all favor the bill, just like the Quebec Union of Consumers. By rejecting our bill, all workers and low-income earners are being punished by the Liberals. Will the Prime Minister have the courage to look himself in the mirror after this stab in the back? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, surely the member opposite understands that it's better to work with provinces and territories than unilaterally impose programs on any province or territory, including Quebec. That's our approach, Mr. Speaker. It's an approach of collaboration. We are following the Hoskins report. We are moving forward on national universal pharmacare. We have taken a number of important steps. The government understands the hard work that's ahead of us in order to get this done. I think the NDP should understand the value of collaboration.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, in order to target gun and gang violence, we need better data in order to trace firearms used in the commission of an offense. In 2014 and 15, the Harper Conservatives closed half of the RCMP laboratories that analyzed and traced these types of firearms. It is clear that we need to rebuild and further that capacity. Can the Minister please provide an update as to what our government is doing to help British Columbia enhance our data?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank the member from Surrey Newton for his excellent question and also for his tireless advocacy on behalf of the safety of the people of Surrey. Mr. Speaker, we're pleased to see that our federal funds are being used to open a new forensic firearms lab in British Columbia. This is essential to holding criminals accountable and to getting illegal guns off our streets. We're also renewing the Cross-Border Crime Forum with the United States and working on the creation of a new bilateral task force on gun smuggling and trafficking with our American allies. We'll strengthen gun control in this country, Mr. Speaker, at our border and in our communities.
Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, today additional explosive allegations of misconduct in the highest ranks of the military were uncovered. This time, the highest-ranking officer has stepped down for the duration of the investigation. All of this under the watchful eye of the Minister. Is the Minister of Defence aware of any other allegations of abuse of authority, sexual misconduct, or any other inappropriate behavior by senior officers? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one thing I can assure the member is that we have absolutely no tolerance for any type of sexual misconduct, regardless of the rank, and regardless of the position, we will take actions. We want survivors to come forward, so that we want them to know that they will be heard, that things will be investigated. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have an absolute no tolerance policy, and we will take action. Thank you.
The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, General MacDonald was the person in charge of eradicating the very behavior he is accused of. This leaves military members wondering if justice can actually be achieved. A safe and thorough independent investigation is critical, but senior officers who may themselves be complicit remain in key positions within the chain of command. How will the minister ensure that compromised senior officers are not interfering in these investigations to protect themselves?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that every single investigation, every allegation will be investigated thoroughly, independent from the chain of command, and regardless of position and regardless of rank. We will take the appropriate action because we owe it to our members. And I want to commend the survivors who are coming forward so that, and to let them know that they will be heard and that their allegations will be investigated. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, recently at our Agriculture Committee, a senior vice president representing Maple Leaf Food realized and revealed why a major processing plant was built in Indiana instead of here in Canada. And she states, the not so good with our regulatory system is that it stymies investment, it creates barriers to predictability, innovation, and cost efficiency that often time far outweigh and sometimes even stymie the health and environmental positives we are trying to gain. Mr. Speaker, this government is failing on job creation. When are they going to get to work and start creating paychecks instead of pink slips for Canadians?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government absolutely understands that the single most important thing for Canadians right now is to recover the jobs lost by COVID. That's why I am delighted to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding the extremely difficult circumstances today, Canada has already recovered 71% of the jobs lost in the wake of the pandemic, and that compares to just 56% of the jobs recovered in the United States. I'd like to thank all the hardworking Canadians and Canadian businesses who are behind that.
The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians don't believe a word that comes out of that minister's mouth. There are 213,000 more unemployed Canadians. This government has the worst job creation record in the G7. Canadians are tired of empty platitudes and broken promises. It's time for the Liberal front benches to get to work so Canadians from coast to coast to coast can get back to earning paychecks. When will the Economic Development Minister and her cabinet colleagues bring forward a real plan to get our economy back on track and get Canadians back to work?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite doesn't want to believe my words, let me quote David Parkinson from the Globe and Mail. Here's what he has to say. For the economy as a whole, there are remarkably healthy signs. Unlike last spring's lockdowns, it appears we've learned how to keep the economy rolling. The underlying recovery remains largely intact. Thanks again to all the hardworking, innovative Canadian businesses who have made that possible.
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, thousands of people are receiving their T4s and realizing that fraudsters applied for the CERB in their name. But the government hasn't responded. People spend hours on the phone without getting through. It's easier to get people's personal information to defraud them than it is to get through to the CRA. I'd point out that it's because of the lack of verification by the agency before sending the CERB checks out that this fraud was possible. What is the minister doing to correct the situation and to help the victims? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. We appreciate all the work of the people at the call centres who have done the work over the past year. There's been an 83% increase since 2020, and an external firm has been hired to deal with the increase in the number of calls during the tax season. It's a temporary measure that will guarantee that Canadians receive quality service. Between now and March, we will be hiring another 2,000 employees. We will increase the hours at the CRA So we will continue to work hard to serve Canadians. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, the revenue agencies abandoning victims of CERB fraud. I've talked to parents whose 3 children have been defrauded. They spend hours on the phone, and then when they get through, they're told the agency can only deal with one file at a time. They have to call back for the other 2 children. Parents are forced to take time off to work because contacting the agency is a full-time job. Come on, are they using the same number as they're using for the hotel quarantines? The Honourable Minister, as I said, I want to thank employees in the call centres for their work. They've seen an increase of 83% in calls at the agency. And I want to reassure people who are victims of fraud that they will not have to reimburse the money to the Government of Canada. We will continue to work hard so that people have better service, Mr. Speaker.
For Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Saskatchewan is home to nearly 1.2 million people. But unfortunately, only 43,000 have received at least 1 dose of the COVID-19 vaccine. So that is less than 4%. Meanwhile, in the United States, they're around 12%, and we know in Israel, nearly 50%. Why is our government so far behind our allies in providing vaccines to those who want them?
Honourable Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we of course share the urgency of the honourable member in vaccinating the people of Saskatchewan and indeed every Canadian. And that is why we are very happy that we're able to fill our commitment to receive 6 million doses in the first quarter of this year, over 23 million doses in the second quarter, and more than enough of pre-approved vaccines to vaccinate every Canadian by the end of September. That, of course, includes every person in Saskatchewan who wishes to receive a dose, and we look forward to that day, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Les Billeaux-Binières. Mr. Speaker, the government mismanaged the arrival of vaccines, but on top of that, they don't even know how much that cost. There's a gap, $11 billion gap between the figures budgeted by the department and estimated costs. Mr. Speaker, what caused this gap that has led to this huge deficit? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we do every year, account for all government expenditures in the public accounts of Canada. It will be transparent, as the member will be able to see. We were doing everything to protect Canadians when it comes to personal protective equipment and when it comes to vaccines. And we will have enough vaccines to vaccinate everyone by the end of September.
Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, this government tries to make Canadians believe that they are focused on helping them, but actions speak louder than words. This week, I received an email from a single pensioner in my riding who got an EI repayment demand for $130. Contrast that with the calls I'm getting from constituents asking when are their vaccines coming. They want to get back to work, off of EI, and return to a normal life. How is it that this government has the resources to go after paltry sums of money but can't get vaccines to these same Canadians?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm committed to working to ensure that every Canadian receives the benefits they're entitled to, including EI. We are not asking people to repay if they can't afford to. I'm happy to work with the member opposite to on that particular case. Of course, I will follow up with him directly after question period. Thank you.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 is the most serious public health crisis Canada has ever faced. It has laid bare fundamental gaps in our society and disproportionately impacted those who are already marginalized, vulnerable, or struggling. Women have faced steep job losses, and many have bravely served on the front lines of this crisis in our communities and carried the burden of unpaid care work at home. With International Women's Day approaching on March 8th, can the minister Center for Women, Gender and Equality update this House on the theme for this day and how we will be marking this occasion?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Pickering Uxbridge for her strength and for her leadership. This International Women's Day, we salute the women on the front lines of the fight against COVID. We acknowledge all the ways that women, particularly racialized women, have been hardest hit by COVID. We invite applications to our $100 million Feminist Response and Recovery Fund, and we will convene a virtual 2-day summit focused on Canada's feminist response and recovery. Our government will continue to work with strong feminists to create 1 million jobs and to improve the health and safety outcomes for all women.
The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Speaker, the GTA is home to thousands of airline sector employees. In fact, Barrie Innisfil is known as Terminal 4, and I can't begin to explain the level of frustration and anxiety and anger among pilots, flight attendants, service agents, employees, and their families as they sit at home, their lives and livelihoods threatened because of incoherent policies and the resulting lack of sectoral support. For months now, as layoffs mount, routes are cut, and planes parked, all these families have heard from these Liberals is that support is coming. On behalf of these anxious families, Mr. Speaker, I want to know when that support is going to be coming.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the question. As a Member of Parliament for Mississauga, where many employees of the aviation sector live and work, I am very much in touch with them and the anxiety that they're going through today due to the COVID pandemic. And I can assure my honourable colleague and all employees of the aviation sector that we are engaged with the airline sector with a sense of urgency on finalizing a support package, because the aviation sector, Mr. Speaker, is important for Canada's economy and is important for Canada's security. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater, Oro Medunti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I had the privilege of meeting with the Independent Travel Advisors Association of Canada. Many Canadians are suffering through this pandemic, but travel advisors are being decimated. These self-employed, hardworking individuals work on 100% commission. As we all know, the travel industry has been shut down for many months. Therefore, they have had no ability to make any revenue. Now they are concerned they may have to pay back past commissions. Will the Prime Minister listen to the concerns of these hardworking Canadians and ensure their livelihoods are protected in any rescue package provided to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, thank you for this question. And I want to assure my honourable colleague that we are listening. And as I said earlier, we are currently in discussions with the airline sector on providing a customized support given the conditions that they're going through right now. And I can assure my honourable colleague that refunds, that regional routes restoration, that commissions are part of the discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, Canadian young people and their parents are growing increasingly concerned about the alarming decline of job opportunities as a result of this government's response to the pandemic. Experts are saying it will be a decade before opportunities for our young people return to pre-pandemic levels. We know that in December 2020, 250,000 young people were out of work compared to the year prior. This government has made hundreds of announcements and spent billions upon billions of dollars in the last year on pandemic emergency spending, and yet they have failed to provide Canadians a jobs recovery plan for our young people to secure their future. Where is it? Where is the plan?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we will always work on behalf of young people in Canada. That's exactly why we have a full voice at the cabinet table. When it comes to not only employment opportunities, but creating opportunities that young people are involved, we will continue to do that. If you look at the strengthening of the youth employment skills strategy, our government has committed to do that. Canada Summer Jobs. We have doubled the number of Canada Summer Jobs, and young people can continue to apply. In response to COVID-19 pandemic, we made sure that youth were at the forefront of our response. We will continue working on behalf of young people. They are not only leaders of tomorrow, they are the leaders of today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt. Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers work hard every day to produce high-quality products. In September 2019, in Verner, Ontario, the largest international ploughing contest and rural exhibition of all time was held. Thanks to thousands of community volunteers, the agriculture sector is working hard and facing challenges during the pandemic. Can the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food acknowledge the support our government has put in place to help the agri-food sector across Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are very grateful to our producers who have risen to the challenge and continue to keep our stores full of products during the pandemic. It's been a record year for exports, and it's been over $70 million. Canada is here to help them make it through the pandemic with support to programs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Yesterday, the NDP put forward a life-saving pharmacare bill that would help thousands of Canadians who can't afford their medication. 88% of Canadians support a universal pharmacare program, yet of the 34 members of Parliament in Alberta, I was the only one who voted to support this bill. We need to ensure Alberta healthcare is strengthened at the federal level to prevent erosion at the provincial level. How can the Prime Minister justify voting against this bill, which would help Canadians pay for life-saving medication?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think what the NDP and my honourable colleague failed to recognize is that we must work with provinces and territories to ensure a pharmacare program that will work for everyone. That is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We've done more than any government in a generation to lower drug prices. I am working with my colleagues on a national universal pharmacare plan. We've established a transition office to create a new Canada Drug Agency and a national formulary, and we're investing $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, over 2 years to help Canadians get access to the medications they need who live with rare disease. Mr. Speaker, that's real progress.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener South Hespeler.
Mr. Speaker, some of my constituents were instructed by officials that in order to access CRB, they must first apply for EI. Despite not being qualified for EI, they complied and were denied. Then when they applied for the CRB, CRA disqualified them because the system shows them as having active EI applications. Can the government please explain what is being done to resolve the issues between these two departments?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker. We know that this continues to be a difficult time for many, which is why we transitioned to a simplified EI program and created 3 new recovery benefits to support Canadians. Service Canada and the CRA work closely together to share data on Canadians who apply for benefits to ensure that only one benefit is paid to someone applying at any given time. And in some instances, this can cause a delay. That said, we understand that any delay in receiving benefits can be really hard for people, and that's why Service Canada and the CRA are continuing to work closely together to reduce delays and ensure Canadians are paid the benefits they need in a timely manner. Thank you.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have for today. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. I wish to inform the House that the Chair has received notice from the House leaders of all recognized parties stating that they are satisfied that the remote voting solution is ready to be used. En conséquence,
accordingly,
I'll take the applause. It's the only time I get much, but that's
accordingly, starting as of the next sitting, February 26, 2021, and until June 23, 2021, members voting remotely will use the new electronic voting system.
Information about this new system is available at Members on Source. Now we have the Thursday question, l'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, well, of course, we all share applause after the 2 tests we had on the voting app. And each vote is important and we need to respect decorum. And when you look at the mandate that our constituents have given us, speaking of our ridings, we know that next week all 338 MPs will be in their ridings to take the pulse of the public. And I would ask the government House Leader what is in store for us when we come back here on March 8th. Thank you. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for giving us that excellent news. I think everyone feels the same about the new voting app. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his Thursday question. This afternoon, we'll continue debate on the block opposition day. Tomorrow morning, we will begin debate at second reading on Bill C-21, the Firearms Act. In the afternoon, tomorrow, we will resume debate on Bill C-14, which would implement certain provisions of the economic statement. And finally, I'd like to inform the House that on Tuesday, March 9th, that will be an allotted day. And I would like to take this opportunity to wish all of my colleagues an excellent constituency week and good luck with your work with your communities. Thank you. Thank you. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Government orders. Business of supply. Resuming debate on the motion of Ms. LaRouche. Financial situation of the elderly. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member. Oh, yes. M'excuse, l'honorable.
I apologize, Member.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been consultations among the parties, and I believe if you seek it, you would find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House recognizes that housing is a fundamental human right. That it recognizes that an estimated 1.8 million Canadian households spend more than the affordability threshold of 30% of their income on rent, and 800,000 of those households spend more than 50%. That it recognizes that an estimated 2.4 million Canadian households experience core housing need in 2020. That it recognizes that housing is becoming less affordable and more precarious for low-wage workers, people who have lost work due to COVID-19 restrictions, and people living on fixed incomes. That it recognizes that an estimated 200,000 to 300,000 Canadians are homeless, and hundreds of thousands more are on the verge of becoming homeless. That it recognizes that housing, unaffordability, and homelessness are twin national crises. That the House believes the government should take immediate action to protect existing affordable rental stock from predatory investment practices, and that the government should prioritize investments in nonprofit and cooperative housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Now, I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Milton has a point of order.
I was curious if we're presenting petitions today.
It was done this morning, unfortunately, but there's always tomorrow, and we'll have that. Very good. Maintenant, nous allons continuer.
And now we will continue. I apologize. The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. We'll start the clock at 0. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a huge pleasure for me today to rise to speak in the House to the Block's motion. I'm quite proud of my party for dedicating an opposition day to the precarious financial situation of seniors and putting it on the agenda for today so that all members can become aware, for some of them, because some appear unaware that there's a problem with the financial security of seniors. And also, it's an opportunity to hear other people's arguments. So I'll take the time to read the motion. The Bloc calls on the House to recognize that the elderly were the most directly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, that the House recall that too many of the elderly live in financially precarious positions, and that the House acknowledge the collective debt we owe to those who built both Quebec and Canada, and call on the House to ask the government in the next budget to increase the Old Age Security, or OAS, benefit by $110 a month for those 65 and over. So, Mr. Speaker, you'll understand how proud I am, as I said at the outset, how proud I am to take part in this debate on seniors. I'd like to give a more familiar speech so that people and members of Parliament understand the reality of life for those 65 and over. First of all, I was very surprised listening to some of the other speeches to realize that our colleagues opposite distinguish between being 65 years old and being 75 years old. When you're 65 and over, you have the same obligations, the same responsibilities for looking after yourself, for having decent housing that meets your needs, for being able to do the groceries, being able to eat fruits and vegetables, meat or legumes or other foods if you're a vegetarian, for example. You have to be able to You have to be responsible for your drugs, for your internet provider. But what we've seen in recent years, and particularly over the last year, the cost of consumer items has gone way up. If you do groceries, Mr. Speaker, yourself, if you buy fruits and vegetables, you've seen your bill go up. So whether you're 65 or 75, you still have the same needs. You have to be able to house yourself. You have to be able to feed yourself. And so the financial capacity of seniors has to be boosted in order to keep pace with the rising cost of living. Everything's going up, Mr. Speaker. Everything's going up. But the only thing that's not going up is the OAS for our seniors. If you do a quick calculation, you'll see that if you get the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or the GIS, plus the OAS, you get about $1,500 a month. What does that mean exactly? If I'm 65 or 75, if I get my OAS plus the GIS, I might have $1,800 and some to live on for the month. And what do I have to pay for with that? What's going on with seniors these days? Seniors want to stay home as long as possible. And if they want to stay home, then they might need support services from volunteers, from social services, from their family, from friends, and maybe from community social services centers, so that they can stay home as long as physically possible. That's what seniors hold dearest. That's what they want the most in the world. And sometimes they want to die at home. So you need nurses and drugs in order to support people so that they can spend their entire lives at home. But when that's impossible, Mr. Speaker, because when you need too much care, then you have to be housed somewhere. You need to find a facility that will take you in Quebec, in Salaberry de Valleyfield. If you want to be housed as a senior because you're sick and you need services and your independence is severely compromised, there's no private residences that can take me in for less than $1,000 a month, and that's minimum. It might include meals, but not services. And if I'm not getting the services I need, if it could be $1,500 or $2,000 a month to get someone to give you your medications, to do your housekeeping, to provide you some minor services. So the calculation is that you're very quickly over what you're getting, the $1,500 a month through the OAS. So perhaps this is because of my professional background. I'm very sensitive and very concerned about those most vulnerable. I'm concerned about people who've struggled to make ends meet their entire lives. They've worked, but they weren't fortunate enough or privileged enough to have a unionized job, to have a collective agreement that provided for a pension a pension income, and so they weren't able to contribute to a pension plan. And people who have a pension plan may have that plus some savings. For many seniors in Quebec, that's just not their situation. So they have to live solely off the OAS and the GIS. And as a member, I would say that I'm very concerned. Every week, I get calls from seniors who say how difficult it is for them to make ends meet, and they have to make hard choices. Sometimes, now, they know they need certain services, but they can't afford them. So as a member, I assure them of the Bloc's full support to bring their voice to the House of Commons, and that's why I insisted on speaking today, because I wanted to say how often those people we're discussing today are forgotten. They're a category of people that you don't hear much about, but they're so important. Mr. Speaker, I don't like to think of seniors as victims or people who need help. No, they're part of the strength of our society. They contributed to our society, and they deserve our care. Many seniors today are low income, but they are still contributing. They're still helping. They're still volunteers in the community, and they're part of the social solidarity of our community. So yes, they may be in a financially precarious situation, but that does not stop them from contributing to society, from volunteering, and from providing services that others need in society. So this is a heartfelt cry, what we're hearing today. We're launching this appeal so that the next federal budget, we would like to see the government increase OAS by $110 a month and increase the GIS by $50 a month. I think that would be a concrete gesture that would make it possible for seniors, low-income seniors, to live with a certain amount of dignity, to have a decent quality of living, and to also get the feeling that we feel that they deserve our support. So I would encourage all members to think before saying no to the Bloc Québécois motion here today. And above all, to have the government think about including an increase, a respectable increase to the OAS and the GIS in the next budget, out of respect for our seniors who help build Quebec and society and make it the fair and equitable society that it is. And collectively, we should take the steps to support them as they deserve. So on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, I wish the best for our seniors, and that requires an increase in the OAS and the GIS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for her passionate speech here today. I know when the Liberal government came out with $300 last May, and it finally reached the doorsteps in July, in our office in Saskatoon, we had hundreds of calls each and every day. We have a high concentration of seniors in Saskatoon-Grasswood. But the one area that maybe as politicians we haven't looked at, couples, of course, are on fixed incomes, but it's the senior single ones that have been really left behind because their expenses are the same as couples, and they're only getting one installment today. And I really feel for the single seniors because they have really struggled. Everything has gone up, water, power, food, as the honourable member mentioned. And I just wanted to get a feeling from her thoughts in her province about the single senior trying to stay in their home and survive from day to day.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa. I want to thank my colleague for that question. It's a very interesting one because if you're young or not so young, older, It is more expensive to live as a single person. We know this. We have the same fixed costs as others in couples. I, too, like he has, have received dozens of letters from seniors that were critical about that one-time payment and saw it as a way of making them be quiet. And they're saying, we're giving you a $300 check, whether you're in a couple or you're a single person, and that's it. And there is no recognition for the fact that the fixed costs have to be paid every month, and that a one-time payment is good at that point, but people still have to eat and they have to continue to be housed and pay their bills. I agree with the member. There is a lack of knowledge or lack of sensitivity from the government opposite with regard to this situation facing seniors, those who are in a precarious financial position, and we are asking them, therefore, to support our motion. Questions and comments? The honourable member.
For Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I didn't hear that. Did you call Nanaimo Ladysmith, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. I'm not sure why there was a pause there, but carry on. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for her speech, and indeed, it's a very good motion that's been brought forward today to increase old age security. My riding in Nanaimo Ladysmith, our regional district, has the largest per capita number of seniors in it, and many people come here to retire, and of course they're struggling with COVID-19, but also with affordable housing. We've seen housing increase in costs here by 59% in the last 5 years alone, and OAS is just not keeping up with the cost of increased housing, increased cost of food, and of course the cost of dealing with COVID-19. So many of our services for seniors have been closed because of COVID-19. A lot of the meal programs, a lot of the community programs, and so I just want to add my support for this motion today, and I hope that it passes through the House. Thank you.
The honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the question. He's quite right, because housing is part of a significant expense in a household, whether you live as a single person or in a family. And he's right with regard to the cost of housing, which has increased in Quebec and in my riding. And this is part of the problems that seniors are experiencing. Not only is there the need for, they only have the GIS and the OAS to get through the month. So there are some important transfers that need to be made here, whether it be for social housing. But I would also say, in order to better fund healthcare services, that is a service being provided by the provinces, and this requires a healthcare transfers to the provinces to allow the provinces to better serve people who are in need. So I want to say that he shares the same concerns as I do, and thank you. That is the end of the time available for questions and comments now. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that opportunity to speak on such an important subject. I will be advising the House that I'm sharing my time with the member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank my colleagues who shared their thoughts about the consequences of the pandemic on seniors.
Sagger, President Jessica, we have a very high number of seniors. Between 2011 and 2016, my riding experienced the greatest increase in seniors in any riding in the province of Nova Scotia. With all that we know, the challenges that seniors face, social, economic, health impact of this pandemic have been felt around the world. Even before the virus, we were facing a number of important challenges, and many of these challenges have become more evident through this pandemic. In particular, seniors, marginalized and racialized women, Black Canadians, Indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities, veterans, and new Canadians have been disproportionately hurt by this COVID-19 recession, if we want to call it that. In particular, from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the government has done everything in its power to combat the virus and mitigate the harm, using every tool available, of course, to safeguard the health and livelihood of Canadians. In our long-term care plan, of course, for recovery, we have committed to addressing the fundamental gaps exposed by this pandemic. I'm having trouble with my computer. Anyway, in our long-term plan recovery, we have committed to addressing the fundamental gaps exposed by the pandemic, as I was saying. This year has been tough on many Canadian seniors. Unfortunately, many have experienced considerable health, economic, and social challenges through the COVID-19 pandemic, and the disease has disproportionately affected them, particularly those living in long-term care facilities. And I've had the opportunity to talk to many seniors in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, and they have told me how challenging it has been, not only the isolation, but the other challenges, cost and whatnot, related to the pandemic. The devastating COVID-19 outbreak in long-term home care have highlighted the gaps in standards and care for our most vulnerable, as the large majority of COVID-19 deaths have occurred in long-term care facilities and residents. From April to July 2020, Operation Laser deployed Canadian Armed Forces personnel to support 54 long-term care facilities across Quebec and Ontario. At peak, over 1,900 Canadian Armed Forces personnel were helping care for seniors. Il a accompli une tâche.
They played an essential role by helping our grandparents, our parents, and our seniors, and they deserve our sincere thanks.
Proportionate impact of COVID-19 on seniors, the Government of Canada has made a number of investments through the Fall Economic Statement. Namely, the government has committed $1 billion for safe long-term care fund, building on what we have learned from the Canadian Armed Forces deployment in long-term care homes. This fund, which helps provinces and territories protect people in long-term care and support infection prevention and control. This will better support both those living long-term care and those who work in them, of course. In order to make sure seniors and those in care live in safe and dignified conditions, the federal government will work with provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care. We remain committed to establishing these standards as a means to address critical gaps in long-term care facilities, including raising the working condition of essential workers in senior care, and particularly personnel support workers who have persevered in the face, of course, of diversity. Since the start of COVID-19 pandemic, the Government of Canada has introduced measures to support seniors on their daily expenses to help them weather the storm. In April, we provided low and modest income Canadians with a one-time special payment through the GST credit. More than 4 million seniors benefited from this top-up, which gave an average of $375 to single seniors and $510 to senior couples. Over 6,000 seniors in my riding of Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake received those payments, equaling $2.4 million in our riding. We also introduced a $2.5 billion investment in a one-time tax-free payment of $300 for those seniors on OAS and an additional $200 to those seniors on GIS, for a total, of course, of $500 tax-free, I might remind the House. Also in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, over 10,000 seniors in our riding received this one-time $300 payment for over $3 million, and another 3,600 seniors have received a $500 one-time payment, equaling just about $5 million in Sackville, Preston, Chesapeake, Madam Speaker. At the same time, we are supporting programs and organizations that are helping improve seniors' quality of life. For example, we expanded the New Horizons for Seniors program with an additional $20 million to support organizations. We've also contributed $9 million in funding through the United Way to work with communities in each province and territory to support isolated and vulnerable seniors. Nous avons aussi accordé 350 millions.
We also gave $350 million to charities and not-for-profit community organizations to help vulnerable Canadians through the Community Support Emergency Fund.
Provided, among others, have supported many organizations in my riding of Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake through delivery of groceries, medicine, transportation services for medical appointments, as well as other challenges. Some of my communities, for example, Alice House, Big Brother and Big Sister, Black Cultural Center for Nova Scotia, the Eastern Shore Family Resource Center, the Must Go Riders Cooperative received some funding as well, the East Preston Daycare Center, the Health Association of African Canadians, the John Howard Society of Nova Scotia, the Old School Community Gathering, all those organizations received some funding, which represented over $400,000. Other accomplishments of our government for seniors since, of course, our election in 2015 has been to keep the senior eligibility age at 65 and not 67 like the Conservative wanted to do. Also, we increased the guaranteed income supplement by $947, which is improving the financial security of over 900,000 vulnerable single seniors. As well, we added $6 billion for home care and community care, as well as palliative care services. Housing benefits, of course, $4 billion with the shared to the through the provinces and territory to provide rent support for seniors and other groups that face housing challenges. Result, Madam Speaker, very important, 25% fewer seniors live in poverty today than they did in 2015. Other future commitments, of course, that we've made is increasing the old age security for seniors to 75 years and older, and boosting the Canada Pension Plan Survivor Benefit, taking additional action to help people stay at home, ensuring everyone, including in rural and remote areas, have access to family doctors and primary care as well. Finally, moving forward with our National Universal Pharmacare Plan, which we will do in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the programs and benefits that we were able to support our seniors in Sackville-Preston-Chesapeake, as well as across Canada. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments? We'll first go to the honourable member for Bruce Grey. Oh, pardon me. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and his awareness of seniors' issues. But hearing the speeches of my colleagues this morning, I get the impression that we're living on two different planets. There's Quebec and the rest of Canada, especially on two particular points. When we say that seniors received a check this summer and that it's a good thing to get $300 if one receives OAS, I can confirm that seniors wrote us to say that it was not enough and that they were still waiting for their second check. They felt like that they were being left behind because there was more action being taken for others. And before the standing committee, there was testimony presented saying that to take care of people, it's not standards for nursing homes that they need. What they need is means to apply standards, which means health transfers, which means to do what the government is supposed to do, which is provide vaccines and PPE. I would like to hear what the member has to say about this difference that I hear when it comes to seniors in Quebec and the rest. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her question. I know that she works very hard to support seniors in her riding, and I appreciate that very much. I do want to say, however, that it's not a matter of jurisdiction. Seniors in Quebec or Nova Scotia or New Brunswick, it's our responsibility as a government to help them, and that's exactly what we're doing. And as I indicated in my speech, there's a lot of areas where we've been able to help seniors, whether it be those who are the most vulnerable and some who are less vulnerable. Seniors have done so much to help beat this country, so we will in turn help them. Questions and comments?
Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the Parliamentary Secretary's thanks to our Canadian Forces members that helped out during the pandemic with our elderly. However, the debate today is about financial support for those seniors. I've tried to get this answer out of the Minister of Seniors in her office. I asked the earlier Parliamentary Secretary, couldn't get the answer. Could this Parliamentary Secretary tell me when the government's going to deliver on their election promise of the 10% boost to the OAS and the 25% increase to the Canada Pension Plan for widows? This is the question I'm getting regularly from seniors across my riding.
Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Veterans Affairs.
I thank my colleague for his important question, and I share his hope that we get that money quickly to seniors, and that's what we are working on. As the member is aware, we did announce it in our fall economic statement. Again, it was in the throne speech. It's clear that this is a top priority, and as soon as we have the support of the House, we're going to be moving on that very quickly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Liberals say that they want to help seniors, but it took 2 whole months in the middle of a global pandemic and convincing by the NDP before they even announced an intention to give the piddly $300 one-time small payment. And then it took another 2 months before they actually issued the payment. I suspect that given the government members that they've been talking about a plan to improve OAS, but this plan still excludes 65 to 74 years of age, that the member opposite is going to have a difficult time in deciding, having to choose between following his party line and choosing for the support of this motion for all seniors in their constituency, as the motion talks about seniors 65 and over. Does the member intend to vote in favor of this motion and thus increase the amount of retirement support for more seniors in his riding than that of his own party's plan?
Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his important question. I want to take a piece of that question because he said that we faced a global pandemic and it took 2 months to make an announcement. I think that's pretty impressive when you're dealing with a global pandemic. And a member needs to realize as well that the cost for seniors 75 and older is much greater at that age because of some of the challenges they may have, some renovations they may have to do at their home, some of the health costs pending on the programs that they have. So we're working closely with seniors, and we will continue to support seniors as they have supported Canada from day one. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to participate in today's debate. I would like to mention one thing first of all.
Because of our seniors. After a lifetime of hard work, seniors deserve to enjoy secure and dignified retirement. My work in seniors care before entering politics has made this a top concern to me. We need to always remember the value of their years of experience, their wisdom, their guidance, and their care. I will say they are our greatest community of volunteers, caregivers, babysitters. They are our mentors, our teachers, advisors. They are a connection to our histories and to do the work and knowledge that has shaped our countries, our family, and our community. In their twilight years, seniors would have the opportunity to enjoy and embrace their lives without having to fear poverty. In 2015, the Liberal government, after years of neglect by the Conservatives, has taken specific and targeted steps to reduce poverty among our seniors and ensures that all those whose lifestyle of work have brought us to where we are today are able to enjoy a proper, dignified, and long retirement. One of the government's first steps in 2015 was to engage with the provinces to enhance the Canada Pension Plan and provide retirement security for all Canadians. After collaborating with their provincial partners, they took real actions to improve lives of our seniors. Before, the CPP retirement pension replaced only 1/4 of your average work earnings. Since 2019, this has been growing, and soon the CPP pension will replace 1/3 of your average work earnings. Eligible pension earning will also increase to $82,700 from the $54,000 a few years ago. This is a hallmark of the government's social welfare policy and was advocated and endorsed by CARP. I have to say, an organization that before entering politics, I co-chair here in Ottawa. The enhanced CPP, once fully implemented, will put up to 50% more into the pockets of retirees. Another fundamental component of this strategy is the additional supports provided by the Old Age Security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Since the government took office in 2015, 25% fewer seniors lives in poverty. Like the retirement age, the Liberal government restored the eligibility age for old age security to 65 after the previous Conservative government's decision to raise it to 67.
Just a moment. Rappel au règlement.
A point of order? Does it have to do with the interpretation? The interpreter is having a great deal of difficulty understanding. And I just want to mention it.
Okay. So I'm just going to see if we can just reboot the interpretation. I'll speak in English momentarily, and if members could signal if they're getting the French interpretation. Right now, are you getting that now? The interpretation is working.
The interpreter has indicated she is having difficulty interpreting.
That's a question of a different. I'll have to put that to the honourable member. It appears that we're hearing, at least, that interpretation is having some difficulty with their work because of the mask, and certainly no reflection on the honourable member who is taking due precautions. But if she's able to present without the mask, of course, that's helpful. Okay. All right. We're just going to momentarily see if the honourable member can change locations. And I see the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands on a point of order. I just ask him to wait momentarily until we address this point, and I'll get back to him. Okay. I'll just get back to him in a moment. I'll hear the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands now on his point of order. Additional comments on the point of order.
To contribute to this point of order, Mr. Speaker, this is the second time during the last several weeks that the Bloc Québécois has brought up the fact that it's a mask that's interfering with the interpreters' ability to do their work. I don't know if you would agree that it is up to us to decide what is effective or not. I don't think that there's anybody in this room qualified to answer that it is specifically, or to assess that it is specifically a mask that is interfering with that. On this side of the House, we have taken what we see as precautionary measures, and I would not I would suggest that we tread very lightly over asking members to remove their masks when they've chosen to keep them on when they're talking.
I thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands for his comment.
I agree. When it comes to the use of masks, in my opinion, it's up to the member's preference. Perhaps the member could speak a little louder and increase their volume, which would help the interpretation process. I see the honourable member for Rivière-des-Mines. Is it about the point of order? Yes, the honourable member. I think it's easy to understand. The mask is obstructing. The thickness of the mask, depending on what type a person is wearing, obstructs the ability to understand the full pronunciation. It's not more complicated than that. Please, sir, please.
Alors, j'ai vous, la députée de Salaberry-sur.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi is rising on the same point of order. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, I'm part of the whip for internal economy. I know the regulations, and it's indicated that wearing the mask is mandatory in certain areas, but when one speaks at one seat, we are free to remove it or to keep it on. However, what has been suggested is that when one speaks, the surgical mask, the blue masks, which are available in all of the lobbies, promote better interpretation. I agree that every member who wants to wear a mask can do so. It's their right. It's their choice. However, if they want to speak and the interpreters can't hear them well, I encourage them to change their mask and wear the surgical mask, which isn't as thick and is just as protective, just as adequately protective to the member. I understand that she is concerned. If she wants to be understood because we want to understand her, I encourage her to take one of the surgical masks that are available in the lobbies of every party.
Je vois quelques commentaires concernant cette.
There are some comments on this point of order. The honourable member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, it's not my intention to undermine my colleagues for Quebec or the interpreters who are working very hard to help us understand each other in the official languages of our country. If we have unanimous agreement from the House, I will go get a blue mask and I will switch my mask with all due respect that I have for my colleagues.
Oui, c'est correct. Just une brève pause.
There will be a very short break to allow the honourable member to change the mask and perhaps try a different approach.
J'apprécie toutes les interventions.
I appreciate all of the interventions regarding this suggestion. We will try a different approach, or a different mask as well. And so we will continue with the honourable member for Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The mask isn't blue, but I think it meets the criteria that you raised.
Fundamental component of this strategy is the additional supports provided by the old age security and the guaranteed income supplement. Since we took office in 2015, 25% fewer seniors live in poverty. Like the retirement age, the Liberal government restored the eligibility age for old age security to 65 after the previous Conservative government's decision to raise it to 67. Without those changes, our vulnerable seniors would have faced a much higher risk of living in poverty, which is not acceptable. They also introduced the Guaranteed Income Supplement top-up. Since 2017, seniors who live alone are receiving an extra $947 per year through GIS. This is helping 900,000 vulnerable seniors across Canada, of which 70% are women. Nous savons que les femmes...
We know that on average, women live longer than men. We also know that many older people who will be able to enjoy a longer life will find it difficult to make ends meet as the years go by. The Liberal government made it clear in the speech from the throne that our seniors need more help, and this House intends to provide it. And yet, the Bloc refused to support the speech from the throne, signaling a clear intention to ignore a comprehensive plan to help Canada's seniors. The government has made it very clear that it will increase old age security by 10% for those over 75 years of age. It will also increase the Canada Pension Plan Survivors Benefit, building on years of work in progress made by seniors, which has enabled them to do much better than before and saved many from falling into poverty. The Bloc believes, on the contrary, that this government's work should simply be replaced with $110.
The pandemic, I haven't been in touch with seniors in Orleans to hear how they are doing, what I, as a local representative, and their government can do to support them. During one of our roundtable, they shared with me that they wanted to see a pan-Canadian standard for long-term care. Pan-Canadian standard for long-term care was a key feature in the speech from the throne. The Bloc voted against it. We have seen the biggest tragedy of this crisis in our long-term care homes, and it should be clear to every member of the House that something needs to be done to make sure this never happens again. Yet, the Bloc did not support this. The government's work to build pan-Canadian standard for long-term care, understanding the importance of collaboration with provinces and territories, will prevent needless suffering and increase the quality of life of our seniors. And as I can see, Mr. Speaker, with all these interruptions, unfortunately, I have only a minute left to say everything I wanted to share with this House during my allocution today. Certainly, for me, it is a very important debate. And one thing that I will share in conclusion, if you allow me. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate those 2 minutes. I'd just like to...
Key things we've done. And one aspect of helping seniors, and I want to make sure the House realize that this was not just one single payment. There was a multitude of aspects of our support for seniors. And one of them, I was at a table here with United Way. You know, I was happy to see the government's $350 million in charities and non-for-profits, $9 million in United Way Canada, $100 million in food banks and local food organizations, and $50 million of previously funded New Horizon for Seniors project that can be modified to meet seniors. And I have to say, that particular one was particularly important in my community, a local seniors organization called RAFO. En conclusion, Monsieur le Président.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I have the utmost respect for our seniors, and I feel they are too often taken for granted. We must always try to do better to support them and to come up with policies that will make a real difference in their lives. Governing involves making effective decisions, and the throne speech described the many ways the government will be supporting seniors. In addition, the government will hold course on what it's doing, keeping in mind its proven experience when it comes to supporting seniors and combating poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Orleans for her speech and her passion for the elderly. It's fine, but there are a few small corrections that need to be made. We voted against the throne speech for two reasons, because she mentioned this in her speech. She talked about long-term care standards. It's not just the Bloc that's calling for this. It's the National Assembly in Quebec and the Ontario government. They also don't want national standards imposed on long-term care. What Quebec and the provinces wanted was a permanent increase to health transfers from 22 to 35% of healthcare costs. That's a unanimous request of the provinces and territories. That's how we're going to take care of people during the pandemic and after. We shouldn't wait until after the pandemic. An ad hoc increase, we acknowledge that was given, but what we need long-term is an ongoing increase. It's not me asking for this. Even the Canadian Army asked for that. And we don't need more standards. We already have standards. The Honourable Member for Orleans. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments. I spent about 20 years working in long-term care in a seniors residence, in fact. And I understand, coming from this province, I was an MPP before I came to this place. You have to work together. But one thing is sure, to get through this crisis, this pandemic, is that when people come to my riding office and say, Marie-France, you have to do something. You have to do something about long-term care in Ontario and all across Canada. And that is what we are trying to do. That is what we are doing as a federal government. It's so important to the safety and health of all Canadians, including our seniors. We need to have Canada-wide standards in order to do the job properly, Mr. Speaker.
Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You didn't cut in there, so I apologize for that. It's very interesting listening to the member's speech, and I think that it's certainly interesting. She talked a lot about promises made, but very, very little about promises kept. And certainly one of the issues that I've heard time and time again from seniors is the cost of living increases, the cost of the carbon tax. With the cancellation of Keystone XL, there were seniors that finally didn't have to choose between buying groceries and paying their bills because they had a boarder in their home that was a local worker. There's tremendous challenges faced by seniors across our country. But specifically, I would like to ask, she mentioned about the resources provided to not-for-profits across the country. One of the challenges that was faced by many organizations in my constituencies, because I represent a large rural area, they simply didn't have access to those supports because they were rural. I'd like her to comment on that. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Orleans.
I thank my member for this very important question. I think he has two parts. He did talk about carbon pricing in his allocution again, and I have to say, in the community I represent, there's not one single senior who doesn't fear climate change and listen to the science and see how a government can actually do more to improve their lives and the life of their future generations. So that's one part of the questions or comments that he's making. The other aspect, the fact that some organization across our country, our great country that's so big, I must say, did not have access to some of the most important financial help that was available. I have to say I'm very sorry, and that's why we're continuing our efforts in helping people all over Canada, in rural, in urban, in suburban, just like Orleans, the community that I represent. And Mr. Speaker, I was very happy that the leadership of the local United Way, reaching out to over 100 organizations from all over Ottawa and Eastern Ontario, coming together and sharing, and they all shared the same, the need to have resources. And I was happy to see that we came forward in helping them.
Time for a quick question. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Like at every step along the way, Liberal responses to crisis are a dream deferred. We have the honourable member who said she worked 20 years with seniors, and yet here we are. She talks about them fearing poverty. The seniors in my community face poverty. So my question through you is, what would she say to my seniors who at 65, who worked their entire lives waiting for retirement, have to hold on and struggle to their definition at 74? Will she support this motion today that calls on the government to increase OAS for all seniors from 65 onward?
Mr. Speaker, you know, I have to say, I always found very interesting some of the aspect, and I understand the member represents community, I'm sure, very well, and some seniors are facing poverty. And this is why I'm so happy, and I didn't have a chance, unfortunately, because of the distraction, to share all the measures since 2015 that have been put in place to help, knowing that over 900,000 seniors have benefited some actions that we took. This is very important for me, and I know for our government also, Mr. Speaker. Merci.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to ask if I can share my time with my colleague from Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot of comments about today's topic, and I would have liked to have the whole day to share the experiences of all my constituents who come knocking on my door. Well, actually, they call my office. Because of the pandemic, our offices are closed and we're working virtually, but I have to stick to what I've written here. I have to repeat everything we've been calling for so long. Obviously, today, we're talking about the motion tabled by my esteemed colleague from Shefford, because in the bloc, we have always defended and will continue to defend seniors. If you go back in time a bit, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the Liberals had promised during the election campaign to increase the old age security benefits, or the OAS benefits for seniors, by 10%, starting not at 65 but at 75. In fact, they repeated their wish to improve these benefits in the speech from the throne in September 2020, but since then, there's been not a word. At its core, the OAS program is the Canadian government's main way of supporting seniors by providing them a minimum income for those over 65 years of age. The two programs are the Old Age Security Pension and the Guaranteed Income Supplement, so the OAS and the GIS. One-time payment for all taxpayers eligible for the GST credit, ranging from $443 to $1,160, which is on average $375 for people living alone and $510 for couples. If you know how things work these days, the increased cost of living and the impact of the pandemic, well, the calculation's quite simple. Obviously, these additional measures are welcome in the very particular context of the pandemic. But government assistance was obviously intended to serve all players in society: workers, families, businesses, and, of course, seniors. But this is ad hoc, one-time assistance. Our request has been welcomed by seniors groups, and we heard this in previous speeches. But I'll give you some facts. There was some false information earlier, but the FADOC, which is the largest seniors organization in Canada with 550,000 members, 705 clubs, 16 regional groups, and some 17,000 volunteers. It's nothing to sneeze at. Seniors much prefer stability and predictability, especially when they're on fixed incomes. So seniors in my riding of Laurentides-Labelle are feeling clearly forgotten. Not to mention the exorbitant costs and the cost of internet access and cellular coverage where that's even available. That said, what should the government do? For the umpteenth time, I will repeat again today that the government should invest to increase financial assistance services to all Canadians, and particular older people, through the network of community services. Secondly, to offset the risk of GIS cutoffs, the government should introduce automatic income tax reporting. When it's not automatic, people are not getting it. Automatic reporting would allow some taxpayers to validate their income tax returns automatically without any action on their part, as long as information is the same as the previous year. Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, I was a political staffer for Ms. Deschamps, and this was one of the main issues. If nothing was done, people fell through the cracks, and they didn't get the benefits. Here we are in 2021 with the same problem still on our hands. Mr. Speaker, seniors can Quebec on the block. Our actions and our accomplishments prove that. I'll talk about our accomplishments. Since 2001, it's been 20 years now that the bloc has been demanding the automatic registration of individuals in the GIS program from age 65 based on their income tax returns. And we're still asking for that. And we will keep asking for it until we get it. Secondly, during the tour on the situation of seniors that was held over the summer and fall of 2007, as I was saying, the former member for Laurentides-Labelle met with seniors and seniors groups and associations all across Quebec. And after that tour, several findings were made, and the Bloc decided to take action by introducing a bill to improve the situation of seniors in Quebec. In 2009, the National Assembly, under a Liberal government, unanimously called on the federal government to implement the Bloc Québécois proposals. That's no small feat. It's hard to concentrate sometimes. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of ambient noise. It was the Bloc Québécois that brought this issue to the public place in 2007. So in 2000, here are our accomplishments. In 2014, automatic re-registration for beneficiaries. In 2018, automatic registration for people on their 65th birthday. An increase of more than $110 per month, an increase of $50 after the 2011 election, and of more than $60 after the 2015 election, not including automatic annual indexing. So $110 total in increases. And in 2013, people receiving the OAS will receive notices to apply for the GIS. If those aren't accomplishments, then I don't know what are. I think that demonstrates our relevance. That's what we're here for, and that's what we've done. With less than a week to go before the throne speech, Mr. Legault and Mr. Ford issued a joint call for a significant increase in federal funding to help cover the rising cost of health care. They didn't specify the amount they'd like to see, but that was on September 18th of last year. The call was shared by all provinces and Quebec. They called for a $28 billion increase in health transfers to raise Ottawa's share of health care funding from 22% to 35%. But in the context of the pandemic, the federal government has committed to transferring only $19 billion to the provinces in Quebec, and $10 billion of that for health-related spending. For Mr. Legault and Mr. Ford, the provinces need sustainable funding, not just ad hoc, one-time assistance. I could go on and on about this, but since I only have 1 minute and 1.5 minutes left, I'd like to talk about a recent forecast. The Conference Board of Canada forecasts an annual increase in health spending of 5.3% in the years to come. That is worrisome. 5.4% rather, until 2030, 2031. 46% of the increase would be due to inflation, 18% to population growth, 19% to population aging, and the remaining 17% to improvements to healthcare systems. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to repeat what the Bloc Québécois is saying, and I'll say it over and over and over again because I think it is worth saying. Increase for all people 65 and over the OAS by $110 and an increase to the GIS of $50 per month for singles and $70 per month for couples. And across the board, so that it lasts, an increase to 35% of healthcare costs, the federal share. And that would require the federal transfers to go up from $42 billion to $70 billion per year, and then increase every year after that by 6%. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, if you had been listening to only the Bloc Québécois interventions today, you would literally think that nothing has been done for seniors over the last number of years, and in particular during the last year during the pandemic. So my question is very simple to this member from the Bloc. Would she or does she agree that seniors have received meaningful benefits over the last year, meaningful increases to benefits over the last year, which have made an impact in their lives, in particular during this global pandemic?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The response is yes, they got $500, a one-time $500. And this was help for a short moment today. What is happening? What's coming up for them when you have a little bit of money? That's not for nothing that we're asking for an increase of $110 a month. We want to ensure they are no longer in this situation of being vulnerable. And this was difficult for them before the pandemic. So the government had a one-time approach. We want to look at the future of our seniors. We want to improve it.
Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. I think there is another big problem that exists, and that's the carbon tax.
Mr. Speaker, I represent a seniors community called Sandy Cove, and there are many, almost 3,000 seniors in this community who are finding it difficult to pay their bills. And with the carbon tax being implemented on home heating, many of them are paying, in some cases, and I've seen the bills, $20 to $30 a month. So any gains that are made with the OAS or guaranteed income supplement are being eroded away by the cost of the necessities of life, like home heating and others. So would the member not agree that seniors should be exempt at a minimum of the carbon tax so that they can enjoy a quality of life and not see an erosion in their income as well? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the amount, and we won't talk about the figures, I talked about enough figures in my speech, but it's about 1% for these people who open the doors for us and to whom we owe something. We owe something to seniors. So if we look at the total, including what we've given to save everyone's skin, And with the current debt, when we do the calculations, 1% is quite minimal. And that's out of respect to our seniors. It's our duty to think about their future. So we're taking action for the pandemic, but we must watch over them for the next decades to come.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The previous speaker brought up some really important points, particularly around the automation of the filings. I can't help but think about how much money goes unclaimed by our seniors every year simply because they're not automatically filed. And, you know, what we heard from this government was that a couple of $100 piddly to our seniors in the middle of a global pandemic was enough because they could rely on Liberal charity. So through you to the Speaker, does the MP want to tell us why they believe seniors deserve the dignity of a permanent increase directly and automatically at 65 rather than being forced out by Liberal policies that kick the can for another 10 years while they're in their final years? And does the honourable member from the Bloc not agree that seniors deserve respect at 65 and not just simply having to rely on Liberal charity?
The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Let's be honest. When we say to people, if you don't have enough, there are other resources like food banks, there's community services. Well, come on. What happens when these people don't have the means to exist? This means that we accept the fact that they live in a vulnerable situation and they have to use other resources and to pay the minimum on all their accounts. And they have to pay 30 to 50% of all of their income on housing alone. So one-time assistance is one thing, but out of respect, all of those over the age of 65 should get this increase, and that's non-negotiable. And that's for everything they've done for us. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wondered how to address this issue earlier this afternoon, and I thought that perhaps the best way to do it would be to start with a story. And I hope that you will see where I'm going with this, Mr. Speaker. There are people who are little sons and daughters of their parents, and my grandparents are important to me. I'm the youngest pensioner of Canada. I got a pension at age 14 when my grandmother got her old age security at 65. I was 14 years of age, and I said to my friends, I don't need to find a job or mow the lawn because I have a grandmother. And why did I say that? Well, because seniors are the people who have instilled the values in us. Our grandparents and parents did that. My grandmother taught me the values that are dear to me still today. Being generous, but also sharing wealth. So how can we transpose this into policies? That is, well, sharing of wealth and being generous. Many years later, I understood that perhaps it was through social programs. And that's a little bit of what I did in teaching. I taught a course on social policy to social workers, and I saw the same kind of sharing of wealth and generosity that my grandmother taught me as a value in the policies that were put in place by the government of Quebec. And I can tell very quickly to you that, in fact, the family policy in Quebec is very generous. But with regard to social policies, perhaps what's unfortunate is that old age security and the guaranteed income supplement come under the federal government. And I won't hide the fact that I'm a separatist and I'm critical of the government, but I would say that the federal governments that have come one after the other are a little bit cheap. So perhaps there's a formula that says that we can see how important a government thinks equality is and how they treat the most vulnerable people. And we can say that when it comes to equality, the government in place The current government has much work to do. Why do I say that? Because when we look at the subsistence income for a senior, we see that they're just getting a couple dollars. They are a few dollars away from the poverty line. And in an advanced society, I can't understand how people can live with that. And the values that my grandmother taught me mean that it's abhorrent. If we're serious parliamentarians, we should look at this issue. And I would say that as an introduction, knowing that there is a solution. It's not a very difficult solution. What the motion is proposing and what we've been talking about for some time now is why not increase by $110 a month old age security? So $50 more for individuals and a little bit more for those in a couple if for the guaranteed income supplement. So I wondered this. Why would this not be acceptable as a motion? Is it because it's coming from the bloc? Well, then there's also the crisis that we just went through. But during the crisis, if you think about the We charity, $900 million, is that helping the most vulnerable? I don't think so. Political parties. I have a conservative friend who is shaking or nodding his head. Now perhaps they're not going to nod their head as much, but there are parties that took money, not in the CERB, but the wage subsidy. Yes, that's it. Political parties that decided they could take from this wage subsidy benefit. They didn't pay it back yet, and years ago they would have been critical. But why refuse this increase in old age security and the guaranteed income supplement? I cannot understand it at all. And I'm eager to hear my Liberal colleagues ask me questions about this. So there's the whole aspect when we talk about a subsistence income for seniors, but there's another aspect that's very important to me, and that's healthcare, because there is a very explosive cocktail coming, and it's not just Quebec that will have to deal with it. It's all of the regions, aging of the population. Quebec as a whole is affected. Canada has an aging population. If you talk about aging of the population, you're talking about pressure on the healthcare system. And what we see now is that we're not prepared. Quebec has work to do. In fact, we have seen that in long-term care homes, that there were things that were perhaps poorly prepared. And why? Were there things that weren't done properly? If there were things that weren't done properly, it's because of the funding of the healthcare system. Healthcare funding in Canada is a disaster. And I'd like to talk to you about something specific with regard to healthcare funding, and that is the fiscal imbalance. The Séguin report, I don't know if this means anything to you, but the Séguin report is Séguin is a Liberal minister. He's not a PQ minister who tabled the Séguin report. Yves Séguin is a Liberal minister, and in his report that he will table in the National Assembly, he will demonstrate that the Canadian Federation is not working. Why not? Because the federal government revenue is higher than its expenditures, constantly so. And when there is a crisis, what does the federal government do in general? Well, they balance their budget on the backs of the provinces by cutting transfer payments. We saw this, Mr. Speaker, twice. We saw this twice. The beginning of the 1990s under a Mulroney government. Mr. Mulroney did what? There was a precarious situation in Canada. He cut the transfer payments in health and education, and he managed to balance the budget. But the world champion in all categories, the one who really put it into practice and who, according to various analysts, developed the neoliberalism, is Paul Martin. Year after year, Paul Martin He said, I won't write my budget in red ink, I'll write it in black ink. And there were surpluses, and he pulled them out of a hat. And at the same time, what he was doing was, I remember this. All my life has happened after 1995, after the referendum. So immediately after the referendum, 1995, 1996, 97, Paul Martin cut approximately $2 billion. Just 2 minutes left. Okay. In healthcare transfers, Paul Martin cut $2 billion. It's huge. And what did this do? What impact did that decision have? It totally upset the healthcare system in Quebec. And the crisis that we're in now is in part due to what occurred in 1996 and 96, 97. When they cut healthcare transfers, and this meant that it was very difficult in the care provided to seniors, and we see the consequences of that still today. So talking about seniors directly, if we want to improve their quality of life, then we need to increase healthcare transfers. And I will conclude on that note. There was the parliamentary leader, House leader, who said on a number of occasions, seniors are not an area of jurisdiction. I heard this expression several times. It's an easy expression to not ensure responsibility. I'm sure that Conservatives and Liberals alike will be tempted once again to resolve the budgetary deficit issues by cutting transfers to the provinces. And the best thing they could do, if they really have the interests of seniors at heart, is to do what the Quebec government did and to increase transfers and do what the provinces asked and increase healthcare transfers by 35%.
And comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been a whole lot of discussion today about transfers of money from the federal government to the provincial governments, and in particular, in this case, Quebec. I'm looking at the motion today, and I don't see anything about that. If this is so important to the member, why isn't there motion today on that instead of what they've made it on?
The honourable member for Jonquière. My dear colleague, I would simply like to say to my colleague, if he had listened to what I had said, he would have understood that for me, inextricably, to help seniors, there's health care. I talked about the aging of the population. Well, it's clear. This requires health care services that are improved services. If we want seniors to have access to good services, then it requires funding. So if he wants to talk more about this, I could go and talk to him in a moment. And I could talk to him about social policy. I'd be happy to.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Grasswood.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, today we're supposed to be talking about the financial situation for the elderly. You know, they built this country. We all know that. We all door knock here, all 338 of us, and we see some desperate situations when we door knock, because seniors are hanging on, especially single ones, and they're in their homes, and they don't want to go to the food bank. Mr. Speaker, they're too proud. But unfortunately, that is facing a lot of our seniors today. They are not getting by. I see it in Saskatoon, Grasswood every week. Yes, there's some that are snowbirds. They're enjoying their golden years, but the golden years do not exist, I would say, for the majority of seniors in this country. So to the honourable member, how can we make it better for seniors that have built this country over the number of decades?
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, it's quite simple. The first thing is to say increase old age security by $110 a month. Increase the guaranteed income supplement for a single individual by $50 a month and $70 for a couple. And so if we don't want to be judged by people as phony baloney people, in order to do that, we need to ensure that seniors are not living on the edge of the poverty line.
Comments? The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of the pandemic, seniors have been facing high costs of rent, food, medical costs. We must increase the OAS, the GIS, the CPP to make life more affordable for seniors. And I want to thank the member for his speech and for their and their Bloc colleagues' advocacy in favor of permanently increasing old age security starting at 65. Talking to seniors in my riding of Victoria, this kind of increase could make a real difference. In the pandemic, seniors have been facing risks, increased risks with COVID, isolation, financial hardship, but they are also facing some horrific conditions in long-term care. And we know that privatized long-term care, there are more deaths, there's often inadequate standards of care. So in addition to supporting seniors by pushing for increases to the OAS, does the member agree that we need to take profit out of long-term care?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I don't know if there was a problem with interpretation, but there's no profits in long-term care homes in Quebec. I understand that my colleague could have been talking about private long-term care homes. I, too, believe that what the crisis has taught us is that there are services that were inadequate. But if we want to do serious work on this, then we need to ensure better funding of these public services. And we need the 35% increase in healthcare transfers. We have the time for a very brief question. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Question and or comment? Just a brief one? No. My colleague from Saint-Jean wanted to ask a question virtually. I will let him.
Oh, oui, je vois.
Oh, yes, I see. It wasn't there initially, but I see that there is an indication. A brief question, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to follow on the question of the member for Kingston, the Island, who asked why the Bloc didn't have a motion on healthcare transfers. And I would like to ask my colleague from Jonquière if he remembers that the Bloc did indeed table a motion in December to that effect, and that the Liberal members voted against it. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Quite. It's quite interesting, and it's not a separatist MP that says it. Go and see the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report from 2013 and the disaster announced. The Parliamentary Budget Officer in 2013 indicated clearly that if nothing were to be done year after year, the provinces would have a deficit because healthcare is a huge expense. It's more than 44% of the Quebec government's budget. So year after year, the provinces would accumulate debt while the federal government would have surpluses, and that would be at the expense of the transfers to the provinces. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Fredericton, Women and Gender Equality. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, Ethics. And third, the Honourable Member for Regina Leuven, International Trade.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And indeed, we did have a discussion on the health transfer taxes through an opposition motion that the Bloc Québécois brought forward in December, and it didn't pass. Yet here they are still talking about it. And I think that's what my point was. My point was the Bloc continually, repeatedly are just harping on the same issue over and over and over. They bring it before this House, like they did back in December, to talk about the health transfer back then. The House debated it. We voted against it. Then they bring forward this other motion about seniors today. This motion comes forward, and we're supposed to be debating it, but more members of the Bloc Québécois I hear talking about health transfers. So yeah, we certainly did debate and discuss this issue back in December, but here they are, still talking about it. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, it's an honor today to rise to talk to this issue. I'll be splitting my time with the member from Vaughan Woodbridge today, and I really am indeed glad to talk about the issue of seniors and what this government has been able to accomplish on their behalf, and why, as a result of that, I don't think that this particular motion that's come forward is necessary, given the incredible supports that have been provided by the government to seniors throughout our community. Am I by any means suggesting that mission accomplished, or that everybody is in a great position? Absolutely not. Our work will never be done in terms of taking care of our seniors, because, as pointed out by many members in this House today, our seniors are the individuals who have laid the groundwork and laid the framework for the incredible quality of life that we have today. Whether we talk about our grandparents, our great-grandparents, our parents, these are people who have done so much and inspired us to do so much for our children and for future generations, so that every generation, successive generation, can have a better quality of life than the ones before. Because if it wasn't for that simple desire through human nature to improve the quality of life for future generations to come, what else would there really be in terms of our existence, for lack of better expression? But I will note, and it's come up on a number of occasions, Mr. Speaker, before I even get into some of those supports that have been provided by the government, I will note what others have indicated, and it's extremely germane to the motion that's before us today as we talk about supports for seniors. I am perplexed, as many other members are, how the Bloc Québécois is bringing forward a motion to support seniors with $110 per month when they voted against a throne speech that had in it a number of measures for seniors, a number of measures to make sure that we could improve the quality of lives for seniors. I know that the member from Shepherd, I believe, has mentioned on a number of occasions, they voted against the throne speech because of the long-term care standards that the federal government wants to establish. Well, I'm sorry, but a throne speech is not a be-all, end-all document for every single individual. The entire purpose to why we come, 338 of us from across the country, that we come here to participate in debate is in order to find compromise. If what the Bloc Québécois is saying today through the member from Shepherd is that the sole reason why they voted against the throne speech was based on the desire for national long-term care standards, I'm just perplexed by that, because for starters, national long-term care standards, any standards that would be set up by a national government within our Constitution anyhow, certainly would only be laying the framework, would not necessarily imply that they need to be imposed upon a provincial or territorial jurisdiction. You don't even have to look that far to see the reality of that being implemented. Look at our building code, for example. We have a national building code. Doesn't mean that the provinces have to adopt that, and indeed Quebec and Ontario don't adopt that. They have their own standards for when it comes to buildings. But hold up the two documents next to each other and you're going to see that they're probably about 99.9% identical, because we recognize that the standards that have been set by the national government quite often hold to such a high regard that they are adopted by other levels of government for that reason, because there's so much benefit that can be seen to having the vast resources that a national government does in order to create such standards. So I'm perplexed by that argument from the Bloc Québécois that they would not support a throne speech over one small item that happens to be contained, that was contained therein. And I also really, take offense to the NDP comments that I've been hearing today, in particular one member who keeps referring to liberal charity as though the liberal government is extending only at its own and solely at a Liberal Party's discretion what resources are put into place for seniors in Canada. Indeed, you know, we come to this House, we are in a minority government right now. The Liberal members cannot dictate what the terms will be when it comes to supports that are put out there. Those supports are done through, at least in a minority government, various different parties coming together to find collaboration. And indeed, the NDP voted in favor of the throne speech, if I remember correctly. So if the member who has been in the House today that has continually referred to it as liberal charity is referring to what the Liberal government is providing, well, then he indeed is complicit in providing that charity because he have voted in favor of the throne speech and indeed the budget that helped to implement a number of these measures previously. Mr. Speaker, I do want to talk briefly about some of the needs of seniors right now and how those are changing. It's been mentioned in this House a few times today that the needs of seniors are changing quite a bit as a result of longevity and the life expectation of people. If my stats are correct, the life expectancy of a woman today, Mr. Speaker, is 84 years old, and a man is 80 years old. And that's remarkable, and that has to do with the incredible advances that we've been able to make as humankind, and indeed through the quality of life that we have come to enjoy here in Canada. But what we do know about those statistics is that, statistically speaking, women there are more single women who are living in poverty, and indeed those seniors that do continue to work, because there are a lot of seniors that do continue to work, not always because they have to, and indeed there are unfortunately times when they do, but there are times when seniors choose to work because they want to continue working. My father, a perfect example, didn't want to stop working at the age of 65 and continued working into his 70s before deciding to retire. But what we know, and what I was getting at, is that women in particular, statistically speaking, women are working for lower wages. And as we get to something as dire as the pandemic that we've been dealing with over the last year, Mr. Speaker, we know that women in particular are working a lot of those jobs that have been affected in one way or another. I think of retail, hospitality, various different services, frontline services. So, you know, women have really been affected twofold when it comes to senior women in particular, twofold, and women indeed as it relates to the employment or the labor force, twofold. One, that they have been affected in the sense that they work a lot of, statistically speaking, work a lot more of those frontline jobs and those jobs that are directly impacted by the demands that the pandemic has created, but also in terms of their not just the demand, but in terms of the layoffs and the other effects. So I see that, you know, I'm already burned through my time, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to have to be more careful about how I go on. But I will say that I believe that this government has done a number of incredible things. You know, just in this pandemic alone, you know, 350 million for charities, 9 million towards the United Way that has been distributing money throughout our individual communities, 100 million for food banks. Sorry, that was 9 billion. 50 million for the New Horizons Seniors Project in particular. Mr. Speaker, this government has demonstrated that it is there for seniors, that it will continue to be there for seniors. I do not see this motion as any more than the NDP trying to play, or sorry, the Bloc Québécois trying to play and perhaps create a political wedge for the government. I respect their need to do that, but I disagree with it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech. I know that he's very rigorous. I've heard him several times at the Procedure Committee. However, I do have to correct something. The Bloc's motion about health transfers was adopted with 176 votes against 148. because it's the will of Parliament. It's normal to bring forward the will expressed here. I'm pleased to hear my colleague mention just how important it is to think of our seniors, because they were mentioned in the throne speech. But those who need the most often can do the least. What was in the throne speech when it came to not an incentive but seniors' financial support? Well, I would like to know why this motion should not be supported.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I indeed have enjoyed time on the committee with my colleague from the bloc as well. But just to her point, okay, now and I apologize that I got my information incorrect when it related to the outcome of that vote, but that just proves my point even more. So you brought forward an opposition motion, we debated it, you won, but then you come back into the House and start talking about it again. I don't understand. So you won, you got it. So why does and I mean the royal you, Mr. Speaker, not, why is the bloc continuing to go on and on and on and on and on about it? And I just don't understand why, when we're debating a motion like this today about seniors, why the bloc has been spending so much time honing in specifically on health transfers.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate that my honourable colleague from Kingston, I see more of him than anybody else. It's interesting to see him all the time, but I appreciate it. So here's about seniors, and we're talking about it. One of the things that has been suggested, and I hear from seniors, and whether the Liberals would consider this, is I've had many seniors suggest reduce when we have 75 automatic withdrawal age, move it to 75, and have the income tax not be charged on withdrawals from RIFs. So would the member from Kingston be interested in the Liberals supporting changing the age from 71 to 75 and automatic withdrawal from RIFs and having them not income taxed? This is something the seniors mentioned to me and they're concerned, and a change that would help them.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing I'll say about this member, and we shared some time together on the Environment Committee, is that he always came to the discussions with an open mind to collaborate and get along and work on compromise with the other side, other parties involved. And so if he brings an issue like this forward, I would love to talk about it more and see how it can be expanded upon. And maybe there is great merit to what he's suggesting. And not all good, at least in my opinion, not all good ideas have to come from Liberals. But I was waiting. I set you up for that, and it took you a while. But you know, with respect to RIFs specifically, well, there is one thing that the government did right at the beginning of the pandemic, is that we put in place a measure to lower the amount that seniors could take out in order to be able to access some of that money during a time that they particularly needed it. So are there other perhaps good options like this member suggested? I know that he would come to the table in a genuine way to discuss that, and I'd love to have the conversation with him.
Last question and comment, the honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member mentioned they want to help seniors during the pandemic, but the Liberal government was only willing to offer them a one-time payment. The Liberals say they want to help seniors with affordability, but yet they proposed only helping some of them, promising to increase OAS only for those 75 and over. And I spoke to a senior here in my riding of Victoria. She's in her late 60s. She told me she worked her whole life, and now she hates that she has to rely on the food bank. But with the high cost of her medication, she can't afford groceries. This is a reason to implement universal pharmacare, but it is also a reason to include her in any OAS increase. Will the member vote in favor of helping all seniors, vote in favor of raising OAS for seniors in their late 60s and early 70s? Or does the member agree with the Liberal government, who are willing to leave seniors between 65 and 74 without support?
For Kingston and the Islands.
What I agree with, Mr. Speaker, is when we take care of people, respecting the fact that you can't do it just in a blanket approach, that the NDP has, and this member has raised on a number of occasions, suggesting that we just change directly from one age to another. Well, the reality is it's not that simple. What we do know is that seniors who are 75 and older require more needs. A lot of them have burned through a lot of their savings. A lot of the medical costs become greater at that age. So the requirements, not in a blanket approach, but the requirements certainly change for a lot of people. So what we need to do is look at these problems from a perspective of how do we help the people that are most in need? I mean, and I know that the NDP believe in this too. At the end of the day, what matters the most, in my opinion, is that the people who need the supports are the ones that get it the most, those who are in most need. I mean, I believe in that. I believe that it's the best thing for our society and has indeed given us the incredible quality of life that we have.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor today to speak to the motion before us. I'd like to say that I am joining you virtually from the traditional territory of the Huron-Wendat.
Specifically, how Gender-Based Analysis Plus, or GBA Plus, informed our support for Canadians, and particularly as it relates to our plan for seniors. Firstly, I'd like to reiterate that in the last election, we committed to Canadians that we would increase old age security by 10% for seniors aged 75 and up. Our proposal recognizes that older seniors have different needs. As seniors age, they are more likely to outlive their savings, have disabilities, be unable to work, and be widowed, all while their healthcare costs are rising. For seniors over 75, few work. Those that do have a median employment income of only $720. Half have a disability, half which are severe. 57% of our women, 4 in 10, are widows. 59% have incomes below $30,000, and 39% of these seniors receive the guaranteed income supplement. These are real pressures on our older seniors' quality of life. Our government recognizes their needs and will help address them by increasing old age security by 10% for seniors aged 75 and up. It is clear that our proposals understand the need to support older women who face unique and elevated challenges. More broadly, we have understood that Canadians need a government that steps up. At the very onset of the pandemic, we acted quickly to assist Canadians by issuing financial assistance in order that they could pay their bills. Mr. Speaker, we acted swiftly to introduce the CERB, the Canada Emergency Student Benefit, the emergency wage subsidies, and extra income for families, seniors, and persons with disabilities. These measures, like all the measures put in place by our government, are aligned with our commitment to inclusion and diversity. The hard work we've already done to shift the culture towards GBA plus thinking has helped inform our support measures. De plus pour que personne ne soit.
In addition, so that no one is left behind, the government has committed to do a rigorous gender-based analysis as we continue to provide assistance to Canadians during the pandemic and when it comes time to take steps gradually to restart the economy.
With disabilities and racialized seniors. As we know, seniors are the most vulnerable to COVID-19. Part of a GBA plus way of thinking means knowing the facts. Statistically, in Canada, women over the age of 65 have a slightly longer life expectancy than men. And in 2019, just over half of the Canadian population over 65 were women. So COVID-19 relief measures affecting this age bracket will particularly help alleviate hardship among senior women.
For example, the government made a one-time payment that's non-taxable of $300 to seniors who are eligible for OAS and an additional one-time payment of $200 to those who are eligible for the GIS. This will provide a total of $500 to seniors eligible for both the OAS and the GIS to help them cover the growing costs of the COVID-19 pandemic. Eligible seniors received that payment last summer.
Heightened barriers and challenges during this pandemic, female seniors with disabilities have also been disproportionately impacted. Selon les dernières données disponibles,
according to the latest data, women in Canada are more often disabled than men. 2.1 million women versus 1.7 million men. Currently, they are particularly vulnerable because it is more likely they will be affected by financial difficulties. Furthermore, over half of them are victims of violence. Last April, in keeping with the GBA Plus principles, our government created a working group on COVID-19 for persons with disabilities. This group has taken an intersectional approach to accessibility and inclusion in the context of the pandemic and has raised key issues affecting Canadians with disabilities. With its help, the Public Health Agency of Canada has published guidelines to ensure that people with disabilities in Canada are protected during the pandemic. And thanks, in part, to the advice of this working group, we have recognized that the need to help people with disabilities to cover additional costs related to the pandemic.
A one-time payment of $600 to certificate holders of the disability tax credit. Eligible seniors who are also receiving the credits I mentioned previously would be eligible for a top-up for a maximum of $600 in benefits. The group was such a success that it has been made a permanent advisory group to the minister responsible for disability inclusion. And our intersectional framework is continuing with the announcement last fall of the Disability Inclusion Action Plan that will create an income benefit modeled after the Guaranteed Income Supplement. Now, a word about racialized seniors. That the pandemic has laid bare many gaps in our support systems and brought deeply rooted inequalities to the surface. We've seen a resurgence of public concern with systemic racism in the United States and Canada.
That's why some have called on the government to take more action to rid our institutions of the biases and often unconscious and hidden practices that maintain inequalities.
Part of the issue is that we lack data on the specific experiences of Black or racialized seniors. And we know very little about how racialized seniors, who are women or persons with disabilities, have been impacted by the pandemic. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that having better data to inform policy is a priority for our government and in line with our GBA Plus approach to programs and services. Mr.
Speaker, our government is working tirelessly to offset the consequences of the coronavirus and to protect the health and financial security of Canadians during the pandemic. Emergency measures during this crisis have been taken from a perspective of equality, fairness, inclusiveness, and diversity. We do know, though, that there is still a lot of work to be done. As we emerge from this crisis, we will have the opportunity to use approaches to economic recovery that promote gender equality and a more inclusive society.
Announced in our September speech from the throne. This is why, Mr. Speaker, our government intends to keep doing, particularly for seniors. We will continue to build an inclusive and diverse society here in this great country we call home, Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Commentaires?
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, but I'd like to hear what he has to say about a tweet from his colleague from Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. He said that it was extraordinary that senior couples were getting a one-time payment that is more than the Liberals' election promise. The Liberals' election promise was a 10% increase to OAS from age 75. That is so intellectually dishonest. I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. How can you compare a one-time ad hoc payment to an ongoing increase to the OAS? And the FADOC has said that the Liberals are ignoring the precariousness the financial precariousness of seniors that was there before and is still there during and will still be there after the crisis. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Shepherd for their question. I know they've been, through you, Mr. Speaker, a great advocate in terms of advocating for seniors. I will say this, when we were first elected in 2015, Mr. Speaker, we kept our promises to reducing the old age security and GIS age from 67 to 65. We kept our promise to increasing the guaranteed income supplement by 10% for seniors up to $947 for our most vulnerable seniors. Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to keep our promises for seniors, including our 10% commitment to increase the old age security, and we will continue working for seniors. We also allowed seniors to keep more of their money if they are working and collecting the guaranteed income supplement. We raised the exemption rate, many things that we've done to bring seniors and lift them out of poverty, and we'll continue doing the good work that seniors expect us to do because they've sacrificed so much for our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And certainly, it's interesting to listen to the member speak and how he talked about all of these things that they supposedly succeeded in. Yet, when we look at the vaccine rollout, that has a disproportionate effect on seniors because it is seniors that have been most affected by COVID-19. Certainly, I'd ask the member to expand on whether or not seniors can expect the government to actually act on some of these promises and not just more dither and delay that we've seen thus far.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot. I've actually listened to many of his speeches on the oil and gas sector, which is a very important sector to his riding, and I applaud his continuing advocacy for that sector. I would say for us, Mr. Speaker, obviously each individual province is in charge of their rollout for the vaccine. Here in the province of Ontario, as of March 15th, the website will be up for seniors to get their vaccine. And as we've committed to the 6 million vaccines by the end of the first quarter, and I believe 24 million by the end of June, and all Canadians, if they wish to receive the vaccine, will be eligible to do so before the end of summer, and that is a great thing. We want to get our economy recovering again, which it is, and we want to get things back to normal as much as possible. And we all need to work together, and we all are working all levels of government together to get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention here today. I do want to raise one area of concern is the comments about the pandemic actually exposing issues related to gender and racialized Canadians. They were well known before this pandemic. They were well known by many people, and they're actually still employed in some of the institutions we have. And I point real quickly, Mr. Speaker, to one of those being unemployment insurance. We know that our seniors, some of them have to supplement their income to still get by because of the rising costs, and they will never get that through employment insurance because they don't make enough money. So wouldn't the Parliamentary Secretary like to address that issue, that systemic contributions that they have to do never to collect is a tax on our seniors?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
I wish to thank the longtime member from Windsor West who represents the wonderful constituents down in Windsor. I will say this, any systemic barriers in any shape or form need to be broken down and eliminated here in this country. And I think as all MPs would agree that we need to continue to make Canada a more inclusive society. We are diverse, but we must make it inclusive. With regards to the employment insurance system, we have changed the requirements during this most extraordinary period of time so Canadians can more easily qualify for employment insurance. We understand we do not want Canadians to choose between putting food on their table and paying their bills in the particular situation where they've been impacted and their employment has been impacted negatively by the pandemic. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There are around 3 or 4 minutes left for the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll do what I can with the 3 minutes available to me. No big deal. So the Bloc Québécois is tabling a motion today that is simple and logical, full of sympathy and empathy. It's logical and coherent. And I think it's beyond. It should go beyond partisan considerations. This motion addresses the only part of the population that has been left out in the cold by this government in recent years, and particularly during the pandemic. The motion calls on the government in the next budget to increase the old age security pension by $110 a month for those 65 and over. There's been a lot of talk about the impact of underfunding for seniors, and I'd like to just explain what that means in concrete terms. $110 a month is a gross amount of $8 billion. Out of that gross amount, there are amounts that would be subtracted through taxes, and especially for people who earn over $90,000, who have an income of over $90,000 a year. A lot of that will be clawed back. And so out of that $8 billion, it's really only $4 billion. That's the cost of this motion that the Bloc is putting forward, the net cost. $4 billion for the category of the population that has been left out in the cold by this government. It's not much when you consider it's out of a budget of $400 billion, it's very little. It's a very small amount. And when you compare it to amounts like others that were mentioned today, the construction cost overrun for Irving shipyards is $57 billion, only in cost overruns alone. Our request here is for a modest $4 billion to come to the rescue of our seniors who've been abandoned. I'd like to conclude by saying that the Bloc's motion calls on our good judgment. It reflects the priorities that we have as a society and the respect we have for people who no longer have the ability to express their demands or their needs. They can't really, a lot of them just can't take to the streets to protest. So the Bloc Québécois today is the voice of seniors. We are standing today on their behalf, on behalf of our seniors. Mr. Speaker, I will leave you with these three words that should guide your vote on this motion: judgment, priorities, and respect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comme il est 17h15.
It being 5:15, it's my duty to interrupt the debate and put forthwith all questions necessary to dispose of the business of supply. The question is as follows. Ms. LaRouche, seconded by Ms. Chabot, moves that the House recognize that the elderly were most directly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. B, recall that too many of the elderly live in a financially precarious position. C, acknowledge the collective debt we owe to those who built Quebec and Canada. And D, ask the government in the next budget to increase the old age security benefit by $110 a month for those aged 65 and more. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair. I see the honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a recorded division pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021. The division stands deferred until Monday, March 8th, 2021, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And now the member for Kingston and the Islands on an issue of interest to the House.
In this odd position on an ongoing basis, but I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent from the House to see the clock at 5:30 in order to move on with private members' business.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 5:30 p.m.? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, private members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-221, Environmental Restoration Incentive Act, standing in the name of Mrs. Stubbs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to talk about an industry that is so critically important to our country. In particular, just to give a kind of a Western Prairie perspective on it. It's interesting in looking at C-221. The essence of it is to provide a non-refundable tax credit in the rate of about 13%. There's a great deal of concerns. It's a bill in which I can't support personally, and I'll go into a little bit of detail in regards to that. But suffice to say that, what's taking place in Alberta, Saskatchewan, to a lesser extent Manitoba and British Columbia in regards to the whole issue of natural resources, and in particular our oil and gas wells, is of great concern. And I think that the government has in fact been moving forward in a very responsible fashion, and I'd like to highlight a few of those things. But first, just to make reference, the other day there was a question that was asked from the opposition in regards to what's taking place in the province of Alberta, and often you get the Conservatives talking about that we're not moving fast enough in regards to the whole issue of Western development. And I really appreciated the answer, which was very short and concise from the Minister of Natural Resources, and he had just provided it. I guess it'd be just a week ago. If I look at it, it looks like it was on questions. It was a question that was posed to him back on February the 19th. And he addressed the chamber by stating that, and I'll quote directly, Mr. Speaker, let me speak to impeding projects in this country. There are 32 oil sands projects in Alberta that are approved and ready to go. They are just waiting for the provincial government's approval or investment from the private sector, but they are ready to go. This is in addition to the support for TMX, NGTL, and Line 3. We approved them and are building them. In the case of the TMX, we bought it. We are creating thousands of jobs for oil and gas workers because we are proud of them, and we are proud of this industry as it continues to lower emissions. We've recognized, as the minister has said, the importance of the industry and how important it is that when we talk about the industry, that you need to factor in the environment too. And when you take a look at the industry here in Canada, I think it fares quite well when you compare it to the same type of industries around the world. So, Canada, I believe, has played a leadership role. And I attribute that to the workers and the entrepreneurs and some of those businesses out west that are really leading the world on ensuring that we can minimize emissions. And it's been referenced previously inside the House and outside the House that in many ways this is an industry that is going to be achieving that net zero emissions, which is really good to hear. Now, when we take a look at the bill itself, it wants to focus on wells and what do you do when wells are no longer active. And they're proposing this tax credit I don't know to what degree they've really thought it out, Mr. Speaker. Like, for example, it would seem to apply for every company under a set price. And I think it's about $100,000 in terms of a daily average, or not $100,000, 100,000 barrels, I should say. And so outside of that one criteria, it seems that as long as you meet that, you would be able to apply. It does not focus federal support to only the companies that need it. It's more like we will give it no matter whether you need the support or you don't need the support. I do believe that the government has approached it in a very progressive fashion. In fact, if you take a look at it, the COVID-19 supports actually have included nearly $1.7 billion. That's over $1.5 billion in support for those orphan wells closures in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and British Columbia. All of us are concerned about our workers in our energy sector. There's been some very difficult times. We recognize that. But unlike what many of the Conservatives try to give the impression, sometimes things are beyond one's control. The pandemic is something in which we could not have prevented from happening. No country is able to do that. This is a world issue. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, even when Prime Minister Harper was leaving office, we started to see this depreciation of world prices. And it had actually started before he had left office, Mr. Speaker, and it has continued. So when you think of it, their oil and gas producers are coping with two crises. And it has had a very serious impact in our energy sector and the workers that are in that sector. And that's why I do believe that it was the proper thing for government to do, to look at ways that we can assist. And one of those ways was to look at the cleaning up of those tens of thousands of inactive and abandoned wells. And it's not a small amount of money. It's, you're going into those hundreds of millions of dollars, as I say, $1.5+ billion. So you take a look at those two crisis situations, the global pandemic and the aftershocks of that global price war. And now we have companies that are trying to react and make the changes to their operations that are so badly needed. And we will come out okay with this at the end of the day, because we've recognized how important it is to be there for the industry. We have indicated in the past, and a number that we often hear is that 1 out of every 3 workers in the areas of mining, oil, and gas were also able to stay in their jobs because of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy Program. We'll often hear, criticisms about the program and, company X got that program, company Y got that program. I believe at the end of the day, when you take a look at literally the millions of jobs that have been saved as a direct result of that program, I think it was well worth the investment, the federal dollars, to make that program what it is. And I think if we take a look at that energy sector, it's a very good example of how a sector in our communities was able to capitalize on a program that will enable the industry as a whole to rebound that much better going forward, because of the supports that were provided, Madam Speaker, that we were able to keep people in the workforce. Now, a big part of what we're talking about when we talk about the capping of wells is the whole issue of climate and our climate record. You know, I see you say I only have a minute to go, but I can tell you, Madam Speaker, you know, there have been many. You know, you're talking 40 plus different emission reducing measures that this government has taken over the years. And in fact, we are on track to cut the pollution by more than any other Canadian government in its history. I like to think that investments in things like public transit, energy efficiency, having the price on pollution, all of these things matter. Investing in Canadians and supporting where we can is what this government, I believe, has done well over the last 12 months, but even more than that over the last 4 years. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to speak.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Good evening, Madam Speaker. In the life of a legislator, it's an important moment to table a bill and to be able to debate that bill. So I salute the member for Lakeland, and I want to explain why the Bloc Québécois will be voting against this bill. There is a basic principle when it comes to environmental policy, and that policy is the polluter pay principle. The Bloc Québécois fully endorses this principle that it would be up to the businesses and companies to assume the cost of the environmental damage associated with their activities. C-221 does not respect this basic principle. So the main principle of giving a tax credit in order to ensure that companies would assume their responsibilities is alike to funding an industry that damages the environment instead of funding the energy transition. We agree with the member of Lakeland when she says that it's not up to Alberta taxpayers to pay 100% of the cost of closing the orphan wells, but nor is it up to Quebec and the provinces and territories to assume those costs. So this is an opportunity that we should not miss, and that is to use the polluter pay principle and to put it into implementation with the most rigor possible, because we need to make the shift to clean energy so that Canada can leave behind fossil fuels. The government should therefore strengthen their environmental policies and find effective means to ensure that the companies take responsibility. The Supreme Court supported that position, that is the polluter pay principle, in the Redwater Energy case 2 years ago by overturning the decision of the highest court in Alberta that repaying the bank of the company in bankruptcy was a priority for the cleaning of the abandoned sites. The decontamination of the environment takes precedence over the repayment of creditors when an oil company goes bankrupt. And the court stated also that creditors or others seeking to get priority when they were beneficiaries of the economic activity are responsible for the same obligations when the company goes bankrupt. In between 2016 and 2019, so over a 3-year period, Alberta had 28 bankruptcies, over 10,000 sites. So this cost was $335 million. So the inventory of the Orphan Wells Association exploded by 300% over that same 3-year period. This association is a non-governmental organization, is independent and funded mainly by the industry, and is under the authority of the Alberta Energy Regulator. Is that the case? Well, let's see. Its mandate is to shut down wells, installations, gas and oil pipelines that are no longer under the responsibility of a solvable owner with the purpose of protecting the public, the environment, and ensuring that there is no risk by this non-capitalized liability. If the industry funded correctly the Orphan Wells Association, this would allow it to ensure that it could compensate for the environmental damage caused by these companies. If that was the case, would we be here talking again about public funds going once again to the fossil fuel industry? Last the federal assistance of $1.7 trillion to fund cleanup operations and shut down orphan wells is public money. Albertans are also funding the restoration of hundreds of wells under the form of loans. This is also public monies, loans that are guaranteed by the federal government. This is with public funds. The tax credits set out in C221 would not prevent the inevitable decline of the fossil fuel industry, particularly when it comes to companies set out in the bill. The explosion of sites under the responsibility of the Orphan Wells Association clearly illustrates this fact. It is in the economic interest of provinces in the West to diversify. And, in fact, it is known that the demand for oil will stabilize and then fall. And we know that green energy will increase in use, particularly over the next 25 years. So we must face this issue head on, that is of bankruptcies, and ensure that the governments can reform and strengthen their requirements when it comes to the end of life of these installations. This industry is threatening communities, compromising the climate future. It's not fair nor sustainable. So if the public funds dedicated to closing these wells is considered an investment, it's because these money could be used instead for the energy transition. If this kind of planning was undertaken, investments, including those to clean up the wells, would be ensuring a just transition and will have the double effect of protecting the environment and supporting workers in the energy working in the energy sector during the transition. Taken alone, Bill C-221 is a tax incentive that promotes the development of a business model and an industry that is not seeking in any way whatsoever to mitigate the effects of the environmental deterioration that it is responsible for causing. All financial support associated with environmental risks caused by the fossil fuel industry must absolutely go hand in hand with environmental regulations, binding measures, and other preventive measures in order to avoid having this problem continue, worsen forever. There is an initiative called the ABC program, an area-based closure. It's closures in a region which seeks to ensure collaborations between the companies to minimize the costs of cleaning up these installations. It's a step in the right direction, but it's a voluntary program. The climate emergency and protecting the environment and our health, it requires more. One thing is for sure. The operators of these facilities must take into consideration the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada that I mentioned earlier, and the provincial governments, for their part, must set in place the regulatory tools tied with tax legislation to apply the decision. The Alberta Energy Regulator, which went to the Supreme Court in the Redwater case, estimates oil and gas liabilities in the province at more than $30 billion or even higher. These are very huge costs, and I would say it's a very conservative figure. There's also, to this cost, we would add greenhouse gas emissions, impact on human health, and the destruction of the natural landscape. For decades, regulating the fossil fuel sector should have been reviewed by the governments in question in order to ensure the levers were in place to make those responsible for handling this issue. I will say in conclusion, Madam Speaker, because I think I don't have much time, is that the Orphan Wells Association has new tools since the spring of 2020. In the middle of the pandemic, Kenny's government voted on 2 legislative amendments for the Orphan Wells Association. It plays a role in promoting the closure of sites, and it also plays a role in ensuring that the oil and gas sites are not abandoned prematurely, as well as increased financial control to ensure that management of these sites that may be abandoned So we would ensure that these sites would be in good operation. Why? For what purpose? So the Orphan Wells Association could purchase sites before they're abandoned and then clean up the defective sites, which was not the case before. And so industries have once again no responsibility. And this is what the Alberta government wants to see happen with regard to the Orphan Wells Association. Rather, the Bloc Québécois has already said that it is prepared to stand by workers and families in the Canadian West, but there must be measures to help the economy move away from its dependency on fossil fuels and put in place measures to ensure a recovery plan. Unfortunately, the government's green strategy plan is still missing in its whole C221. It's just a subsidy to the fossil fuel industry, and the Bloc Québécois has a very clear position on this. We are against any subsidies to this sector. The pandemic should not be an opportunity to make the public pay the high price of environmental damage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I'm pleased to join the debate on this, I think, a very important issue. My colleague from Lakeland, I think, has proposed something that, and I've listened to the debate so far, and I'll say it as an Albertan, I'm disappointed to hear that other members won't be supporting a piece of legislation that is good for the environment. I've heard people say that it's good for oil and gas companies, but this is about the environment. That's what this legislation seeks to do. The member for Lakeland has proposed basically what amounts to a means for the private sector to contribute additional funds to remediate oil and gas wells that are basically finishing their end of life, their useful end of life, and they will need to be remediated. I don't know how many members have done this, but I have walked along a well line that was remediated successfully, got its environmental certificate from the government of Alberta, and it was rough fescue as far as the eye could see. You could no longer see the drill pad where it was. It was basically restored to a state of nature where animals and everybody else could walk and use it on an everyday basis. This is the result of an inevitable shift from conventional oil and gas to unconventional oil and gas production, which is mostly the bitumen oil sands, SAGD operations, in situ operations. What you see, sometimes ridiculously presented as what happens in the northeast corner of Alberta by, say, the National Geographic, the open pit mining is the way of the past. Those are very old mines that will be decommissioned in the next 10 to 20 years. What the legislation does, if you look at the legislative costing note provided by the Parliamentary Budget Officer for Bill C221, is flow-through shares, and this is the solution for decommissioning costs. Yes, there is a lot of oil sites that, like a previous member for Repentigny said, the Orphan Well Association is the repository of what happens when a company goes bankrupt, goes into receivership, returns its energy leases to the people of Alberta when they could no longer operate. And there was a fund set up in order to pay for these things. I hear a member chirping away and disagreeing with me, but if you let me finish, you hear that it is a solution for private sector dollars to be put towards an environmental goal. And it's not offsetting all of a company's costs. We're talking about wells that produce 100,000 barrels or less equivalent per day. I think this is what we want. We want the private sector to be more involved in remediating environmental costs associated with production. If members come to my riding where I have Imperial Oil headquarters and I have a lot, and I mean a lot of oil and gas workers who are unemployed, this will put them back to work. And it's a very slight time window that these flow-through shares would work for. Basically between what I saw in here, 2019 and 2026. So we're talking about a very small group of wells that will be eligible for this. And some companies will be able to use this to offset some of the costs associated with it. But it's for the environment. It has an excellent goal behind it. So why wouldn't we support everything that gets, one, people back to work and jobs, and improves the environment, improves our landscapes and our ecosystems, and offers an opportunity for us to do something that we're going to have to do anyways, which is fix up these well sites, which are usually on people's properties all over Alberta, that need to be remediated either way. So I think it has an excellent goal. Again, it's not for companies, it's for the environment. To me, the downside of it is it's going to cost $264 million by 2026, according to the PBO's cost estimate. But again, it gets people back to work. It gets people out in the field. They have great technical skills that need to be used. And this is an excellent way of putting people back into the field, remediating these wells, whether they're natural gas wells or oil and gas wells. And the industry is the best in the world when it comes to this type of environmental work. There are biologists, wildlife biologists, people whose expertise is in rough fescue, which naturally grows in the foothills of Alberta, who are ready to go to do the work required for well remediation and the sites. It was only a few years ago, I remember, when some of the major Suncor sites were being remediated, where there used to be an open pit mine, completely remediated, where you have now bison roaming again, and it's a natural environment. You wouldn't even be able to tell if it wasn't for the giant signage at the front of these sites that tell you this used to be a giant open pit mine. It's hard to tell. And we have these large-scale industrial sites all over Canada. What the member is proposing here, the member from Lakeland, whom I've known pre-politics, we've known each other for a very long time. We actually happen to be in two different provincial political parties, and both of us, I think, would admit, and I'm sure she'll laugh back home at this, we were probably in the wrong political parties, and we would both identify ourselves as being in the other one, had we had a discussion then. She's been working at this for a long time. This type of proposal, had it been there in place a decade or 2 decades ago, would have been able to support the sector and support jobs in Alberta to not just wait for the Orphan Well Association to remediate the sites, or for the companies who can go and dig deep into foreign sources of capital to pay for remediation. This would have been available for the smaller oil and gas companies in Alberta. It would have been available for the private sector to say, you know what, we have an ESG goal, let's say in a hedge fund or an equity fund, and we want to meet those. We have environmental, social goals that our fund investors want to meet. There's an opportunity right there. You'll put tens of thousands of people back to work, improving our environment and our landscapes. What could be better than that? And we're using the Income Tax Act to do it, to offset some of the costs, not all of the costs of this proposal. So, Madam Speaker, I just don't see a downside to passing such a piece of legislation whose goal behind it is not subsidizing oil and gas companies, but it's improving our environment. I just don't understand why other members of this House won't support a piece of legislation like this, who had been in there originally, how we thought about this originally. This is just a total win on both sides. We achieve a private sector goal, which is obviously to make a profit, and we achieve an environmental goal, which is the remediation of our environment, the improvement of it, or the restoration of it to the condition it was in before the industrial work was done on the property. There's a Yiddish proverb out there that says, "He that cannot pay, let him pray." Madam Speaker, I know you enjoy the Yiddish proverbs as much as I do, but that's the case here. And I hear the same member chirping away again, and I'm sure it's a different condition out there in Hamilton and the regions that he comes from. But in my neck of the woods, in the southeast parts of Calgary, I have a lot of oil and gas workers who've been out of work for years now. Their severances have run out. They have no more space in a home equity line of credit. They're at the limit of what they can afford. And the outlook is grim. Many of them I know, their kids, spouses, friends, former coworkers have moved to the United States, they've moved to Algeria, they've moved to South America, seeking work because there's a booming industry worldwide for oil and gas development. And yes, Madam Speaker, that might be hard to believe, but it's still going on. One of my neighbors is an LNG specialist, and he actually spent time working in Venezuela. I have a lot of family members who moved out west specifically for work opportunities. Lots of those have dried up, and in connected industries, it's the same thing that's happening. We know in Alberta that oil and gas is not going to bounce back in the same way it worked before. We've been through this before. Albertans are extremely resilient. This is not the first bust that we've experienced, frankly, and there will be other booms and other busts in the future. We've adapted every single time by changing our legislations, changing our regulations, and looking after the environment. That's what we do best. That's what this piece of legislation proposes to do. Through this, I see an opportunity to harness the power of the private sector to invest in things that it cares about. And I see these hedge funds and equity funds out there all over North America looking towards investing in projects that have environmental and social goals behind it, ESG. That's the way of the future. And many of them are looking at things like carbon net zero investments that they would like to make. You know, my riding is home to one of the most efficient gas turbine electricity producing power stations in North America. It's something like a 98 to 99% efficiency, producing half of the city of Calgary's electrical power. Hyper efficient. There's barely any people working in that facility, and they've now added on a carbon capture and carbon utilization system as well. Projects like this is how we're going to get to our environmental goals. Changes to the Income Tax Act like this is going to help the private sector achieve the environmental goals that we all share in this House. Climate change is real. We have to address it. This is a way to get there, Madam Speaker, because like I said, he that cannot pay, let him pray. And we're done praying. There's an opportunity here to make sure that the private sector pays for these types of costs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Matisse-La-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to speak to Bill C-221 tonight, which will amend the Income Tax Act and create a tax credit for the closure of oil and gas wells. I'd like to acknowledge the work for the member of Lakeland, with whom I had the opportunity to sit on the Standing Committee of Public Safety. So I can tell you, frankly, that the Bloc Québécois is unfortunately against this bill for a very simple reason. C-221, as explained by my colleague, does not respect the polluter-payer principle. What is this principle? It's a basic principle in environmental policy and one to which all those from the environment as a priority subscribe. It's a principle to which the Bloc fully subscribes as well. It's a principle that stipulates that companies must pay the costs of the environmental damage for which they are responsible. It's simple. If you cause the damage, you pay for it. You have to fix it. You have to compensate for what you do wrong. It's not up to the government or to taxpayers to absorb these costs. That would be unfair, Madam Speaker. And it would be unfair to have to collectively assume the costs of fixing the environmental mistakes of these oil and gas operations and not collectively receive the profits. And that's why we have a problem with this bill. If passed, it would allow oil and gas companies to get a tax credit for taking responsibility. In other words, if we say yes to this bill, we're saying yes to more funding for an industry that is harmful to the environment, rather than giving more funding to a green transition. In 2021, this reasoning just doesn't hold up. And it's not if the oil and gas industry in Canada doesn't have enough money. In April 2020, less than a year ago, the federal government provided $1.7 billion in financial assistance for the cleanup and closure of orphan wells in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and BC. And that doesn't stop there. Alberta is already funding the restoration of hundreds of wells on its territory. Alberta offers loans to oil and gas companies. And who guarantees the interest? That's right, the federal government. And we'd say that this assistance is justified given the pandemic. We need to support workers, they say, in Western provinces. And we do agree to help workers and businesses in times of crisis. But taxpayers are already paying a large part of the environmental costs of the oil and gas industry. And you know what else? I'm starting to think that the pandemic has been blamed for a lot of things. The environmental crisis can't just be swept under the rug because there's a health crisis. And that doesn't hold water either in 2021. Scientific data is very inclusive on the link between environmental devastation of past decades and the current pandemic. We can no longer only legislate to make oil and gas companies accountable. We must enshrine in law an obligation to a green transition. And the problem with 221 is that it would have the opposite effect. Do you think oil and gas companies will change their way of doing things if the government pays them for their blunders? Never in a million years. Paying with public funds for the environmental costs of an industry that, 1, deteriorates the environment, 2, puts communities at risk, and 3, compromises the future of our climate is completely irresponsible. Madam Speaker, the member for Lakeland, who is sponsoring this bill, says it's not up to Alberta taxpayers to pay all of the costs for closing orphan wells, and she is absolutely right. But it's not up to Quebec taxpayers either to pay for this bill. the Bloc recognizes the urgent need to resolve this issue of orphan wells, and we are ready to support solutions to address this issue. But these solutions must have certain conditions. They must respect the polluter pays principle. They must be part of a global effort towards an energy transition, and they must be accompanied by regulatory measures. And the Bloc is willing to discuss amendments to Bill C-221 to meet the conditions I've just listed, because it's important in this debate on orphan wells to have a broader conversation and to be aware of the importance of tackling climate change without further delay. And there's a growing call for us as elected officials to focus on this. Madam Speaker, already in 2017, a study by the C.D. Howe Institute showed that more than 450,000 oil and gas wells registered in Alberta. Of those, about 155,000 of them were no longer producing but had not been fully cleaned up. And in the spring of 2020, the Pembina Institute said that the province had 164,000 of these abandoned wells. The Institute wrote that these wells presented risks and costs that had not been borne by the owners who had reaped the profits from these wells when they were active. And the study said that the potential cost to Albertans of cleaning up these abandoned wells could be as high as $8 billion. And that was in 2017. It would be even higher than that now. So the official estimates for Alberta's only energy development regulator, the AER, would have put this cost at $30 billion. But internal AER documents put the total bill for cleaning up Alberta's oil and gas industry, including the oil sands, at $260 billion. Is it up to Albertans to pay the cost of the oil and gas industry's environmental laxity? Is it up to all Quebecers and Canadians to foot the bill? If you ask the question, you need to answer it. So we know that the economic slowdown has been hitting Alberta hard for the past 10 years, which has had seen thousands of abandoned wells by companies that have not cleaned up their messes. It's an important environmental problem, but it's also a public health and safety issue. These abandoned wells contaminate water, soil, release greenhouse gases, and put nearby houses at risk of explosion. There is a growing problem that companies are taking to the taxpayer's backyard. And when it comes to being good corporate citizens, well, we'll get back to that later, they say. A lawyer in Vancouver said that the best way for the province to address the scourge of abandoned oil wells is to ensure that companies make a safety deposit before they start digging. That would be a promising solution for the future of C-221, but first we have to clean up the mistakes of the past. The issue of orphan wells must be addressed, but strict conditions must be met to justify for the public footing the bill. And any financial support associated with these environmental risks, such as the closure of orphan wells, must be accompanied by changes to environmental regulations. It also must be combined with preventive measures to avoid making the problem worse over time. We simply can't vote in favor of a bill that promotes the continuity of an industry that is at the very root of our environmental deterioration. Alberta and other oil and gas producing provinces have the power to pass regulations that would require this industry to look after its wells. They can't use the pandemic to justify deregulating the environmental protection sector. And there are ways to avoid ending up having abandoned wells in Alberta. And there's also ways to save citizens from having to paying these high bills. Environmental trusts exist to allow producers to share the risks. If someone goes bankrupt, oil and gas companies should be required to retain sufficient assets to pay for the cost of dismantling and cleaning up their facilities. In the event of a bankruptcy, companies should be required by law to meet their environmental responsibilities before having to pay off their creditors. And to avoid bankruptcies, governments should reform their requirements for companies to finance the end-of-life wells up front. In short, laws and taxation should be used to prevent and not cure downstream. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, public investment to address the orphan well situation could be justifiable if and only if it was seen as a step in a comprehensive and ambitious plan for energy transition. If such a plan existed, the investment needed to clean up these wells would be able to protect the environment and support families and energy workers during this transition. The Bloc Québécois has proposed a green recovery plan with concrete solutions for a successful transition. And in this plan, the Bloc suggests redirecting unspent money from the Trans Mountain project to job-creating renewable energy projects. a large portion of which could be earmarked for Alberta to support its green transition. But a comprehensive green recovery strategy by this Liberal government is still overdue. Without stronger environmental regulations, measures such as the tax credit proposed by C221 seem to be a new form of subsidy to the fossil fuel industry. Economic stimulus policy should create powerful incentives for companies to shift away from fossil fuels and invest in clean and renewable technology. The Bloc can therefore not support a bill that would make Quebec taxpayers cover the staggering costs of Canada's oil dependence. The Bloc is prepared to stand in solidarity with taxpayers, workers, and families of Western Canada on the condition that laws and regulations are put in place to end Canada's dependence on fossil fuels over the past century. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate.
Seeing none, I'd invite the Honourable Member for Lakeland for her 5 minutes right to reply.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful for the debate on my PMB C221, the Environmental Restoration Incentive Act, which is one of what must be a multi-pronged approach to a current and future risk that needs resolution. There's rarely a single perfect public policy remedy to a complex real-world challenge. Exponentially increasing orphan and abandoned wells are mainly a result of major bankruptcies and a widespread economic collapse caused in part by Canada's own anti-energy federal government and the 2019 Redwater decision that prevents struggling small oil and gas developers from getting private financing when nearing bankruptcy with outstanding remediation liabilities. The federal government can take real action while provinces do their parts. My bill exclusively focuses on the most financially challenged small and medium oil and gas businesses and fairly proposes to include this tool that's currently available to other sectors, exploration and development and mining, fabrication of metals and other technologies like wind turbines, geothermal and fuel cells. And before 2017, flow-through shares could be used by oil and gas producers for drilling and exploration too. It makes sense to extend it to the smallest, most at-risk energy businesses in Canada that can't secure private sector financing due to precarious economic positions and liabilities, specifically to encourage remediation and reclamation efforts, which they were doing under normal financial circumstances. It's a no-brainer. Why should flow-through share provisions be limited to the extraction and production phase of resource development, but not as an environmental remediation tool? South Okanagan West Kootenay's NDP MP said he accepts the use of flow-through shares for mining extraction, but I wonder why we can't all agree it should be used to stimulate private sector financing for restoration too. What's very odd is the MPs who like flow-through shares for production but not remediation also offered support for a colleague's intended bill for qualifying environmental trusts. Now, I supported it too, but the fact is it would have immediately helped only the largest producers with the advantage of cash on hand. My bill C221 actually helps the smallest businesses on the edge of bankruptcy that can't get financing and can't or won't access the federal government's predatory payday-style leaf loan or BDC co-lending and mid-market programs. Some colleagues say my bill is a subsidy. I've explained extensively why it's not and won't revisit it. But I must emphasize, my intent is to protect taxpayers in the long run and limit public liability. My bill is a discount for Canadian taxpayers. Canada's oil and gas sector contributed $493 billion in revenues to governments in Canada between 2000 and 2018. That's $26 billion per year. The PBO says my bill will cost $264 million in total, which ends in 2026. It could potentially cost taxpayers everywhere $70 billion for all 130,000 active and inactive wells in Canada today. Davenport's Liberal MP talked about needing to support measures that help companies, quote, avoid bankruptcy and supporting our environmental targets. Bill C221 does exactly that, but deliberately limits the use of public funds by enabling the lion's share of financing, specifically for remediation and reclamation, from the private sector. Bloc MPs urge the polluter pay principle. Yes, Conservatives enshrined it in law. But the fact is, voting against my bill is against that principle, ignores the realities of small and medium oil and gas businesses and workers on the edge of total station, and leaves either bill is real action, not just rhetoric, on the polluter pay principle to help the most vulnerable energy businesses. Not big.
The Honourable, I have to interrupt the Honourable Member for Lakeland. We have a...
But inaction, looking backwards, defeating this bill...
we can't see her. The Honourable Member for Lakeland, we have to interrupt the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands has a point of order.
And I think that we hear the member saying that her internet connection is unstable, but for the benefit of the member, and I know a lot of work goes into a private member's bill, and she does have the right to respond, I believe if you seek it, you'd find unanimous consent to allow her to restate the last 30 or 45 seconds, because we didn't indeed hear that, and I think she has a right to be heard on that, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member have unanimous consent?
Yes.
The honourable member for Lakeland, can you go back to about 30 seconds back on your speech, please?
Yes, thanks so much. Oh my gosh, thanks for all your generosity. Now, I don't know where I was. I think I'm frozen.
Still having issues with your internet connection? You keep freezing. Your frame keeps freezing and your voice stops. Oh, we can't hear you now.
Okay. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really out in real rural Alberta. I think I was talking about the Davenport MP, so maybe I'll
finished.
That I agreed with.
You had just finished referring to her.
Okay, I promise I'm wrapping up, and I just want to thank all of you for helping me do this. Oh, that was a while ago. Okay, I'll start again. So Davenport's Liberal MP talked about needing to support measures that help companies, quote, avoid bankruptcy, supporting environmental targets. Bill C-22 public funds by enabling the lion's share of financing specifically for remediation and reclamation from the private sector. Bloc MPs urged the polluter pay principle. Yes, Conservatives enshrined it in law, but the fact is voting against my bill is against that principle, ignores the reality of the small and medium oil and gas businesses and workers on the edge of total devastation, and leaves either a lack of remediation or only taxpayers liable. My bill is real action, not just rhetoric, on the polluter pay principle to help the most vulnerable energy businesses, not big oil, not major mills, literally the little guys. The NDP MP said taxpayers shouldn't foot the bill. I agree, but inaction, looking backwards, defeating this bill helps guarantee they will. Frankly, objections are ideological and geographical with no real alternative proposals. This is a challenge across Canada in most provinces. In Alberta alone, most wells are on private land. Financially forced abandonments are magnets for rural crime, but there are tens of thousands of wells on government land, on crown grazing leases, and thousands on Indigenous reserve lands too. What happens to all of them when companies go bankrupt? Since 2015, Canada's energy sector lost $200 billion and 200,000 jobs, while orphan and abandoned wells increased 300%. That's not a coincidence, it's a consequence. That was before 37% of oil and gas companies had to make permanent layoffs to stay alive at the start of last year. There's little light at the tunnel. I passionately support Canada's oil and gas workers. The sector is the most environmentally and socially responsible in the world. It's crucial to the whole country's economy and future. Bill C-221 can help continue its unmatched stewardship, clean tech investment, and innovation exceeding standards while protecting farmers, municipalities, landowners, Indigenous communities, the environment, taxpayers, and creating badly needed jobs. So I hope MPs in all of the parties will actually walk the talk and support this bill. Thank you.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. Stubbs, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moved that Bill C-221, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, oil and gas wells, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Natural Resources. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Saskatoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I so approve of a recorded vote. Thank you.
So accordingly, the pursuant to standing order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred to Wednesday, March 10th, 2021 at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, A motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted and moved and adopted. Accordingly, the question is the following, that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm raising an issue today in our adjournment proceedings that I originally raised on December 3rd during question period. Almost a year ago, the UN Women issued a statement calling violence against women and girls the shadow pandemic. This should come as no surprise, and it should not have taken COVID to expose the ways our society perpetuates this violence. The data tells us that half of all women in Canada have experienced at least one incident of physical or sexual violence since the age of 16. Approximately every 6 days, a woman in Canada is killed by her intimate partner. Despite decades of research and community activism across this country, violence against those identifying as women, girls, or two-spirit people persists as a manifestation of misogyny, objectification, and discrimination. Women from all walks of life are victims and survivors of various types of physical, sexual, and psychological violence inflicted by intimate partners, people they trust, often people they share their homes and their lives with. In 1982, MP Margaret Mitchell prompted a ruckus in the House of Commons that sparked national awareness of domestic violence. She told the House that 1 in 10 Canadian husbands regularly beat his wife. The male MPs erupted, laughing and shouting. She furiously replied, "This is no laughing matter." It has been almost 40 years, and things have changed in this House. No MP would laugh at that statement today. But not enough has changed in the houses of the women of this country. The violence persists. I know there is room for enhanced leadership from our federal and provincial governments. I think of the recent government-funded victim-blaming ad campaign in Montreal, where the image of a young girl with a bag over her head, as though it was her fault, sexually explicit images of her were being passed around by anonymous men and boys on the internet. This is unacceptable and adds to the hesitancy to report such abuses for fear of backlash. In my home province, a group of survivors of sexual assault have gone public this week, saying that they have been manipulated by the provincial government, their experiences and research being used as a way for the government to create the illusion of wanting to help. We need government leadership and allyship that goes beyond illusion. We know the statistics are worse for Indigenous women, Black women, queer, non-binary, and two-spirited women, newcomer women, women with disabilities, and who are otherwise marginalized. Our approach must center on an intersectional lens to address the unique and specific challenges of those facing the highest rates of gender-based violence. I will use this opportunity to remind this government of their responsibility to put forward the action plan to address the findings of the inquiry into missing and murdered Indigenous women. The challenges of COVID-19 cannot be an excuse for the delay. As I have outlined, the urgency has only increased, and we must respond. No more stolen sisters. No more bright lights snuffed out in the night. We need to act. We need a cultural shift. I believe it can start with leadership, and it starts with our generation here and now. As a mother of young boys, I teach my children to respect all people, to find the right language to address their emotions and talk about the ways they might be struggling. I talk to them about tough subjects, about the hard truths in this world, but I also teach them about the opportunity to change it. I empower them to do their part and trust their abilities. I am proud that my children are also young Indigenous boys, Wolastoq Gao, who will be encouraged to end gender-based violence, to lift up and protect the women in their community. I look forward to hearing the member opposite discuss the role their government can play in combating the shadow pandemic in Canada.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Fredericton for her question and her comments tonight and her hard work and advocacy on this important subject. Since 2015, our government has been working to prevent gender-based violence, to address the root causes, and support long-term solutions. We've worked with women's movement and organizations on the ground who've been doing this work for decades, even when the government before us left them underfunded and undermined for 10 years. We know the experience and knowledge of these groups is so important. Ending gender-based violence doesn't happen overnight, but I can confirm that our government will continue to be collaborative, persistent, and committed to sustainable change. Thanks to the investments of our government in women and gender equality, 6 million people benefit each year. In 2017, we announced the first ever federal strategy to prevent and address gender-based violence, and by bringing together all federal efforts to prevent GBV. Think about that, Madam Speaker. It took 150 years for a federal strategy to be created, designed to prevent the end of GBV. Through the federal strategy, over $200 million has been invested to expand and align federal efforts against gender-based violence. Through that strategy, we have supported innovative projects and programming with a whole of government approach. Here's a few examples. Developing a framework to address gender-based violence in post-secondary institutions, creating and testing innovative practices to prevent teen dating violence, supporting the Canadian Centre for Child Protection, addressing gaps in supports for Indigenous survivors of GBV across the country. Building on the foundations laid by the strategy, we're now working with provincial and territorial governments and with Indigenous leaders to advance the National Action Plan to end gender-based violence. A key word there, Madam Speaker, is national. In January, just a month ago, federal, provincial, and territorial ministers responsible for the status of women came together over a few days with a joint declaration, a commitment to a Canada free from gender-based violence. This is such a significant milestone. This plan will address root causes to prevent gender-based violence and ensure that anyone facing GBV has reliable and timely access to protection and services, no matter where they live. But our work does not stop there, Madam Speaker. We announced $22.4 million in new funding to organizations providing supports for at-risk populations, including survivors of violence, as part of the national strategy to combat human trafficking. And in December, we announced our government support of 63 organizations across this country engaged in this work. We're also actively working to provide crucial support to those most vulnerable to the COVID-19 pandemic. We're providing up to $100 million in funding for shelters, sexual assault centers.
Have to interrupt the member. We can't hear you. I'm sorry, we lost you.
Oh, am I back now, Madam
You are back.
Speaker?
I think you went on mute accidentally.
Okay, I'll go to the
one sentence before, yeah.
Okay, in December, we announced our government support of 63 organizations engaged in the work. We're also actively working to provide crucial support to those most vulnerable in the COVID-19 pandemic. We're providing up to $100 million in funding to shelters, sexual assault centers, and other organizations working to support those experiencing GBV at this difficult time. We believe strongly that by acting quickly, by listening to experts and advocates, and by engaging all levels of governments, working closely with our partners, and by investing in the most sustainable approaches, we'll be on track to end gender-based violence in all its forms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm reminded of my experience in first-year university during orientation. I was given a rape whistle. I was shown the dark paths not to go down and told the stories of women who had come before me. Here's a thought. Instead of arming women with rape whistles, instead of removing responsibility from the perpetrators, how about we tell young women all the ways we will support them and focus on their safety, that we will educate them and their classmates about consent, that should any problems arise, they should not hesitate to contact authorities, that they will be believed and their offenders prosecuted to the full extent of the law. We don't say these things, and in many ways, we can't yet because of the ongoing failures of our system. How about we also direct fund organizations, particularly those supporting women fleeing domestic violence and those providing mental health services, meeting women with open doors instead of a lack of options? How about a guaranteed livable income so that women are not financially dependent on their abusers? I know that our generation has the power to put an end to gender-based violence. We require ongoing leadership and dedicated funding from this government to do it.
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. And I agree wholeheartedly with the member opposite. And I was so delighted to be in discussions with the federal and provincial and territorial ministers when education was such a vital part of that conversation. And it was how everything has to start at the beginning. We know that GBV is a pervasive problem, but we are working quickly and actively to end it in all its forms. And we all have to do this together. Since the early days of the pandemic last year, we've engaged over 1,000 individuals representing organizations in working in the GBV sector across the country and priorities and the next steps on that plan. That plan is going to be devised by people working with all levels of government from the ground up. We know that some people and populations in Canada are more likely to experience violence, and many facing unique barriers and challenges that put them at particular risk of gender-based violence. That's why applying an intersectional lens to the development of the National Action Plan continues to be at the heart of all our efforts. And I commend the member opposite. She sounds like an amazing mom, and I'm glad that she's starting her young boys out right. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good night to my friend.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to join the adjournment proceedings this evening and to speak about an issue that we see in the papers reported today, and that's the question of lobbying during this time when we have so much money being flowed out from this federal government. Now, of course, helping Canadians is paramount during these unprecedented times. We need to make sure that we're getting funding to support individuals, to support families, seniors, people who are living in at-risk situations, who are marginalized. We need to make sure we're supporting businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, that the provinces have the funding that they need to fulfill their healthcare obligations. So while the federal government spends this money, the question is, who is keeping an eye on the cash that's leaving the register? And another question, who is making sure that it's being done in a fair and a transparent manner? Now, of course, we have independent officers of Parliament who are given the responsibility to make sure that things are done in an ethical manner. We, of course, have our ethics commissioner. We have our lobbying commissioner as well. And so when requests are made or interventions are made where people are looking to do business with the government or do business with Canadians on behalf of the government, there are rules that need to be followed. Now, we're going to see in the coming days the WE scandal back in the news as we have more witnesses testifying at the Ethics Committee. Of course, this is an issue born out of a situation where we had Canada's Prime Minister and Canada's now former Finance Minister who failed to recuse themselves from awarding a contract worth $500 million to an organization that employed immediate family members of the then finance minister and who had paid members of the prime minister's family $500,000. Now, if that's not enough to raise the flags that perhaps there's a conflict of interest or a need to recuse, an obligation to consult the lobbying commissioner, the ethics commissioner, I'm not sure what would. But we've seen in that case that, well, originally we were told that nobody was paid by the WE organization and in the Prime Minister's family, and the two couldn't be further apart. We later learned that, of course, that wasn't true. There was $500,000 that was paid to members of the Prime Minister's family. And when, during their heavy lobbying of the government, the WE organization even included pictures of the Prime Minister's family working for them in their brief to the federal cabinet, made just to make sure they sealed the deal and that everyone at the table knew who's who in the zoo. And even today, we read in Blacklock's Reporter that a lobbyist with a local lobby group here in Ottawa had emailed the procurement minister's office last March seeking a contract for their son. The response from the minister's chief of staff, well, she vouched for the individual, forwarded the email for preferential treatment, and was this contact reported to the lobbying commissioner? Well, Madam Speaker, I think you know the answer to that. So we've seen this pattern with this government. What we're looking for is transparency. We're looking to hear from this government. Will they finally cooperate with the independent officers of Parliament? Will they give them the unfettered access that they need? Will they waive those cabinet confidences? That's what we're looking for, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I always appreciate the exchanges that my friend and I have, usually during the late shows like this. And, you know, I do believe in transparency and accountability. And there has been a great sense of that, especially when we had a change in government back in 2015, I would ultimately argue, when I was sitting in the opposition benches doing what he's doing, calling for more transparency and accountability. And Madam Speaker, you know, it's interesting when the member makes reference to we, and he tries to paint we into this like wonderful, cozy relationship with the Prime Minister and the Government of Canada. This is the same we organization that had contracts with the province of Manitoba and Brian Pallister, who's a progressive conservative. I also believe the province of Saskatchewan had contracts with the very same organization, the we organization. Now, I'm sure my colleague across the way will have his research department filter through and maybe find out that I was right, or if I'm not right, I'm sure he'll come back to me on it. But I believe even in my own home province, it was more than just a one-time contract. It was even becoming an annual type of contract. Now, I don't know how many years it's been going on, but the Conservatives, you know, want to give you this opinion as if there's this buddy-buddy system and between we and the Liberal Party. This we organization you know, had partners and looked for support and supported other levels of government. I don't think they thought in terms of political affiliation. To the very best of my knowledge, I don't think that they did. Now, in terms of you know, what I have witnessed, you know, like earlier today, I was kind of hoping that I would get the opportunity to share my thoughts at the PROC committee. As I'm sure the members are aware, there's this huge motion on PROC saying we want this, this, and this, and this, and this, and that. And I remember those arguments because, you know, late last fall, even during the summertime, the opposition, you know, worked with the other opposition parties, and they paint just huge picture of evil. And, you know, the Conservatives give a lot of thought to that in terms of how they can do this. And, you know, at the end of the day, as much as they're being somewhat mischievous, we have always been, and members said it, and I had written it down, helping Canadians is paramount. And that has been what this government has been focused on. So when my friend from across the way and his Conservative colleagues continue to look under all the stones and all this kind of stuff, this government's focus has been helping Canadians in a paramount recognizing just how important it is. And when he made reference to small businesses and people and being there to support them, I think that you know, the facts will clearly demonstrate that this government has done just that. I've argued in the past that virtually since 2015, the Conservative Party has had one focus, and that's just to give as much negative attention as humanly possible towards the Prime Minister. I've referenced it as character assassination. But as much as they're focused on that, we continue to remain focused on Canadians. And the last 12 months is probably the very best example I can cite, Madam Speaker, using some of the things that my friend used. Small businesses through the wage subsidy program, the emergency rent program, the emergency business account, the credit availability program, through helping real people through the CERB program, seniors through the one-time payments, people with disabilities, the one-time payment. These are all initiatives that the government has focused its attention. Now, we have spent billions and billions and billions of dollars, most of which I suspect you'll find that the Conservatives have joined us in unanimously support in terms of legislation that was passed to spend that kind of money. Now, I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that when you spend that kind of money, at times there could be.
And that will have to be completed in the next portion. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, just as we supported the efforts in making sure that Canadians had what they needed during the pandemic, we're looking for this government to support the independent officers of Parliament, like the Ethics Commissioner, like the Lobbying Commissioner. And we've seen it before. When the RCMP came knocking about corruption, the Prime Minister barred the door and turned out the lights. We know he has refused to cooperate with investigations from officers of Parliament before and has blocked investigations from law enforcement at every turn. When the Lobbying Commissioner told the Ethics Committee that she had sent 3 lobbying inquiries to the RCMP, you can be sure the Prime Minister's phone was ringing off the hook. Time and time again, this Prime Minister has shown that he has no regard for ethics and will always put his friends before everyday Canadians. So will the Prime Minister finally come out of the basement, throw open the curtains, and shine some sunlight on this? Will the Prime Minister commit to fully cooperating with investigations by officers of Parliament and the RCMP? Will he wait?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Office of the Ethics Commissioner is an office in which we have been listening to the reports. We respond to the reports. I have more faith in the Office of the Ethics Commissioner than I do in the collective opposition parties, because quite frankly, the collective opposition parties have a political agenda that's very different than the Ethics Commissioner, who is more concentrated and more focused on getting the facts and then providing a report. And when we have found that that we are not in full compliance, the Prime Minister has acknowledged it, in some cases have had to apologize, and we move on. We need to recognize that even that Ethics Commissioner's office is something new for parliamentarians. Could you imagine some of the other Prime Ministers from the past had we had an Ethics Commissioner and some of the problems that might have been created from then? But we are a democracy that...
The Honourable Member for Regina Lewan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to join in these proceedings here tonight. And I'll have to have a conversation about a question I asked in question period dating back now to last year before Christmas. And I brought up the situation in my home province and home city of Regina, where Everest Steel had 600 people receive layoff notices 2 weeks before Christmas. And I brought this question, and the Deputy Prime Minister answered the question. I said, the Prime Minister stopped in Regina Lewan, went to Everest Steel during the 2019 campaign and said, I have your back. And lately, the people, the men and women that work at Everest Steel are feeling pretty left behind. 600 people were laid off. They spent their Christmas trying to figure out how they were going to pay the bills when they came due in 2021. The Deputy Prime Minister's answer reflected no compassion, no concern for the people of Regina, the people I represent. She talked about trade deals. She patted herself on the back about how they got a good trade deal with the United States, blamed the Trump administration, and then turned around and blamed our leader for wanting those tariffs to stay, which is something where there's always an opportunity to blame someone else. And I know whoever is going to answer these questions today and join in this debate is going to talk about, well, you guys didn't build any pipelines under Prime Minister Harper. So I'm going to cut that off at the pass right now and talk about the pipelines we did build during the Prime Minister Harper years. We built Anchor Loop, Keystone XL, not the XL portion, but Keystone, Alberta Clipper, Line 9 Reversal, Southern Lights, and we approved Energy East and Northern Gateway. And those all projects that had most pipe delivered from Everest Steel into these projects. And it added 1.25 billion barrels of oil into our system a day. So there was projects done under Prime Minister Harper. We still want to work towards getting our products to Tidewater so we can get the world price instead of the discounted price. That's still more work that does need to be done. But when I ask questions about what this government's going to do to support our energy workers, our oil and gas workers, because I've talked to the union, I've talked to the men and women, and they can know that they build pipe, but they consider themselves an oil and gas company because without oil and gas production, no pipelines are needed. So when I do raise their concerns, I need the government to take it a little bit more seriously and not just pat themselves on the back on a job that they think they've done well, but work to do even better. Because my questions would be, what have you done in the last 4 months to make sure jobs stay in Regina? Evraz is an important employee in Regina. For every one Evraz job, it creates 4 spin-off jobs in our local economy. It puts people to work in the restaurant sector, the hospitality sector. Some companies that work and do contracts with Evraz are hurting, and there needs to be an effort by this government, and I'm hoping they listen and show some compassion for the people that want to go to work and get a paycheck and earn that paycheck. And I'm hoping I can hear some answers tonight on what are some initiatives being taken. I'm not talking about CERB or CEBA or programs because of COVID-19. I'm talking about a real plan to secure the future jobs at Evraz and a real plan to ensure those jobs are there for generations to come. I have 3 young kids. I want to make sure that there's opportunities for the next generation. This is one of the first generation that feels like they aren't going to have the opportunities into the future that we've had now. And as public officials, we have to work to make sure those opportunities are there.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council. You're on mute.
Let's try that again, Madam Speaker. You know, being from the prairies, actually spent a few years in Regina and still have family that call Regina home. I'm very much sensitive to what happens in Regina. In fact, my brother was the leader of the Saskatchewan Liberal Party for a few years. And Madam Speaker, we had many different types of discussions about how important Saskatchewan and different sectors of the economy are, and I can tell the member that we are very much concerned in government. And he talks, well, put aside COVID. Well, yeah, the pandemic has been, played a very significant impact on the industry. And, there's, I think it's estimated somewhere when you talk about resources, natural resources, I think it's about a third of the employment that were able to access the wage subsidy program. Literally hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs that were saved because some of the programs. But he wants me to shy away from the pandemic, and I can respect that. He made reference to the pipelines and said, well, he kind of anticipated what it is that I might say. So let me change it around because he himself has made reference to it. The projects that he's referencing are projects that did not see pipelines actually being built and taking our resources to the coast. That did not happen under Stephen Harper in his 10 years. That is happening under this administration. It got to a point where we even purchased a pipeline in order to ensure that it was going to happen. There's lots of complications in regards to that. But when we ask that, look, you have to take into consideration environmental issues, Indigenous issues, the different types of stakeholders, have a process in place that enables you to move the industry forward. And I think that we've done it in a very responsible fashion, not just looking to export, for example, to the United States, because everything that Harper put down actually went to get more oil. I think it was like 99% was going to the States prior to Harper becoming the prime minister. And when he left, it's the same percentage. Looking at ways in which we can support the industry at the same time, as I say, respect the importance of environments and zero emissions. And I can say, and I was commenting on it earlier today, in terms of just some of the leadership in terms of zero emissions coming from our energy sector is significant. We have, I would argue, the best in the world in terms of the ways in which we are improving upon our energy sector, second to no other country. But at the same time, when we take a look, and I'm afraid I'm going to be running out of time, I did have some other things I want to say, the Canadian steel and aluminum industries are vital to our economy and provide employment in our communities across the country, Madam Speaker. In 2019, the Canadian steel employed over 25,000 workers and contributed $3.8 billion to the Canada's economy. In that same year, Canadian aluminum industry employed approximately 10,000 workers and contributed $3.1 billion to our economy. Madam Speaker, we understand that these are not just numbers. They represent families and communities who depend on these industries. Our government has and will always stand with Canadian workers and protect their interest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leeuwen.
Madam Speaker, I was very clear in this video because that member didn't say one thing that they were going to do to put people back to work at Everest Steel. He talked about the Harper years, which I knew he'd talk about. He talked about not getting, and I already said we needed to get pipelines built to the coast. And only that member in a Liberal government would think, we bought a pipeline so we could get it built. The private sector is going to build it. You just had to get out of the way. And you wouldn't do that, Madam Speaker. So that member, I was very interested in wanting to hear a plan, wanting to hear what this government was going to do to get people back to work, and nothing. In his minute that he's going to have after this, he'll probably talk about Mr. Harper again. But I want to let the member know that an article came out from Lauren Gunter because the Deputy Prime Minister quoted an article from the Globe and Mail today when I had a question. And we are losing, since 2015, $200 billion in investment in our energy sector because of this government's policies.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member says that, and it was somewhat critical, saying that, well, we bought a pipeline, and as if it was like a really super bad thing. Remember, his own premier in Alberta bought shares into a pipeline called Keystone. I wonder if he would apply that very same principle to the premier. And I would have no problems in terms of comparing draft.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And the premier.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. There are no points of order during the late show. I'm sorry. Please proceed.
Madam Speaker, through our government's diligent action to complete things such as the trade deals like CETA, securing and expanding markets access for Canadian resource products, including steel and aluminum, the fact is, in the first 12 months, CETA was enforced, aluminum exports to the European Union increased exponentially, up to 250%. These are significant things. So to try to give a false impression that the government of Canada is not doing and being proactive to support the energy industry, it's just not true. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And just a slight reminder, the Honourable Member for Regina Leeuwen is from Saskatchewan, not Alberta, as he keeps reminding me. So the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.